definitely seeing the affluence we have.
So people kept saying to me, how's retirement? And I'm like,
Oh,
the
and
difference between
but
retirement and COVID shutdown. The thing that amazed me most about retirement was that it took me about 6
Hi.
to give you a copy of the new schedule.
Thank you. And can you just put one right there for the person sitting here? Thank you so much.
no,
You just I got one for you. New copy of the schedule.
Thank you.
we got two. If you want, we got that.
Yeah. I mean, this makes more sense anyway. That puts breaks after 15. This is the better schedule.
That's funny. You're so that yesterday. I was like, man, I probably put in these little breaks.
Yep. And creepy.
Do you have your sheets? I gotta tell you, machine is every hour. They get 15 minutes. It makes them go all day.
Anyone want water?
I got, but thank you.
Thank you.
I've gone an hour and a half of 15, which is also actors. Actors equity, it says breaks are either 10 minutes every hour or 15 minutes every hour and a half.
We're just going to hand out the PowerPoint slides.
Okay.
See, this is why I wanted to print
And
it.
you have laptop too.
14 mice and no stapler.
Lots of questions that we need to address.
What?
Sorry, not one. Oh, do you have a paper copy then? Oh, you have one. Okay.
Of what?
T6. Thank you. That would be 46.
I have another copy of that.
Oh, they're just finding something.
You can put it on the table.
Well,
Or there's a lot of stuff. But
yeah, and Sean has an exhibit list, so you can call the members for comment.
okay. Yeah, this is the external.
If you've got one, I'll take it. If you don't have it. Okay.
So that's why we're gonna have a small coupe. It's all about the chairs.
Sorry. I can scoot this over so I'm sitting out your way.
Cause that'll be after lunch. Cause that'll be after lunch, yeah.
Morning, everyone. I now call to order this session of the public hearing of the Land Use Planning Commission on zoning petition ZP779A, Wolfden Mt LLC's proposal for rezoning to allow for the development of the Pickett Mountain Mine. My name is Everett Worcester. I represent Piscataquis County, and I will be the hearing officer for today. And let me have my fellow people up here introduce themselves. Perry, do you want to start, please?
Perry Ellsworth, Franklin County.
Betsy Fitzgerald, Washington County.
Caleb Elwell, Assistant Attorney General and Counsel for the Commission.
Stacy Byer, Executive Director for the Commission.
Gwen Hilton, Somerset County.
Peter Bray, Penobscot County.
Leo Trudell, Aroostook County.
Reminder, we have a court reporter here today creating a record of these proceedings. For her to do that, everyone testifying must speak slowly so that she can take down what you are saying. Also, in cross-exam, please speak one at a time in order for her to get the questions and the answers on the record. At this time, I ask all persons planning to testify today to please stand and raise their right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. And as you know, we've had some slight changes to the original schedule. We've added another break. This Day 2, Session 1, Intervenants 2, Testimony and Evidence. Oh, where am I? I'm in the wrong place. Oh, applicant's testimony and evidence. And the applicant has 40 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Doug Stewart. I'm a wetland scientist and ecologist with Stantec Consulting from Topsom, Maine. My role in the application was coordinating and supporting the document preparation. My testimony today will focus on the environmental and ecological characteristics of the site and the potential impacts that could occur. Some of my testimony is unrelated to my area of expertise, and although I may be able to answer some questions, I may not be able to answer all specific questions, and I would rely on other subject matter experts on our team to answer those questions. The rezone area, as we discussed yesterday, is 374 acres, outlined in red on this figure. The area is existing area is forested with forested wetlands and other types of wetlands as inclusions. There's existing gravel roads throughout the area, and it's very similar to the area outside of the rezone area, forested with forested wetlands and gravel roads. Forest management activities are present throughout. There's no existing residences or commercial businesses within the rezone area, and the nearest residences to the rezone area are on the south shore of Pleasant Lake, about a mile away from the rezone area. There's no commercial businesses within the rezone area, and the only commercial activities outside of the rezone area are commercial forest activities. This figure shows the rezone area in blue with the greater Wolfden property outlined in yellow. There's no recreational activities really within the rezone area other than hunting in the fall and potentially mountain biking on some of the gravel roads and tote roads. However, outside of the rezone area, there's much more opportunity for recreation associated with the many lakes, such as Pickett Mountain Pond, Pleasant Lake, Mud Lake, and so on. Activities outside of the rezone area are things like ATVs, snowmobiles, hunting, fishing, kayaking, canoeing, and so on. The greater region, as we all know, has Baxter State Park, which is over 20 miles away, and Katahdin Woods and Water, which is over 8 miles away. This figure shows the greater Penobscot River watershed, as well as the sub-watershed, the Mattawamkeag River, which is what the rezone area is in. It's approximately 100 river miles between the rezone area and where the Mattawamkeag River meets the Penobscot River. Looking at the inset figure where the project area is, there's a watershed divide that occurs and runs across the site in a westerly to easterly trending area. Everything on the south side of that watershed area flows towards Pickett Mountain Pond, and Pickett Mountain Pond flows to Grass Pond, which then flows to Mud Lake, to the west branch of the Mattawamkeag River, to Rockabima Lake. Everything on the north side of that watershed divide flows towards Pleasant Lake, and then Pleasant Lake flows into Mud Lake. This now shows some of the activity in the greater watershed of the Penobscot River, specifically in the orange circles. Those are Maine DEP discharge permits. And within the Mattawamkeag area, there's 2 of those. I should say there's 54 discharge permits within the greater Penobscot River watershed and 2 within the Mattawamkeag watershed. The black diamonds are dams or partial dams within the Penobscot River watershed, the closest of which is on Rockabima Lake, approximately 3 miles from the project area. So drilling down a little bit further into the site characteristics, Pickett Mountain Pond is roughly 1,500 feet southeast of the project area. It's been surveyed by IF&W, and primarily most of the information that we know about Pickett Mountain Pond comes from correspondence with IF&W so far. It has a maximum depth of 7 feet, and IF&W has recently surveyed the pond as recently as 2004 and reports that there's little opportunity for brook trout occurrence, spawning, rearing, or adults. The most recent survey in 2004, no brook trout were captured. Because there will be no impacts to water quality and the water will be reintroduced into the environment in a sustainable way, there are no anticipated impacts to Pickett Mountain Pond. As I mentioned before, Pickett Mountain Pond flows into Grass Pond. Grass Pond is approximately 1.75 miles northeast of the rezone area and has a maximum depth of only 5 feet. It is a state heritage fish water, which means there's a native brook trout population that has not been stocked in the past 25 years. Grass Pond then flows into Grass Pond flows into Mud Lake. Mud Lake is connected to Pleasant Lake. Pleasant Lake and Mud Lake have a maximum depth of 16 feet, and it's also a state heritage fish water that has not been stocked in 25 years and contains a native population of both brook trout and landlocked salmon. The inlet and outlet of Mud Lake and Pleasant Lake is the west branch of the Mattawamkeag River, and as I mentioned before, flows down into Rockabima Lake, which then again becomes the west branch of the Mattawamkeag River. And as I mentioned before, because there will be no impacts to water quality and the water will be reintroduced into the environment in a sustainable manner, we don't expect any impacts to these lakes. To evaluate the visual impacts of the project, we conducted a GIS model using the head frame, which extends 120 feet from the project site above the ground. We also included a 40-foot tree canopy. Using this analysis, we determined that the head frame would be visible from 4 different areas, which include the snowmobile trail south of the rezone area, which is in purple, Pickett Mountain Pond, which you can see shaded in green, the north shore of Pleasant Lake, where there are seasonal camps, and the summit of Mount Chase. To further evaluate the visual effects of the head frame and the solar array at the project site, we evaluated, Terry Dewan Associates conducted a line of sight analysis from the north shore of Pleasant Lake, and also Pleasant Lake itself. And what that analysis found was that there would be some visual observance of the head frame from Pleasant Lake, both the camps and the lake, but you would not necessarily see the solar field because of the intervening vegetation. So to further evaluate impacts beyond the 3 miles that we completed in the visual analysis that you just saw, we also took a look at key recreational areas within the region: Baxter State Park, Katahdin Woods and Water National Monument, Katahdin Woods and Water Scenic Byway, the Seboyce River Trail, and International Appalachian Trail. And what we found was that because of intervening topography and vegetation, the head frame would not be visible from those locations.
We have a question here.
Yep.
Here we go, look out. Okay. I wanted to interrupt when you were talking about the Baxter State Park, Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument. Do you know whether you can see the mine from the top of Mount Katahdin?
No, the analysis that we completed showed us the intervening vegetation and topography. You would not see the head frame or the Pickett Mountain project from Baxter State Park, Mount Katahdin. Yes.
So Mount Katahdin?
Mount Katahdin, yeah.
Included, okay.
Yes.
And maybe you can answer this. I haven't seen a photograph of what the head frame looks like.
Yep.
Maybe that's, anyway.
I believe that there are examples in the petition. It's either a concrete or a steel structure, framework type structure that extends 100, the one that's been spec'd out for the project is 120 feet tall.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah. Dark Skies is responsible for helping public entities and industry control light pollution. And they've developed 5 lighting principles that Wolfden has indicated that they would be able to follow with this project. Those include use only light when it is needed, direct light so it only falls where it is needed, light should be no brighter than necessary, light only when it is needed, and use warm color lights where possible. And although a specific lighting plan has not been yet developed for the project, Wolfden has reviewed these and has agreed to follow these principles. Wood, now WSP, completed a noise assessment for the project. They considered the noises from the project when it was operating from equipment such as generators, front-end loaders, backfill plant, haul truck, both on the underground and the surface. To be conservative in their analysis, they assumed that all of those different pieces of machinery that are operating at once And what the results of their model found was that there would be no noise impact to the receptors, and those receptors that were evaluated were either at the property line of the Wolfden property or the camps on the south end of Pleasant Lake. So just quickly, other resources and information that we looked at as part of the project. There was a review of soil suitability that was completed by water resources consultants. They conducted both a desktop and a field survey, initial survey of the site soils, and found that overall the sites were either suitable or had some limitations, and any limitations they found, such as seasonally high groundwater or shallow bedrock, could be overcome with standard engineering practices. We also contacted several different resource agencies for initial consultation. Those agencies included Native American tribes, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, IF&W, Maine Natural Areas Program. Information from Maine Natural Areas Program indicated that there were no known botanical features or communities on the site, and they also recommended that a desktop evaluation of those communities be done with the information that was available. A botanist from Stantec completed that evaluation and found that there was a very low to no probability of botanical features at the site. In our correspondence with Maine Natural Areas Program, they identified a graminoid shrub fen in between Pleasant Lake and Mud Lake. That feature has not been evaluated, but would be evaluated under Chapter 200. Consultations with IF&W indicated that there was no significant wildlife habitat. In some correspondence with IF&W, they identified a moderate value wading bird and waterfowl habitat on the western shore of Pickett Mountain Pond. They then went back and reevaluated that habitat in September of this year and found that it didn't meet the criteria to be considered moderate or high value. So no significant wildlife habitat, and that includes features like deer wintering areas, wading bird and waterfowl habitat, significant vernal pools. None of those are in the rezone area. In correspondence with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they identified Atlantic salmon critical habitat in the area of the rezone, and because there will be no impact to water quality and the water would be reintroduced in a sustainable manner, there would be no impacts to critical salmon habitat. So in summary, there's a 400-foot undisturbed vegetated buffer around the developed area that would minimize impacts. Operations are largely below ground and will minimize surface disturbance. There's limited visibility and sound impacts. No significant wildlife habitat is impacted. No wetlands or streams will be adversely impacted. Aquatic habitat and hydrology will be maintained. And infrastructure removal at the end of the site operations, it would be restored, and aquatic habitat and groundwater monitored after closure. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Michael Levert. I'm an applied economist. I've spent roughly the last 15 or 20 years in the field working for state and legislative government, large corporations, the nonprofit sector, and I currently run an organization called Stepwise Data Research that provides economic analysis for a variety of different types of organizations across New England on a variety of topics. Wolfden hired me to help them quantify the
Excuse me,
economic...
Michael. Do you mind turning your mic off and using this one? You're going to turn that one off? Can everybody hear fine? Okay.
Thank you. Wolfden hired me to help them quantify the economic impact of their proposed Pickett Mountain project. And I believe you have the report that I developed in regards to that was submitted as part of the application and my pre-filed testimony. So what I thought I would do today is briefly summarize the process and methodology that I undertook to develop those economic impact estimates and briefly summarize the results. I will say as preface that I think and hope that this analysis is helpful to everyone, whether they are for or against this project, in that it provides a common understanding of how an investment like this can translate through the regional economy, and that common understanding in hand can perhaps help elevate the conversation around other more controversial issues, or at least that's my hope. So in terms of process and methodology, the approach I took for the economic modeling was a fairly straightforward, common approach that economic analyses of this type follow. And so what I did was I used an input-output model of the regional economy that can quantify how major investments into a regional economy from outside of that economy flow through the economy and support additional economic activity in the form of inter-industry spending, which is commonly called the indirect economic impact, and additional household spending, which is commonly called the induced economic impact. To be more specific with this project, I used the RIMS-2 input-output model, which is, has been created and maintained by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, and I used as inputs Wolfden's spending and used the model to quantify how Wolfden's proposed spending on the project would support additional economic activity on behalf of their suppliers as they purchased intermediate goods and labor to support their contracts with Wolfden, and additional household spending on behalf of both Wolfden employees and the employees of their suppliers and contractors. One thing that was different about my approach that is not typical in economic impact analyses is that my approach was much more detailed and rigorous than is typical. And what I mean by that is that many economic impact studies are forced to rely on very little data, and so they may use as the inputs to their modeling a single estimate of project spending or project revenue. I had the luxury of access to lots of data, and I used Wolfden's line-by-line budget projections for their spending, and for each line item of their budget, a separate estimate was made for how much would be spent on materials or labor, which the model treats very differently, and how much of the spending would be expected to be purchased on local goods or supplies or labor. And that methodology is called the Bill of Goods approach, and it's been shown to be more accurate and more conservative than a typical approach. In my case, I was able to exclude roughly 45% of Wolfden's projected spending of the total project from the multiplicative effects of the model because it would likely not be spent within the region. And that's what I mean by being conservative. So there are lots more details on the methodology in the report, but in essence, that's the methodology I followed. So in terms of results, what's nice is while the underlying methodology is complex and the data is sophisticated, the results are fairly straightforward and even intuitive. And what I mean by that is that, not surprisingly, if you inject several hundred millions of dollars into a relatively small region, lots of economic activity pops up to support that. Obviously, there are a number of assumptions that underlie the results of this model, of which probably the biggest assumption is that the spending on the project proceed as Wolfden expects it to. Particularly, that's important in regards to spending on local, within region goods and labor. If there are constraints and Wolfden cannot spend what they intend to in the local region, then clearly my results would need to be revised accordingly. My report has a number of details, a number of tables, lots of numbers, but I'll just summarize the top line numbers here. So Wolfden projects to spend roughly $622 million on the total project. Of that line-by-line analysis I mentioned estimates that roughly $340 million will be spent on within-region supplies and labor. That within-region spending will in turn support $715 million of total economic output. You can think of that as business sales through all levels of the supply chain. $248 million in earnings, and that is earnings to Wolfden employees, but also to the earnings to the employees of Wolfden suppliers and others that support the folks working on the project. And 4,540 job years. A job year is just what it sounds like. It is a single job, either full or part-time, for a single year. And perhaps a more accessible way to think about that is that it is roughly 320 jobs per year for 14 years, although the project would not be uniform in that way. One final thing before I conclude, it was important for me to inform you and others of the total economic impact of the total project over the entire region. But if it is helpful, I also ran the same model with just the spending on the mine, and I'll present those results here. So on the mine only, Wolfden expects to spend roughly $401 million. That line-by-line analysis estimated that $232 million would be spent within the region on locally procured labor and materials, which would support roughly $509 million in business output or business sales, $175 million in earnings to Wolfden employees and employees of their contractors and others, and 3,140 job years, or roughly 220 jobs per year for 14 years. Thank you.
I guess we have no questions.
Hi, good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Terry Thurston Hill. May and I've never done this, I'm nervous. I decided she needed to prompt me and help me, but this morning I decided I'm gonna wing it the best I can do. I want to tell you where I live. I own Shin Pond Village, and it's right between the upper and lower pond on the map. So you can see I'm 15 miles from Baxter State Park, from the northern entrance to the monument, the lower parcel, familiar with Pickett Mountain, with everything in between. We've been in business 38 years. Actually, my husband 41, 38 for me. We raised our family there, sent our son away to college. What I want to say is that making a living in a region really has you vested. The people that are visiting us are not vested the same way that we are. They can come. Last night I stayed for the comments. I've heard them all. And they can talk about wanting the pristine area, but they're not raising their families there. They're not paying their bills. And this is really important to those of us that have been there and plan to stay there. My grandchildren are now back. My son returned home 7 years ago with his family, 4 grandchildren, wife, have taken over the day-to-day running of our business. My husband and I are still involved. I get to work from home. I feel retired now. I get to see my grandchildren. My husband still works at 70 every day doing maintenance. He is the head of the fire department for 40 years. We are vested. This project, in our opinion, my whole family's opinion, feels will fit our region. We need to have industry along with tourism. In 1999, the Sherman lumber mill closed. That was, I don't know the years of the Millinocket mills. And as a result of that, a group of businesses from Mount Chase, Patton, Sherman, Stacyville formed the Upper Valley Economic Council. I was part of that. For 5 years, we worked very hard at trying to bring in any kind of industry to increase tourism. We are open to anything on the board that's going to be a benefit to our region, which is why we support this project. And I'm no longer on the board, it's still in existence. I just, moved on to other things in life. I've been on the Katahdin Tourism Partnership, which oversees the scenic byway. It's an 89-mile byway from the north gate to the south gate of Baxter. I'm very active on that byway. And again, we are on the byway. We do encourage tourism. We encourage history. I've worked on the Katahdin Area Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Holton Chamber of Commerce with mapping, the Patent Lumberman's Museum. Also, our school was going to be closed, Katahdin Schools. We were going to be sending our children to Holton, or possibly Millinocket. I couldn't see that happen. My grandchildren were home. I wasn't going to want them to travel that far. So I jumped on with 5 or 6 other business people and community members to say, we pulled our school back, we saved it. We now have Katahdin Schools, we have 300 kids. A school is essential to a community, as is industry, tourism, churches, businesses. I want to tell you a bit about our business. When I first moved there, I came from Old Town area. I had worked 3 jobs as a single mother. And the first winter that I was done, we had $1,000 to live on. I cried. My husband said, we'll make it. We both were raised on farms. We knew we would make it, and we did. Since then, we've watched our business transition from the hunting and fishing, which was great for us at that point. We have campsites, cottages, a restaurant, a store, a public laundromat. We have public showers. We're open to everybody that wants to come. Things started to tank in the 90s, 2000, and we had to reinvent ourselves, figure out where we were going to go. So we started hosting weddings, family reunions, small company retreats. They've done extremely well for us. Along the way came Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument, Roxanne Quimby. I'm going to tell you, the beginning, I was opposed. I held meetings opposing it. I was fearful of the unknown. Our greatest snowmobile trail went through that land along the east branch of the river. And those scenic views, they're hard to get back. We won't get them back for snowmobiling. So I decided, it ate at me for 1.5 years, the negativity of fighting this monument. So I said, I'm going to reach out some more. And Lucas St. Clair came into the picture. And he and I would sit at tables outside and talk about how we could make it work. I stressed to him the things that were important to us as a community: snowmobile trails, ATV trails, not limiting the development of our communities, not coming and saying, you can't have that because we're here now. Those are things I stressed to him. And I felt, and he was honest, so I jumped on board. I endorsed the monument. I lost best friends over it, friends of 25 years, because of the stand I felt was best for my community. And I still feel that today, okay? I'm not happy with the way everything went. I'm on the board of the Friends, okay? I am not happy. I did not vote for the letter that was sent to you, because my understanding when I jumped on that board was I wanted to be at the table during all of the process. And they said we will never limit development in a region, and they are. They want to. That is not right. So I'm also, whoops. Is it working? I'm sorry, I can't see it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I do talk fast. I helped form a snowmobile club 35 years ago. It's still in existence today. I'm secretary treasurer, have written over $1 million in grants that have come back to our community, which has benefited us economically. 7 years ago, I formed an ATV club, same thing. Patent ATV has over 500 members. They've built an incredible network. It is known statewide that people come to our region to ATV. We formed a club to jump on with them. We added 70 more miles to their 100. It's 170 miles of ATV trails. Side-by-sides are predominantly what people are riding today. It is fun. I can't hike anymore. I've got a bad hip, a bad knee, but I can get out my side-by-side and I can visit places that I went to with my son when he was young. I've done all the hiking, paddling. I'm grateful. I've done Katahdin, Mount Chase, all of these places. This project to our family will fit in with we need to have continued uses of the land. We need to have industry. I jumped on with Wolfden because I wanted to learn more. I learned that through the Roxanne days and the Monument days, that I had to be more open-minded. That is one thing I took away from it, that I couldn't be opposed right from the beginning. I asked to be on the Community Advisory Council, which I sit on, encourage people to come and visit. I'm excited to think that maybe there's a company that can use the Chapter 200 rules and show us how mining can be done. And technology changes every day. We'll be able to, Wolfden will be able to use that new technology that changes. We can't survive on tourism alone. We've got to have a mix. If you think that tourism alone is going to sustain our community and our kids stay, that's a fairy tale. Sorry, it really is. I love where I live. I love everything about it. My heart and soul is in it. I don't see any impact at all to the hunting, the fishing, the snowmobiling, the ATVing. And as you are aware, studies have shown that motorized use in Maine is the driver economically, and it will continue to be the driver because the money spent on trucks, trailers, your vehicle to sled or to ride is what is going to pay the bills at the end of the day for our region. And this is from Sherman to Matagamon. Matagamon has a great bear hunting. That is still probably the biggest hunting season for all of us. When I moved here 38 years ago, my shower house would have 30 to 40 people in line taking showers on Wednesday nights. Now we close early because there is no great deer hunting in our region anymore. We continue ATVing till the end of October, and then we'll reopen for snowmobiling. So we do have downtime. During that, we work on our cottages and our buildings. But and the increase in tourism in the area, which I've seen some facts about 30%, it is going to be some of the recreational low base, but the majority is motorized. It is where we're at. Anybody have any questions to ask me?
So what impact has the Woods and Waters Monument had on your business?
We have seen an increase. Yeah, we have. Not to the degree of our motorized increase. The ATV trails that we've established the last 7 years, our son now is as he brought younger blood, he now rents snowmobiles and ATVs. He does 25 sleds, 12 to 15 side-by-sides. So though he's brought a different group of people to us, and that is really the biggest impact for us.
Anyone else? Leo? Okay. This is for Michael.
Michael, I just want to ask you in regards to your bill of good faith approach that you speak of. The calculations, or I should say the itemizations that you received and went through, those were all numbers that were given to you, correct, by Wolfden?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there any analysis to determine the viability of those particular numbers going forward?
I believe that those numbers, I would defer to Wolfden on the origin of those numbers, but I believe that they came from a third party, A to Z Mining, I think is the name of the organization. So I took those numbers and asked for certain estimates or certain fine tuning of the numbers. But I think to answer your question directly, there was no analysis that I did on those numbers in terms of how appropriate they would be for a project like this.
And am I correct that the revenue stream that they're looking at is based on commodities-based materials that fluctuate considerably, especially during hard times, good times, what have you?
Again, I would defer to Wolfden's business folks for that, but one of the reasons that I chose to use the bill of goods approach, which is based on spending, is so that my analysis would not be dependent on revenue projections. It would just be on spending on the project.
And I appreciate that. At the same time, revenue is the other half of the income statement.
Absolutely, right.
Okay. Thank you.
No one else? Okay. Gwen?
This is for Terry Hill. So what gives you confidence that the Pickett mine will be a positive addition to the community? I mean, with respect to its, how it's going to be affecting the environment.
The fact that it's going to bring jobs to our community is, for me, number one. We have, in our area alone, 20 to 25 young men traveling outside of the state across the country that go to mill shutdowns. They'd love to be home with their families, go to their kids' ball games. This is an opportunity for some of them maybe to retire the last 10 years. For some of them, maybe a 10-year commitment, so, and also gain a new skill.
And I understand that, and that makes sense. But have you felt that it's going to be done in a responsible, sustainable manner, that it's going to be a good project, if you will?
I do. I feel comfortable with the newly written laws that the state of Maine passed, 6 years ago, 7, I'm not sure. I feel that if DEP is doing their job, then it will be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other questions, I guess. Are you presenting as well? No? Okay.
If I could.
It's on.
I think we have a little bit of extra time, so I thought I might ask Mr. Stewart just to talk about the work that Gemma J. did since she's not presenting, and that gives you context for the work that she did. So, Mr. Stewart, you indicated that there was consultation with the tribes, but could you just describe briefly the work that Northeast Archaeology did in connection with the project?
Yes. We retained Northeast Archaeological to do a desktop survey of the site and any potential archaeocultural resources that could be present. Based on that, they wrote a study plan to go out and do a phase 0 study in which they had results that have been submitted as part of the petition. Any specifics related to those results, I would rely on Ms. Hudgell to report on.
And were the results of the phase 0 sent to the tribes in connection with the consultation letters?
Yes, they were.
And is there any anticipated ongoing consultation as part of that next part of the phase 1?
Yes, there would be.
And was there any response from the tribes in response to the consultation?
There were not.
What about the Passamaquoddy?
There was a response from the Passamaquoddy, not specifically to the consultation letter, but in relation to the overall petition. They acknowledged that they received it and would want to be involved in future studies.
Thank you. And so Gemma Jane Hutchell is here from Northeast Archaeology and can talk about that work if there are questions. Thank you.
You described a desktop study. Can you go into specifics as to what that actually means?
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, so archaeology proceeds in Maine, and we also work in New Hampshire and Vermont, and it proceeds in the same manner in those states by a phased approach. And a desktop study is the first phase before we go out to actually conduct any subsurface testing. Archaeology, we look at maps, we look at soil surveys, and look at the topography of an area and see what we think would be the most likely locations for potential archaeological sites. And then we call that a desktop study. In this case, in Maine, it's referred to as a phase 0, which is the report that Wolfden have. As well as the desktop review, we also do a field inspection to kind of ground truth what we see in our desktop review. So I personally went out and I walked the vast majority of the rezoning area. Anywhere I couldn't walk was anywhere really thick with vegetation. It's actually quite open. You can see for quite a long way, so you can get a really good idea of topography, landform, drainages, those kind of things. And as part of our study, as specifically outlined by the Maine Historic Preservation Commission, they outlined that there was a known archaeological site nearby, just near the where the water comes into Pickett Mountain Pond. So a known archaeological site, so I specifically looked at a similar landform, flat area near the pond to where that site was found, and also specifically MHPC were particularly concerned with the types of artifacts that were found at that site, and they believed them to be from local stone resources. So we also specifically went out, I met with Don Dudek, who you heard speak yesterday, the geologist. We went out and we specifically looked for surface geological outcrops which could have potentially been used in the past by native people to make stone tools. From the description of the previously known site, we believe that the outcrops that we found are potentially where they've got that material to make the tools for that site. So we defined those areas. We defined the same landform as the archaeological site as an archaeologically sensitive area where we might expect to find a site. And we also defined those areas of the rock outcrops themselves as another area where we might expect to find remains of activities. And I just want to clarify that when we're talking about an archaeological site, we mean very specifically things that we can identify that remain in Maine soils that we would expect to find. So normally we talk about stone tools and the leftover bits and pieces from making those stone tools. And those archaeologically sensitive areas are included in Wolfden's plans, and as far as I know so far, when Jeremy introduced the very first plans, they avoid directly impacting those sensitive areas. However, the next step of the archaeological process is for us to go out and conduct what's called a phase 1 site identification survey, which would be us to go out and actually do some subsurface excavation, see if we can identify a site in any of those defined sensitive areas. And then we would proceed with, next phases to decide what to do with a site if it was then found.
Very good, thank you.
I must admit, when I started thinking about this project, I said, as a kid, the first thing I did was look for the highest hill and climb it. And I'm thinking, why? I'm sure the Native Americans did the same thing. So I was surprised that we haven't heard more on this topic. But apparently, they also generally gathered where streams converge. For example, in Milo, they just built a new bridge across the river. And before they did that, I think they spent 3 or 4 years with an archaeological dig because they had found a sensitive site. So I guess it's hard to dig up on top of Pickett Mountain. So maybe that's why you're not finding anything there. Or at this point, it's not that obvious. And I guess the one site that has been mentioned was down near water, somewhere on the...
Yes, we work off of a predictability model, and a really good example of the model that we work off of was provided by Intervenor 2, I believe. They did a Mattawamkeag survey that got put into the documentation. And that's a good example of you are more likely to find a large site near water because that's where encampments would have been. Of course, you can't expect to find every location where a person has been. You know, these days we would cross a landscape and something might fall out of our pockets. Where would you expect to find that artifact? You can't predict on the landscape where you would look for that artifact. Most states, including Maine, do have an allowance for those types of, strictly speaking, archaeological sites, but we more commonly refer to them as find spots, individual find spots. And in a pre-contact sense, a good example might be if you were out hunting and you lost an arrow, you shot at an animal and you didn't retrieve the arrow, the shaft would degrade and the arrowhead, the point, might survive in Maine soils. And you might come across that somehow if you're walking across a landscape. But how would you predict as an archaeologist where to look to locate that artifact? And top of mountains are just a generalized landscape unless there's something very specific, like a specific resource, or they're a very specific cultural area, which would be outlined by the tribes in their analysis of our work, as somewhere extra to do more investigation at a phase 1 level.
Just as a general comment, so much of what we've heard in the last day is based on predictive models. I know that that's the way most professions operate. They have these desktop models that they run numbers through, and they come up with predictions. But I must tell you, my confidence level on those kind of things isn't real high. But then again, I'm not an expert in that. But it makes me nervous when you take a bunch of numbers and extrapolate into the future. I know you have to do something like that, but my confidence level in those kinds of predictions isn't real high. That's probably what nobody wanted to hear. Is that any more questions or comments? I believe we'll go to cross-examination.
Tell if it's on, can you? Good morning, Chair Worcester, members of the Commission, staff, and the hardest working court reporter in the state of Maine over the last day and a half. My name is Sean Mahoney. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation. And as we're getting set up, I wanted to make a request before we get into the cross-examination of this panel, similar to the request that Mr. Bloom made yesterday, which is that we think it would be of greater benefit today if we were able to recall Mr. LeBlanc, who you haven't heard from yet on direct testimony, who prepared the preliminary economic analysis. So what we'd propose is that we'd use some of our time for some of the members of this panel and then call Mr. LeBlanc up for 5 to 10 minutes of questions.
Do I hear any objections?
Isn't this the request you denied earlier?
You don't have your mic on. I don't know how that works. That looks like a different mic.
This is the request that you denied.
It's actually the request that you granted yesterday.
That's right, and I didn't say anything at the time. I thought it was a one-time event, okay? This request was made, you considered everyone's comments, and denied it. So you shouldn't change it right in the middle of the hearing.
It's within your discretion to go either way.
Okay.
I think it's within your discretion to rule either way.
My legal beagle says I have the discretion to overrule myself. I think this is what I'm going to do. Please cross-examine these people. And and then we'll bring the other witness up, and you can spend a small amount of time with them.
That's very fair, thank you. I appreciate you semi-overruling yourself. Okay, are we set, Hannah? Okay, great. So I've got some questions for Mr. Levert. Morning, Mr. Levert. As the state economist, you championed, back in 2010, you championed a relatively new concept of the importance of quality of place, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And last year, or just under a year ago, you prepared a report for the Coastal Maine Botanical Gardens, correct?
I don't recall when it was, but that is roughly correct.
That is HX 63. And in that report, or is it fair to say that Coastal Maine Botanical Gardens is a place that is consistent with that theory of quality of place, adding to the economic benefit of the state?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, quality of place is an economic framework. That's how I would use it. I wouldn't put specific types of businesses towards quality of place. But
that's fair. If we can go HX 42, Hannah. Are you aware? You're aware of Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that that also is an area consistent with this concept of quality of place?
I don't disagree with that. I just want to clarify that. To me, quality of place was an economic framework that it was a signal to communities that they had assets that they could market and use to attract people, some tourists, but more importantly, working families to their regions who would live and work and have their kids go to schools. That's what quality of place was for me.
And Exhibit 42 that's up on the screen there is a report from the National Park Service that notes that in 2021, after less than 5 years, Katahdin Woods and Waters had added about 38 jobs to the region and about 3.1 million in economic benefits. So that's a HX 42.
So is this something
This is something that was submitted last Thursday,
as
Juliet.
potentially to be used as an exhibit? So do you have a
That's
copy
correct.
that you can provide me?
I don't have it offhand. Okay.
I just want to clarify that everything that was pre-filed is not necessarily in the record. It needs to be introduced to the record through a witness. So oftentimes there's stuff that's put up for a microsecond on the screen, and it's not clear to me that that's intended to be part of the record.
This is intended to be part of the record, and it was provided, and we're using it now. To get to the region, in your pre-filed testimony...
So I'm sorry, was there a question for him on this exhibit?
I was asking if he was aware that Katahdin Woods and Waters and the National Park Service had issued a report that Katahdin Woods and Waters had added 38 jobs in the region and 3.3 million in economic benefit.
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay. In talking about the region, in your pre-filed testimony, you state that the region is not a gateway community. And I'm curious to know that if at the time you prepared the report, did you realize that the north entrance to Baxter State Park runs through Patton?
I think I did realize that. I think what I meant was that most of the economic activity for folks visiting Katahdin was fairly far away from the project. That's what I was intending to say in that statement.
Okay, but Patton is the last town before the north entrance of the park. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And, and about the region, HX 57, which is a letter to the editor from the Deputy Director of the Maine Forest Products Council. Would you agree that one of the region's principal industries is the forest products industry?
Yes.
Okay. In this...
excuse me. Sure. I think this is another case where this document isn't currently on the record.
It is part of the documents that were submitted last Thursday
Those aren't on
electronically
the
to
record
be used.
until they've been introduced.
Okay, so I'm introducing, so we
So
haven't.
anything you're going to use from last Thursday, you need to preface it by introducing it as a document that
Okay.
you want to enter on the record.
Okay.
And I think you need to ask the witness's familiarity with the document, if you intend to introduce it through that witness.
Am I late?
It's my understanding that up till now, what we've been doing is we've been allowing those pre-filed exhibits to be entered, and if the other party would like to make an objection to that, they certainly can and will consider it, but we haven't been very formal about that introduction up until now.
And I think also the problem is we have such limited time for cross-examination that if we have to enter every document and go through an authentication with the document, we're going to use all the time
No,
just
I'm
getting
not
documents into the
suggesting it
record.
needs to be authenticated, but just, you know, the document comes up on the screen for a nanosecond and then we move on. So I just want to make sure that we've identified what the document is and its relevance to the witness's testimony.
Right. Okay, so
I've given you the pathway to enter documents.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. You have your pre-filed testimony before you, correct?
I do.
Okay. So let's just turn to your pre-filed testimony. If you could turn to page 7 of your pre-filed testimony, please. On that, I'm sorry, page 8. So in your direct testimony, you talked about how the project as a whole includes both the mine as well as the processing and tailings impoundments. And most of your pre-filed testimony talks about the project as a whole, but on page 8, you talk about the economic impact of the mine only. And I just want to walk through some of those numbers with you, just so I understand this. And again, all of this information is from Wolfden. You haven't done any independent analysis of the Wolfden numbers or had any other party review their projections of spending.
Yeah, just to be clear, the inputs to the model were from Wolfden. The analysis was mine.
Okay, okay. So if we, and it's your understanding that the project has a 14-year lifespan, correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
And the first 2 years are preparation of the site?
That's right.
The next 10 years are the development of the underground mine workings and the actual mining of the ore, as well as the processing and of the tailings.
Yes.
And then 2 years for remediation.
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware that for the first 3 years, the employees will be employees of contractors and not direct hires of Wolfden.
That is what I've heard, but to be just a point of clarity about my modeling approach, what I used for the inputs to my model was the spending projections. And so the spending on labor was projected, and that's what I used. And so it was agnostic, so to speak, of whether those employees were Wolfden's or contractors. And the reason I did that, well, there's several reasons, but one of the reasons I did that is a conservative way to do this, because the model is much more conservative about spending on labor. And so so it doesn't matter whether the employees are Wolfden's or not to my modeling.
Okay. And those contracted employees don't necessarily need to be from the region. They could be coming from Canada if that's where the expertise and skills are, correct?
That's right. And so what I did in my model was make some assumptions around how much of the labor would be local. And again, so I did not assume that 100% of the labor would be local.
Okay.
I think it was roughly 75%. But again, as I said in my statement, I'm sorry to take away your time.
And are you aware that yesterday Mr. Willett testified that as part of their training plans, that they intend to pay trainees and trainers in addition to the people who are contracted to do the work in the first 3 years?
I did not listen to the hearing yesterday, I'm sorry.
So if trainees and trainers were to be included, that would either increase the total amount of wages spent or decrease the average salary amount, depending on how they paid those trainees and trainers. Is that a fair assumption?
You're saying that they could either replace employees with trainees, or they could add them onto?
The testimony was that at the same time that they were hiring people to do the work, they would also be hiring people to be trainees, so that those trainees would eventually replace the contracted employees. So they've added new people to the payroll.
My question would be, and I think Wolfden would be a better position to answer this, is that a new thing that would not be in the projected spending that was already in my model? If it is, then it would affect the results. If it was already planned for, then it would not affect my results.
Okay. Final question is, have you reviewed the report from Ms. Bouvier concerning your review? You noted in your pre-filed testimony that she agreed with some of your methodology, but you did not, perhaps understandably, note where she disagreed or had critiques of your report. Is that correct?
Is it correct that I noted that? I think that's correct.
Did you note the critiques that she had on, with respect to your approach?
In my pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
No, I did not. There's a separate memo where I responded to Ms. Bouvier's responses.
Where is that memo?
I don't know, I believe the LE, I don't know.
Have you submitted that memo to the commission? Do you know?
It's filed in connection with the applicant's response to agency review comments. I believe that was in August.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if the commission has more questions for the panel. We're going to bring back Mr. LeBlanc now.
I guess you folks can be excused. Nobody seems to have questions.
Mr. Chair, I request an opportunity following their cross to ask some limited redirect, since we're sort of going out of order here.
I note that there's time set aside for you. There's redirect in the record, in the schedule, is what I was trying to say.
I guess we're going to deny the redirect. Leo, I think you went, did I wait? I think you had the question before that you didn't get the opportunity to ask, and maybe we can ask this witness if you remember what it was.
I think some of the questions you were asking, Leo, Michael indicated that AZ Mining would be better directed, and I believe Mr. LeBlanc is from AZ Mining, so if you would like to ask those questions while he's up here.
Leo, let me know when you're ready. You ready? Why don't you put up 701, we'll start. Good morning, Mr. LeBlanc. LeBlanc, I'm sorry. I should know, I grew up in Lewiston, Auburn. If we go to the, from the 200-page PEA, preliminary economic assessment, the overall level of accuracy of all of those numbers and all of those predictions in that report is 40, plus or minus 40%. Is that correct, according to page 701 of the application?
By definition, a PEA is the first step in developing a project, and yes, it's a broad brush approach. Plus or minus 40% is normally considered the accuracy.
Okay. And in the predictions of using the 2020 numbers, the predicted overall capital expenditures were approximately $153 million. Is that correct?
I don't have the numbers in front of me.
All right.
But if you say so.
Well, all right. If can you? Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't quite read it. Like,
all right.
I've just had surgery for cataracts, so my eyes are, and I haven't got glasses yet, so.
I understand. Okay. All right. But just for the record, so it's on page 691 of the application. Do you recall that in your report, the sustaining capital, that projection was going to be approximately $100 million, page 692 of the application, also from your PEA, correct?
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Do you recall that the stating that in the PEA that market capitalization of Wolfden would be an important factor to be able to finance this project, which appears on the application at page 502? Do you recall that?
Yes, it's normal for a company.
Okay. And are you aware, if we go to hearing exhibit number 69, that the current market capitalization of this company is approximately $14.8 million Canadian, which would be about, if I got the exchange rate right, approximately $11 million.
Okay.
And so, but the market capitalization of this company would be important as to whether or not this project could be financed, correct?
It's one factor, but the project itself is the main factor. The grades of this deposit are incredible.
But we
heard from Sean yesterday.
Understood. And I'm asking you about the PEA which your company produced.
Okay.
And in which you say the market capitalization is important, and the market capitalization of this particular company is approximately $11 million.
At this time.
At this time.
As it progresses towards production, the capitalization will rise.
One of the other things that the PEA had to take into consideration was to come up with a number to be assigned to the Financial Assurance Trust. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the number that came up in the 2020 PEA that you did was $13.7 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall that in connection with the prior withdrawn application to the LUPC, there were questions that came up from the staff that said the $13.7 million looks kind of low. Could you explain it? Could you justify that? Do you recall that?
I wasn't part of that.
Okay. But do you recall in connection with the update that came out under your signature, there wasn't any update or any change to the $13.7 million for the Financial Assurance Trust. Is that correct?
The only thing I was asked to look at was relocating the mill and what the haulage costs would do to the general cash flow. The $13.7 million was not a number I came up with. It was a number developed by Wood. They went through and they costed everything out based on 100 years and based on 2% growth on the money. I have to rely on them. They're the experts. They gave me that number. What I'm familiar with in Canada, this size of a project would be somewhere between $2 and $5 million to close it out. This was a lot higher than anything I've ever dealt with.
Okay.
Well, so you say it's low, but I say it's high.
I hear you. Okay, let's put up from the application, also from the PEA, page 524, just so, and this is something that the Commission knows far better than you or I, as to these are included, the types of things that are included in the Financial Assurance Trust. Do you see that?
I can't see it.
All right. Let me try it differently. Let's go to page number 693 of the application. We're going to try and make that larger. And this is that part of which is coming out of the PEA. And in there's it tells how your company came up with the closure costs, but there doesn't appear to be any discussion as to how the company came up with the numbers to cover 100 years of monitoring or cover a catastrophic event. Do you recall that?
I can't foresee any kind of catastrophic event with this type of deposit.
Exactly. And so that even though Maine law requires coming up with enough money to cover a catastrophic event, don't foresee it, and there's no money allocated for that. Is that fair to say?
I would have to look at the details of the spreadsheet. My cash flow is fed by 25 spreadsheets. The one spreadsheet from Wood, I'd have to go into those details. I haven't got it here. What they've put in, they know the rules.
Understood. And just so that we're clear, the PEA is subject to rules from the Canadian securities folks, right?
Yes.
And so, if we were to go and hearing exhibit number 36, we're going to look at page 38, just for a moment, for a very brief moment. And so there are limitations to what you could do with a PEA, correct? That is, the securities folks say, basically don't be overselling what you think you have, right? Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Okay.
And I think I hear a bell, so I'm going to stop. Thank you.
Leo, do you have some questions for this witness?
Yes, thank you. Monsieur Leblanc, you speak about projections on a consistent basis, assumptions. We've heard, again, I'm reiterating the chair, predictive models, but we know that those are nothing more than best guesstimates going forward. Would you agree with that?
They are an educated guess.
Okay, so that being said, I guess the model that I would revert to, and I think the commission should have access to, are actual financial statements that are audited. And because we're looking at a book valuation as opposed to an assumption going forward. And I'm assuming that since you're publicly traded, that you have such documents and that they should be.
I'm not publicly traded.
But Wolfden is.
But I'm not Wolfden.
Have you looked at their financial statements?
No. I was hired to do a job. I was hired to design a mine, which is what we did. And we put our best estimates forward as to what that would cost. A preliminary economic assessment is the first step in moving towards bringing a project to production. Okay, it's not carved in stone. All it does is give the idea of what a deposit could be, the possibility of what could happen here. It gives the company an idea where they've finished enough drilling to do a resource and put numbers to that, put a value to that. Should we spend any money moving forward with this project, or should we just walk away from it? This is, in my mind, a good project. Okay, the grades are very good. I've heard a lot about the volatility of markets. Well, we usually work on a 3-year trailing average for prices. That kind of smooths the volatility out. I mean, I was looking at it this morning while everything was going on. Zinc over the last 4 years is down, from the PEA, it's down a nickel. lead is down a nickel. Copper's up 60 cents, 20%. Gold's up over $400. Silver's up. The overall blend of how this works is, I ran some numbers before these meetings. The project is up 2%.
And if you're using an average of 3 years, I'm thinking back 3 years ago, silver was running around $11 an ounce.
18.
3 years ago, it was 11. I know I traded it, and it went to as high as 26. So there's some considerable fluctuations.
There are.
And that's
But-
what that's why I'm asking about the inputs that are putting in as these models are developed. I mean, they fluctuate considerably. And to simply look at the expenses and not take into account the revenues, especially the revenues that will be needed on a consistent basis in order to make cash flow, in order to pay the bills, is a relevant piece.
That's fine, but all we have to work with is the past. Nobody can predict the future. That's why we work with a trailing average of 3 years. Every month, you know, what the price was, it's all averaged out. This deposit, I think, if for this deposit to become, I think, even break even, you'd need 40-cent zinc. We haven't seen 40-cent zinc in decades. I mean, if the prices go down, they won't develop the deposit. Right now, what they're looking at doing is moving forward with this process.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. We have time for staff questions. I think we've, no, go ahead.
I need to understand something here that keeps coming up about contracted labor in the first 2 years. We've heard it a number of times today. And I'm trying in my own mind to figure out why we would need to bring in contractors to do generalized work. The site development itself is clearing of trees, clearing of vegetation, setups, those types of things. And I know that both sides have talked about contracted labor, but in my own mind, I'm trying to figure out, I lived up in this area north of here for 7 or 8 years, worked the Allagash, and I know that there's plenty of talent in the area to take care of that. So when I hear people talking about the economics of contracted labor, I'm trying to figure out where that's going to come from, because there's sure as heck plenty of it available in the area. That's just maybe a general statement, but it's something that as I've listened for the last day and a half, I keep hearing about this period of when we're going to bring in contracted labor. Bringing in contracted labor to me means there are contractors probably available locally who will be utilized. Maybe larger companies, maybe smaller companies, I'm not sure. But main companies.
My suggestion would be, the end of the day tomorrow, the applicant has an opportunity for redirect. I think if there's any outstanding questions that commissioners have, we could maybe use that opportunity to ask some final questions. It sounds like that would probably be directed to Mr. Ouellette, who I'm imagining will be around and available for redirect and further questions.
Yes, that was going to be my suggestion as well. Thank
Okay.
Can I clarify one thing about the questions? I think the statement I made in my opening statement as well, which was that it was about the underground workers, was the reference to the contract.
It's probably best to have Mr. Ouellette describe it, so we're all on the same page.
I just didn't want to think I was misrepresenting.
We're going to take a 15-minute break.
Okay, well, okay. Sit over here.
I understand there might have been one or two late to the party this morning. So if you're going to testify and you weren't sworn in when we did that before, please stand and I'll swear you in now. Just one? Okay. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. I believe it's Intervenor 2's testimony and evidence that we're about to hear.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Johnson. I worked for the Natural Resources Council for 30 years, and I retired in 2020, 2 weeks before the pandemic shut down. Best decision I ever made. I think I may have the distinction of having, as a member of the public, having attended the most meetings of the Land Use Planning Commission and the Land Use Regulation Commission over the last 30 years. So it's nice to be back. Those of you that I have met before, nice to see you, and nice to meet those of you I haven't met before. We're going to have a big change of pace now in terms of what we're going to talk about. I was, when I worked for NRCM, I was involved in the drafting as a member of the public of both the 1997 and the 2010 comprehensive land use plans. And I'm going to talk primarily about the values and the mission of the land use plan and how this project does or does not further those principal values. You probably recall that the very beginning of the comprehensive land use plan talks about the 4 principal values of the jurisdiction, and that's largely what I'm going to talk about. There was a lot of conversation yesterday about the Chapter 200 rules that the DEP applies, and I just want
a moment, please.
Can I raise a
Honor.
point of order?
Yep.
I believe in procedural order 2, maybe it was 3, you ruled testimony on the club was not necessary, would not be allowed because of your rules under Chapter 12. So
I don't recall that.
Well, let's go on with it, and I'll go through the procedural order and come back if I've remembered it correctly.
Yeah. No, I don't, does anyone else recall that?
That's a criteria, so I think it would be.
Well, we had asked to have the club as an issue for discussion, and you said no.
I think he's referring to the topics for the hearing. There was a specific list of topics for the hearing.
Yeah, I don't have that memory. But,
Okay.
but then again, you know, I'm up there.
I'll go through the orders, Your Honor.
Abby, can I remind you to slow down a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry. Maine's North Woods are incredibly special because they're the largest relatively unfragmented forest in the U.S. east of the Mississippi. Because of its size, this large unfragmented forest does 4 primary things. It conserves multiple diverse ecosystems and natural resources that are crucial for the protection of biodiversity. It provides diverse recreational opportunities ranging from motorized to non-motorized and from intensive to widely dispersed primitive recreational experiences. It provides economic opportunities based on sustainable forestry and outdoor recreation. And it retains a natural character, which furthers all of these previous 3 values, providing a high quality of life for Maine residents and visitors alike. natural resource protection, recreational opportunities, economic opportunities based on the forest, and the natural character. Those are the 4 principal values that the comprehensive land use plan directs the commission to retain. The LUPC jurisdiction continues to provide...
Excuse me, Kathy, we need to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Could we have a brief caucus with council and the chairman?
Excuse me? We can't go off the record. Yeah, I think we're all going to need to speak into our microphones for this conversation. We can't have sidebars like you can in a court.
Do you need that?
Two of us had put the CLUP as issues for the issues list to be discussed today, and the discussion was that was not appropriate. And the underlying part, the chairman said that you can talk about the CLUP in relation to another issue. That's not what we're listening to. We're listening to a dissertation on the CLUP.
I remember that discussion now, and if I recall, the presiding officer issued the order. He can correct me if I'm wrong. I think what we were aiming for there was that we wouldn't need the CLUP as a separate topic. Yeah. And we can tie in, which, as I understand, I've read Ms. Johnson's testimony. I believe she's tying in those topics related to natural resource impacts, water and fish resources to the CLUP, which is a standard we are charged with assessing that this is compliant with. So I would advise that she be allowed to continue, but the decisions with the presiding officer.
Could I just clarify one thing? We had identified consistency with the CLUP as a topic for the hearing, which is exactly what Ms. Johnson is testifying to. So necessarily, consistency with the CLUP would be talking about how the project ties into values of the CLUP. So we had originally proposed to have a witness testify similarly to Ms. Johnson. That being said, I don't object to proceeding, but I do think it should be noted that we had specifically identified consistency with the CLUP as an issue, and it's primarily a legal policy issue as opposed to a factual issue.
I suppose I can always revert to, I have the authority to overrule myself. I'm going to let her continue. Proceed, Kathy.
Thank you very much. The LUPC jurisdiction continues to provide these principal values in the year 2023, largely because of the existence of the Land Use Planning Commission and its predecessor, the Land Use Regulation Commission. For the last 50 years, LUPC and LURC have faithfully maintained the vision that is set out in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan to retain these 4 principal values. Adherence to the vision and the goals, policies, and regulations that implement that vision have largely avoided the incremental loss of unfragmented forests that is seen throughout the eastern U.S. Turning first to the existing natural resources and features, the CLUP focuses on maintaining, quote, diverse, abundant, and unique high-value natural resources and features, close quote. The site of the proposed mine is part of the Katahdin region, which includes Katahdin Woods and Waters National Park, National Monument, Baxter State Park, and numerous other public and private conservation lands interspersed with sustainably managed forest lands. The area includes a wide variety of interconnected ecosystem types. It provides habitats for many types of plants, invertebrates, fish and wildlife, including nearly the full complement of predators: weasels, otters, martens, bobcats, coyotes, and lynx. This full complement of predators is not found in small parcels of conservation land. You need the large, unfragmented forest to have this full complement of predators. And you need the large, undeveloped, unfragmented forest to provide this habitat for these predators so that they can maintain viable and healthy populations over time. In addition to terrestrial habitats, the area includes pleasant mud and grass lakes and Pickett Mountain Pond, pristine, clean water resources providing habitat for aquatic species of all types. Also of international significance in the area are the dark skies of Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument that have been recognized as an international dark skies sanctuary. The sanctuary status is the most protected of all of the dark sky categories. And I believe there's a letter in the record from the Dark Skies International folks that talks about more about the process and the reasons for the dark sky. But one of the things in that letter that jumped out at me the most was that 99% of the population live in areas with polluted skies. What we have in the Dark Skies Sanctuary at Katahdin Woods and Waters is very, very, very rare. There are only 2 such places in the United States. And they noted also in that letter that light pollution is growing at 10% a year. So not only is our dark skies very rare, but we are losing them in a significant amount every year. And dark skies, light has a significant impact, not just for humans to see the sky, which is important, but light has significant negative impacts on a wide variety of wildlife. It affects their movements and their life cycles. So light is really an important aspect of the natural environment. And the other thing they mentioned in their letter is that the glow of light is visible from quite a distance, and perhaps many of you have experienced this when you've been in a dark area and you can see the glow of a town 10, 15, 20 miles away. Light really does travel quite some distance. And what we have in Katahdin Woods and Waters is a sanctuary, the most protected of all the dark sky places. Dark Skies International does work with communities and towns and other areas to encourage lower light pollution types of lights and so forth, and that's all excellent. And for any kind of development, we should be encouraging the types of lights that direct light down. But that doesn't mean that every place is okay to have lights pointing down. We need to maintain these areas that are completely dark because they are so rare. All of these natural resources and features, whether it's the dark skies, the predators, the wildlife, the ponds, would be significantly degraded by stripping the land and converting it to industrial uses, by the light, dust, and noise of the operation and transportation associated with it, and the high potential for environmental pollutants in the water or soils. These effects are not consistent with maintaining, quote, the diverse, abundant, and unique high-value natural resources and features, close quote, envisioned by the club. Turning now to recreational opportunities, the club focuses on maintaining, quote, diverse and abundant recreational opportunities, close quote. The Katahdin region currently has a wide variety of recreational opportunities, from dispersed primitive pursuits like paddling, camping, hunting, fishing, bird watching, stargazing, and exploring, to more organized pursuits including trails for hikers, cross-country skiers, snowmobilers, and ATVers. Visitors come to the Katahdin region for all of these activities. These activities take place in Baxter State Park, Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument, the International Appalachian Trail, the Sobois River Trail, and the extensive ATV and snowmobile trail networks. And visitors come for dispersed primitive activities in the remote and undeveloped forest that surround all of these attractions, conserved lands, and the proposed mine site. The area immediately around the proposed mine site is part of this large undeveloped landscape needed to provide this full diversity of recreational opportunities in the Katahdin region. The immediate area provides both important trails, the Mount Chase Trail, the International Appalachian Trail, and ATV and snowmobile trails, and unfragmented areas for all of the dispersed primitive recreational pursuits, such as fishing, camping, hunting, and bird watching. Patton is a gateway community for outdoor recreation of all types. Patton is the gateway to the north end of Baxter State Park, as we heard earlier, and it's also the gateway to the north end of Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument, and it's also the gateway to the Sobois River Trail, which has been recently upgraded, and it's the gateway to all of the dispersed lakes, ponds, camping places, fishing places, hunting areas. So it's a hub for outdoor recreation in the north part of the Katahdin region. The key to Patton's outdoor recreation draw, whether they are ATVers or hikers or anglers, is the large unfragmented landscape, the so-called Northwoods experience. The proposed mine and associated industrial activities, destruction of habitat, dust, noise, and water and light pollution would degrade or destroy many of these recreational opportunities, not just in the proposed mine area, but in the greater Katahdin region. This industrial activity would degrade or destroy the reputation of the Patton area as a remote Northwoods experience. Once that reputation is lost, it will be lost not just for the 10 or so years the mine will be operating, but for decades, if not forever. Closely related to the negative impacts on the diverse and abundant recreational opportunities are the negative impacts that the mine would cause to the regional economy. The club envisions a sustainable economy based on the forest. The forest-based economy includes both forestry and outdoor recreation. The outdoor recreation economy in the Patton region, according to the applicant, increased almost 30% between 2010 and 2021. This period included a significant and continuing growth in investment in outdoor recreation, including the establishment of Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument, the upgrading of the Saboas River Trail, and the upgrading and expansion of lodges such as Mount Chase Lodge, and retail and service establishments catering to outdoor recreation enthusiasts of all types in the Patton region. Simply drive through Patton and you will see kayaks and more outdoor equipment that you would not have seen 15 years ago. Outdoor recreation is a growing industry in the Patton region. All of this outdoor recreation-based economy is compatible with the forestry that continues in the region. As envisioned by the club, the forestry and outdoor recreation economies are interconnected and can enhance each other. An industrial mine, on the other hand, would significantly damage perception of the region, which in turn would negatively impact the outdoor recreation economy. Last, but perhaps most important, the proposed mine would degrade or restore the natural character of the region. As the club notes, the natural character includes, quote, the uniqueness of a vast forested area that is largely undeveloped and remote, close quote. The club further states, quote, remoteness and the absence of development are perhaps the most distinctive of the jurisdiction's principal values, due mainly to their increasing rarity in the northeastern United States. And you can see on this slide the roads in not just northeastern, but the entire eastern United States. And Maine's North Woods sticks out, I would say, like a sore thumb, except that suggests that it's bad. You can clearly see the area that we are talking about as one of the most natural areas in the eastern United States. Continuing with the club, quote, these values may be difficult to quantify, but they are integral to the jurisdiction's identity and to its overall character, close quote. The region's natural character is the foundation that supports the region's other three principal values, the natural resources, the outdoor recreation, and the forest-based economy. And it is the natural character that is most threatened by the industrial mine development. An industrial mine at Pickett Mountain would destroy the natural character of the region and cause undue adverse impacts on the natural resources, the recreational opportunities, and the local economy. The overriding public values that the CLUP and the LUPC regulations are intended to protect. These public values outweigh any short-term economic benefits a mine might provide. Today, you're faced with a proposal that would chip away at these priceless values of the North Woods. This proposal is inconsistent with the faithful application of the long-term vision, goals, and policies of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and the intent of the laws and regulations implementing the CLUP, and would cause undue adverse impacts on the natural character, the natural resources, the recreational opportunities, and the local economy of the area, the four principal values the CLUP charges you to retain. Thank you.
There's more on this panel.
I think they're not done yet.
Kevin, you can tap them through my, tap it.
Tap it. I have a color one. Hear me. There we go. Sorry about that. anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Everybody hear me? Okay. Good morning. I'm Isaac St. John. I'm a member of the Wolfden Band of Maliseet Indians, or the Madaxonigiak, which means people of the Meduxnequag River, which is a more localized name for the Wolfden Band, which comes from the Maliseet, which is Wolastoqey, which is people of the Beautiful River. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for my tribe, which means that I am the State Historic Preservation Officer's position, but for tribal lands and affairs. And what that means is I deal with Section 106 reviews for projects that receive federal funding or Army Corps of Engineer wetlands permitting issues. Up here, as you can see on my first slide, is our tribal seal. And I just want to, oh, this is the clicker. And just say that our people are a river people, a water people, and river and water is important to us. As you can see here, this is the traditional territory of the Wabanaki people, which is consisting of the 4 tribes in Maine, the Penobscot, Maliseet, Micmac, Passamaquoddy. In the center there, highlighted, is the Maliseet traditional territory, which abuts several other traditional territories. And to that point, I want to say that the traditional territories on these maps aren't set boundaries, but rather sort of membranes that villages and groups of people would go through based upon waterways, tributaries, rivers, lakes, portages within their main sort of territory. Again, we are a river people. Throughout the center of our territory is the St. John River, or the Wolastoq, which means beautiful river. And it includes both the main river itself, its tributaries, lakes, streams, brooks, including the Meduxnequag River, which is where my tribe is currently located on the American side of the border versus the Canadian side, which is a more, obviously hard border than what the tribal borders were and are. And this map just shows the current tribal holdings. This is made, I made this a couple years ago, so there's a little bit more that might not be included on this map. But as you can see that it is, specifically in the Penobscot area, based upon the Penobscot River. This is why it's sort of like a snake shape in the center. But most of the tribal holdings are based around water, and sort of the main tribal holdings are based around rivers and streams and tributaries. So again, the Wabanaki people are river people and water people. So water is central to a lot of our cultural practices and beliefs. These are pictures of the Meduxnequag River, which runs through Wolfden, Maine, and through our tribal territory. The top 2 pictures are from this, a few summers ago when the water was relatively low, and the bottom 2 are from this fall, where we had a lot of rain, so it's relatively high. I bring up the Meduxnequag and its watersheds and everything else to sort of bring home the point that we are not new to river pollution and river restoration. For the last 30 years, for my entire life, we had been working with the town and several other ecological groups to restore the river to what we believe would be the pre-contact health of the river, or at least trying to get it to that point. We had been removing heavy metals from the river and trying to reintroduce other types of fish and cultural practices upon the river that have been lost because of industrial impacts that have been keeping us from practicing our culture. Up until recently, we were only allowed to eat one fish a month, one fish portion, which is the size of a playing card deck per month per person. And they recently upgraded that to 2 portions per month per person, which is a very different situation to what we're used to, traditionally speaking, before industrial pollutants. And growing up, I never used to fish in this river because of that fact, because you couldn't really eat what you catch in this river. And I wouldn't fish just to trophy fish or just to fish. I would fish to eat and consume the fish that I caught. But this goes to the fact that when I speak about a river or a specific water body, it's not just the river pictured, it's the tributaries, the lakes, the everything connected to that river or within that watershed. This is a predictive model of the Meduxnekeag River watershed based on a study back in, I believe 1992, to help with a bridge upgrade near our tribal lands. I mention this because of the area of northern Maine has significantly less area of study than southern Maine. And to create a predictive model based on previous research and previous findings is harder to do up in northern Maine because of the lack of body of research in the area versus southern Maine. So there's a little bit more degree of accuracy. There's less degree of accuracy in these models than there would be in, say, southern Maine, where there's more research done. And to the point of the previous testimony, if there was a letter sent to the tribe, I didn't receive it. It might have gone to the chief, and the chief is a busy woman. She's all over the state, all over the country, and she gets a lot of mail. And for the most part, for culturally significant projects, culturally significant anything, it usually comes to me as well, since I do deal with preservation and revitalization. So if there was a letter, it didn't get to the right people. And to their study, I don't find any fault in sort of their phase work, but I do find that there is less emphasis on the cultural aspects on the land itself, such as medicines, plants, animals that are culturally significant to the tribes in the area, rather than just money-making trees, money-making items on the environment. So there's that breakdown between economically important objects versus culturally important plants and animals, objects that I would like to bring up. Finally, I would just like to reiterate again, we are a river people. Water access, water health, river health, that's all important to our people, and that's why I'm here today, to try and reiterate that what could be not a polluted watershed in the best cases still might be in the worst cases, and that culturally does not stay within the single watershed. Culturally, that affects other watersheds because of just how attached to watersheds we are. And I would just like to sort of add how important water is to us with a few sort of stories. I'm not going to tell you stories, I'm just going to sort of tell you about stories that we have culturally that deal with water. We have stories about horned serpents in the water that are sort of just telling you to respect the water, not to play around in it because you can get washed away. Fanged serpents in Passamaquoddy Bay that take people away to be aware of the dangers of water. We have a story about a lake monster that has soaked up all the water and isn't allowing people to drink the water, so we have our cultural hero go and defeat this monster and turn him into, well, there's some variations, turn him into a frog or just beat him and then release all the water for the tribes to use and drink. And then there's other cultural aspects that are more close to home of fiddleheads, if anybody's ever had fiddleheads from the river, which are pre-furled ostrich fern. I guess they're buds. I don't remember what specifically they're called. We have sweetgrass, which when I say medicine, I don't necessarily mean stuff that you eat or take in sort of like pill form. It could mean something sort of like spiritually, you burn it for incense, stuff like that. Sweetgrass is a medicine that we use. Cattails, which are called the or the supermarket of the wetlands, because you can use them for food, cordage making, fire making, all sorts of stuff. And ashwood, which grows near wetlands. And these are all sort of plants that may and could be impacted by industrial pollutants that we would have to sort of limit our use and limit our inclusion into our cultural practices. And I think that is it for me.
I think now we come to the applicant's cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Juliette Brown for the applicant. Nice to see you, Ms. Johnson. Nice to meet you, Mr. St. John. Given limited time, I think probably most of my questions are going to be directed to Ms. Johnson. So do you have a copy of your pre-filed testimony with you?
I do.
Great. Okay, so on page 2, you state that the club allows economic activities based on outdoor recreation, forestry, and farming, and that was in your direct presentation as well. Now, you would agree, wouldn't you, that the club and this commission have allowed a broad range of economic activities that go well beyond outdoor recreation, forestry, and farming?
Well, the club specifically calls those out as the focus of economic development. They may have allowed other things when there aren't public values that override them.
So you're aware that...
That's the vision is for forest-based.
And you're aware that the commission has approved multiple renewable energy projects as being consistent with the club, correct?
I'm not sure that I'm aware of what rural energy projects the commission has approved.
So, for example, the Kibbe Wind Project, the commission rezoned more than 2,000 acres for wind, correct?
Yes.
And more recently, the commission has rezoned more than 600 acres for solar development as part of the Three Corners project, correct?
I'm not familiar with that one.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Could you just move the mic a little bit closer? I'm a little bit hard of hearing sometimes.
Sorry.
And are you aware that the commission's also recently approved the rezoning for the Three Rivers project, again, more than 600 acres for solar energy, and in a location that abuts the west branch of the Narraguagus River?
Certainly, all of these renewable energy projects are important for the transition to a climate, a new climate future, and climate impacts have impacted a lot of the natural resources. So these projects that help hedge against climate change are important for protecting the principal values of the jurisdiction.
So you would agree that the commission should take into account the value of advancing the clean energy economy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware that the commission has rezoned areas for residential and hotel development, specifically the Plum Creek Moosehead concept plan. They rezoned more than 16,000 acres for dwellings and resorts.
That was primarily an outdoor recreation development, and it did not happen.
But the commission concluded that more than 2,000 dwelling units and 1,050 resort accommodations, that type of development was also consistent with the club.
It was part of outdoor recreation.
And you're aware that the club also specifically contemplates mining in the jurisdiction.
Yes, when there aren't overriding public values, which I believe there are here.
And you're also aware that, and maybe we could pull up section 681, statutory change. Are you aware that the legislature updated section 681, which governs the commission's activities and purpose and scope of what they do?
Yes, there have been a number of changes over the 30 years that I worked for NRCM.
And this particular change resulted in an increased focus on economic development and honoring the rights and desires of local populations, correct?
It did, but if you look at the basis statement for this, you'll see that it's clearly balanced with maintaining protection for all of the other values that are mentioned in the purpose statement.
Okay, well, are you aware that the commission approved guidance after this statutory change, 2012 guidance? Are you familiar with that guidance document?
I am. I don't have it in front of me, but I have read it in the past.
Okay, and you're aware that as part of that guidance, the commission concluded that as part of the balancing that they do, consistent with this statutory change, they were going to place increased emphasis on, one, serving the regions in which the unorganized and deorganized areas are located, two, honoring the rights and participation of residents and property owners, and three, encouraging and facilitating regional economic viability.
I'm not familiar with that document you're reading from, and I don't see it there, so I'm a little confused. So what you just read was what's at the bottom of page 3?
Yes.
It's at the bottom of page 3.
Okay.
But I do know, having read that, I can't give you the exact plate, but I do know that that document also reinforces that this is not to contradict the Commission's traditional protection of natural resources, abundant outdoor recreation opportunities, the local economy, and the natural character. So it was some increased recognition of regional interests, but not that suggesting that regional interests should override the statewide interest that the Land Use Planning Commission is directed to.
No, but it specifically
consider.
places increased focus on economic viability, correct?
I think it was more like increased
Okay, that's all right.
consideration.
I'll let the commission's familiar with their own guidance, that's fine. So I think you also talk about the value of remoteness in the jurisdiction. And I think you suggested that this is a remote area, or let me back up. As I understand your testimony, the commission places increased emphasis on sort of remoteness values within the jurisdiction, correct?
The vision for the club talks about remoteness as being part of the principal value to be protected, yes.
And could you pull up the location map? So are you aware that T6 R6 touches the town of Hershey, which is incorporated?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
This one? And you're aware that Mount Chase and Morrow Plantation on either side of T6 R6 are both locations of primary and secondary locations for the commission?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that particular map. If you have it, I'd be happy to see it.
That's okay. If you're not familiar with it, no problem. And you're also aware, now you could bring up the expedited wind permitting map, please. You're aware that T6 R6 is within the expedited permitting area, correct?
I have not been aware of a wind project in that area, so I haven't really focused on which parts of that area are expedited for wind.
Okay. Well, you, when you were with NRCM, do you recall meeting with Alec Giffen when they were determining areas that were appropriate or not appropriate for expedited wind power?
I recall many, many meetings with Alec Giffen. I'm not sure if I'm recalling any specific meeting that you're talking about.
But this area was in fact expedited, and I think as you can tell from the map, not only is T6 R6 expedited, which means it's rezoned to allow grid-scale wind energy, correct? That's what it means to be within the expedited wind permitting area?
Yes.
And that Morrow Plantation and Mount Chase are also within the expedited wind power, zone for wind power. You'll have to take
I can't
my word
see
for
that
it.
from the map from here.
Okay.
My eyes aren't that good either.
Okay. Well, so in fact, isn't there a, all things being equal, a desire to place development closer to the edge of the jurisdiction as opposed to its remote core?
Yes, in general, but it's important to evaluate each particular site.
Absolutely, but this is on the edge of the jurisdiction as opposed to the remote core of the jurisdiction.
I wouldn't call this the edge of the jurisdiction, given that the towns that are surrounding it are so undeveloped. If you drive between north from Patton, it's clearly a very remote area, and this goes off the road.
But the edge of the jurisdiction refers to the border between the organized and the unorganized jurisdiction. So I didn't ask whether it's remote or heavily populated, but it is on the edge of the jurisdiction.
It is remote and not heavily populated.
That wasn't my question. It is on the edge of the jurisdiction.
I guess you could say that.
You also talked about the dark sky. I wonder if we could pull up the dark sky application. Were you involved at all in the application for the Katahdin Woods and Waters dark sky?
I was not.
Okay. Were you aware that that's something that a landowner applies for and requests certification for?
Yes.
And are you aware that as part of their application, they identified threats to the dark sky?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
So could you flip to the page that as part of their application, they identified areas that presented a threat And in the application, they specifically identified proximity to other communities as threats to the dark sky.
Yes.
So Millinocket, East Millinocket, Medway, Patton, and Mount Chase.
Yes.
And you're aware that as part of that designation and application, Katahdin Woods and Waters also agreed to implement the types of dark sky night lighting recommendations that Wolfden is proposing to follow here.
I believe that the application talks about avoiding lights whenever possible.
Correct. So they're implementing the same guidelines that Wolfden would be following. It may be implemented different,
That's
but
not
the
my
principles.
understanding. My understanding of the application is that they are going to avoid lights altogether because of whenever possible, and that's not what I understand Wolfden is going to do.
So
They're gonna
including
have
with
lighting and
lodges and other kinds of infrastructure that they may be developing?
Sorry, what was the first part of that question?
Including avoid lights associated with any infrastructure that they may be developing?
I assume so. I'm not deeply involved in the management of the monument.
Okay. You had a number of slides and talked about wildlife impacts and threats presented by fragmentation of habitat. Would you agree that size matters when you're talking about habitat fragmentation?
Definitely.
And are you aware that this rezoned area is 347 acres?
Something like that.
Okay. And just for context, are you aware that the Saddleback Ski Area, which is another DPD rezoned area, is more than 2,000 acres?
I'm not familiar with Saddleback size.
Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, the Kibbe Wind Project rezoned more than 2,000 acres?
I don't recall the exact acreage.
Okay. And are you aware of other rezonings that the commission has done a DPD rezoning for?
My memory is faded since I retired 3 years ago. I'm not sure.
Okay, but you would agree, at least of the ones you're familiar with, that this would be one of the smallest DPD rezone areas?
I can't recall. I would
Okay.
have to look at the data.
But you would agree the commission should take into account size when they're evaluating the impact on habitat fragmentation?
I thought your question earlier had to do with the size of the habitat overall. Any development causes habitat fragmentation, particularly when it's in the woods, as this one is far off, miles away from the public road. So it's fragmenting a much larger area than the actual 300 whatever acres.
So you're aware that Wolfden owns a parcel that's more than 7,000 acres?
Yes.
And that they're only proposing to develop and rezone 347 acres, correct?
Yes. Well,
And-
whatever it is. I keep
and-
hearing different numbers,
and the-
364, 347, whatever.
And the remainder of their land will remain in forestry management?
That's my understanding.
Which
I'm not
is-
sure there's any legal requirement for that.
And you're also aware that they're using existing access roads, so they're not going to have to construct new access roads, which might fragment the habitat.
My understanding is that they're going to have to widen the roads significantly to enable the trucks and the 300-plus trips a day that I understand will be going in and out of the mine site.
So your assumption is the roads will be significantly widened?
That was my understanding from the application.
So even if there were some widening of the roads, you would agree that it would be preferable to do that than to construct new access roads through the forest?
Yes, it's always preferable to use existing roads.
You had some slides that were painted a lovely picture of the jurisdiction. Now, would you agree that one of the defining characters of the unorganized area, which is more than 10 million acres, is private ownership of land that is predominantly in forest management?
Yes.
So it's not the case that the majority of the area is a national park or a national monument, correct?
That's correct. Most of the pictures I showed, though, were of the private land surrounding the proposed mine site.
I didn't see anything in active forest management or clearings or forest roads.
I was showing the area around the proposed mine site. That's what it looks like right now.
You would agree, though, that one of the defining characters of the jurisdiction is it's a multi-use area.
I'm not sure what you mean by multi-use. I would agree that a large part of the jurisdiction is managed for forestry, and that when clear cuts happen, they're not pretty, but they grow back. Most of Baxter State Park was under forest management before it became a park, so the forest, when it's managed for forestry on a sustainable basis, does grow back, and as we can see from the pictures around the Pickett Mountain mine, that the forest looks quite nice in that area right now.
And one of the other defining characters of the jurisdiction is probably that private landowners allow public access to their property for recreational use. Wouldn't you agree?
That is a long-standing, wonderful practice in northern Maine that's not found anywhere else, and I think it's also a result of the very large unfragmented forest that we have, that it has not been parcelized and no trespassing signs put up.
And you're aware that Wolfden intends to allow continued public access to the remainder of their 7,000 acres that's not being rezoned?
Yes.
And I think you actually, in your testimony, said you've been to the project site, correct?
That's correct.
So you went along a private road to get there, and you went on private property to get there, correct?
That's the long-standing practice in northern Maine, is that lands that aren't posted are open to the public.
Right.
It's a wonderful thing about our forest.
And it requires landowner permission, correct?
The landowners have, by not gating it, have generally given permission, yes.
And you understand that snowmobile and ATV use will continue on the Wolfden and surrounding parcels uninterrupted, correct?
That's what I read in the application.
So fair to say you're not as familiar with the ATV and snowmobile recreational user group as you are with the hiking passive
I'm not as
recreational
familiar,
use.
but on one of my trips to the region, I did talk with some ATVers that I ran into when I was looking at the Pickett Mountain site, and we got into a conversation about the proposed mine, and I was quite interested that these ATVers were very opposed to the proposed mine.
Do you have their names?
I do not have their names.
So you're not suggesting the commission should rely on this anecdotal conversation you had to evaluate whether ATV clubs and ATV users and snowmobile clubs and snowmobile users are generally supportive or not supportive of the project?
It's one piece of data that they can consider as they wish.
Right, but you wouldn't suggest that that would be appropriate for them to rely on. We don't know who they are, and it was an anecdotal conversation that you had with some unknown people, right?
It was a spur-of-the-moment conversation that I had on the road with some ATVers.
You heard the testimony of Terry Hill today?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree she's very involved in ATV and snowmobile communities and business, correct?
Yes, I've seen the growth of their business as I've gone through there.
Okay. And you wouldn't disagree it's an important economic engine in the community?
It is one of the types of outdoor recreation that's part of the outdoor recreation economy in the region, along with all the other ones that I mentioned.
And you're not suggesting to the commission that you're particularly well positioned to comment on the impact of this project on her type of business, are you?
Not specifically on her type of business, but on outdoor recreation in general.
Okay, but you don't own a small business in the region, do you?
No, I don't. But I do know a lot of business owners. I got quite acquainted with many business owners in the region during my work on Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument. So I know a lot of folks who run businesses in the Katahdin region.
But you would agree the commission should listen to the voices of the businesses directly as opposed to anecdotal opinions that you might have on those businesses.
Well, I will say that I've talked to a number of the business owners who own businesses in the region, and they are able to speak up on this project because they fear it will have an adverse impact on their businesses.
Okay.
So I'm afraid that the commission is not
With
going
all
to hear
due
from many
respect,
businesses.
I'm going to move to strike. That is not responsive, and it's third-party hearsay. I think it would be helpful for the commission to hear directly about your views and what you've experienced as opposed to your thoughts about what other people might or might not be feeling.
Well, what I've experienced is business owners who are unwilling to speak up because they feel it will hurt their businesses.
So you don't have any specific examples?
I'm not going to say anything because it will affect those people's businesses.
Okay, well, I renew my objection to strike that testimony. You would agree that the CLUP requires a balancing.
I agree with that.
So the commission has to balance, on the one hand, the values that you've articulated very eloquently and shown pictures of, with, on the other hand, regional economic development that was articulated very eloquently by Terry Hill.
The regulations that CLUP has regarding mining are clear that the balance should be between the mine and the overriding public values. So yes, the commission needs to do that balancing act. And I think in this case, the overriding public values of this region are clear, partly because the economics of the region rely on the natural resources and the outdoor recreation and the natural character.
And including significantly snowmobiling and ATV use, correct?
Including snowmobile and ATVs, absolutely.
So it's a
camping
multitude of uses. It's not just one.
I think I have made clear in my testimony that the recreational uses go all the way from non-motorized to motorized, from very organized to very dispersed primitive recreation. I think all of those types of recreation happen in the Katahdin region and should be able to continue.
I think that's all I have. 2 minutes to spare. I'm keeping track of it. I'm coming back for it later.
I think we've reached the court reporter's break. So we'll take 15 minutes.
Thank you. So do you.
need a mirror or something up there. Before we go on, I'm going to go back and support Ms. Brown's request to strike the comments relative to what area business people might or might not be willing to say. Now it's intervener one's cross.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Dean Bopayne. I'm here for H.C. Haynes Incorporated. Mr. St. John, I'd like to ask you a question. Would you agree that if this zone change is approved by the commission, that the zone change alone, without a permit under Chapter 200, will not adversely affect any of your nation's interests?
I'm not aware of Chapter 200 guidelines.
Well, that is a DEP rule under which a mining permit would be processed. And as part of that rule, DEP has to make a determination that there are no adverse impacts on any uses, or if there are any adverse impacts, they can be mitigated.
I don't have that knowledge.
Well, assume.
I can't say comfortably.
Okay, well, the zone change itself, what will that do to adversely impact the nation's interests if it doesn't authorize any work, any permit, anything at all other than filing an application with the DEP?
I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable on that.
Well, if the zone change is approved, will there be any change in surface water runoff?
Asked and answered. I think he's asked the same line of questions several times, and he says he's not familiar.
Or he doesn't know?
I think we need to move on.
Thank you. Mrs. Johnson, did you testify in your direct testimony that there'd be 300 trips a day of trucks?
I believe the application says that there will be 55 round trips by ore-carrying trucks and additional, as I recall, roughly 200 with employees and contractors and visitors and so forth going back, for a total of roughly 300 vehicle trips along the roads per day.
And would you see the same problem with heavy truck traffic as opposed to employee cars?
I think they both have adverse impacts on wildlife, and the heavy trucks may have more adverse impacts, but I think all vehicle trips have adverse impacts on the surrounding environment.
Okay. And do you know what the heavy truck use is on the Pleasant Lake Road right now?
I'm aware that they use those roads for timber harvesting, and when they're harvesting, the log trucks do use some of those roads. Not all of them, because some of the roads on them that are there could not take a loaded log truck, but I am aware that the log trucks on those roads.
How many trucks a day?
I have not seen that data.
Do you have any data on non-heavy truck use of the Pleasant Lake Road?
I don't have any data. I have been there myself and seen very light traffic when I was there, but that was just my various visits there.
Do you know the heavy truck use on Route 11?
No, I do not.
Do you know the heavy truck route on Route 11 north of Merrill going to Fort Kent?
I don't have any data on heavy truck use, period.
Okay. So as far as heavy trucks go, 55 round trips in 12 hours would work out to less than 5 an hour?
Well, that would, 55 would be 110 trips along the road in 12 hours. You can do the math.
If you do it that way, it would be about 9. About every 9 minutes it'd be a truck.
Yes, I'll trust your math.
And do you think that's heavy use?
I think that the fish and the wildlife and the birds in the area would think that's heavy use.
I see.
The invertebrates who are trying to cross the road, that would be frequent problems for them.
Problem for deer?
I'm sure that there will be deer collisions.
Do you know how many deer there are per square mile in that area?
I do not.
You got quite a few deer down to Alna?
Yes, we do.
I can tell you we got a lot less up there, a lot less. 1 or 2 a square mile, maybe?
I don't know those data.
Do you remember Great Northern Paper Company?
I do.
Did you use the Golden Road in those days?
Yes.
Did you know that Great Northern produced about 800,000 tons of paper a year?
I did not know how much paper they produced.
And did you know that 800,000 tons of paper requires about 800,000 cords of wood?
No, I didn't know that.
You knew they used a lot of wood.
I knew they harvested.
And would it surprise you to learn that most of that wood came from the Commission's jurisdiction?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
And a lot of it came from this area?
Great Northern owned 3 million acres, as I recall.
2 million.
2 million? 2.1 million? 2.1 million.
It varied a little over time. We always said 2.
So yes, they own millions of acres, and the wood came from their land, which was both to the west of Baxter State Park and to the east of Baxter State Park and north quite a distance.
Right. Now, on the Golden Road in particular, as well as the logging roads up here, we would have had more heavy truck traffic when the paper mills operated, correct?
It depends on how much wood is being taken out.
Assume
I don't know. So
800,000.
some of the wood is coming out for the hardwood mills, and the wood mills, as opposed, in addition to the.
Right. Well, those would simply go north.
Is that a question?
No, I was trying to clarify that Great Northern had a mill in Pinkham Lumber Company, Nashville Plantation. So, did all that truck traffic destroy the wilderness concept in the Commission's jurisdiction?
I think it definitely degrades the natural resources in the area.
Did people still feel they were in the wilderness?
I think people feel they're in the wilderness more when they're not right on the Golden Road.
I would agree with that. But is the purpose of the Golden Road at that time to move wood?
Yes.
It was not to provide a wilderness experience to people, was it?
Well, I believe the woods have always been open. That's one of the great benefits of our large unfragmented forests, is that the landowners have kept it open.
Right. So the Pleasant.
So there have been recreational users.
So the Pleasant Lake Road is a logging road, correct?
I presume so.
And its primary purpose is to move large goods.
I'm not sure that I'm that familiar with the Pleasant Lake Road.
Do you see a difference between an 18-wheeler hauling a load of logs and an 18-wheeler hauling ore?
Not necessarily. It depends on what context you're asking.
Thank you.
In terms of impacts on what?
Right. Now, you think Patton's a remote area?
The town of Patton?
Yeah.
Itself? No.
Okay. Where does the remoteness start?
The remoteness starts when there's no development.
How about Hersey? Is that remote?
Parts of Hersey are quite remote.
Okay. We're in Millinocket. Is this remote?
Downtown Millinocket is not remote.
Now, Millinocket is a small part of Indian Purchase 3. Is the remainder of Indian Purchase 3 remote?
I'm not familiar with Indian Purchase 3.
It's a township.
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. I'm just wondering why you think the project area is remote as compared to the Upper St. John Nature Conservancy piece with 1 million acres. Do you consider that remote?
I do.
How do you compare the remoteness of that to the project area?
I feel like both are remote.
Okay. So you believe the project area is not on the fringe of the jurisdiction?
I think we looked at maps earlier. It depends on how you're defining the fringe.
So you don't think the short and long-term socioeconomic benefits of this project are worth it?
I think that the public values of the area outweigh any potential socioeconomic benefits this project might provide.
And is there any value in allowing the applicant to go through the Chapter 200 process to find out?
That's not the question before the commission. The question for the commission is whether or not the project meets the commission's criteria for approval for rezoning. That's a different question.
Right, but that rezoning question can only be for a metallic mining project that gets a permit under Chapter 200, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. The DPD can be used for a variety of different types of projects.
No. This particular zoning change is only for a metallic mining project.
That's what the application is, I believe, yes.
Right, and that project cannot go forward without a permit under Chapter 200, is that correct?
I'm actually not familiar with Chapter 200. At NRCM, I focused on things in front of the Land Use Planning Commission, and other members of NRCM staff focused on DEP issues, so that's not really within my area of expertise.
So your comments didn't take that into account?
Didn't take what into account?
A permitted project under Chapter 200.
No, my comments were based on this proceeding, which is to determine whether or not this application meets LURC's, the Land Use Planning Commission's criteria for approval for rezoning.
Okay, so if just the zoning proposal is approved, what adverse impacts would occur that day from your perspective?
It would open the door to an application for a permit from DEP.
And that alone is an adverse impact?
It will lead to an adverse impact, potentially.
Okay. Now, are you a lighting expert?
No, I am not.
Have you been up in the Katahdin National Monument at night?
Many times.
And have you been able to see the project area?
Not from Katahdin Woods and Waters, but from the top of Mount Chase, you can see a project area.
Okay, but your concern was dark skies under the monument, right?
Yes, and dark skies throughout, yes.
Okay. Can you see the lights in Patton from the monument?
I haven't been in every part of the monument. I've spent a lot of time there, but I haven't been everywhere. The parts of the monument that are closest to Patton, I know there are plans to put the dark sky, to have that be the area where it's open for dark skies, group get-togethers. I don't actually know whether you can see the lights of Patton from there.
And you don't actually know if this project's completed, if you'll be able to see the lights from the monument.
Well, it's impossible to know because there's no lighting plan in this application, so it's really hard to evaluate without a plan.
I agree. Now, do you know if the monument has gone to any of the adjacent landowners and asked for lighting easements whereby they would restrict their use of lights at night?
I do not know.
So you don't know if there's any such easement on the project property?
I do not know.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And now it's the commission's time to ask questions. Ms. Johnson, in your long career, have you ever testified against the establishment of a snowmobile trail?
I don't believe so.
How about a four-wheeler trail?
I don't believe so.
Those were very controversial issues in the early days. There was a lot of agitation to prevent them from going into the unorganized territory. I happen to be old enough to remember that. I find it interesting now that everybody sort of accepts the fact that this is a good thing. And I believe it is, because it obviously generates a lot of financial activity, as we heard this morning. But those vehicles, they also make a lot of noise, and they have headlights, and they go day and night. But it's just interesting that we now accept them. But it was a very contentious issue, and I'm surprised that in your long career that you didn't testify against those.
I don't recall it.
Okay.
I wouldn't say absolutely that we never did, but I don't recall it.
You think snowmobiles are affecting the dark sky?
I think they have the potential to do that, yes.
And so I assume you would say the same thing about four-wheelers?
I have not seen four-wheelers at night.
Okay, believe me, they're out there. That's all I have. Perry.
Just as a follow-up, Kathy, I know you've had a long career, and but I have to ask you. We talk about recreational opportunities. So, do you consider snowmobiles, the snowmobile traffic, the extra people we have here utilizing the trails with ATVs, is that a recreational activity that you would promote or not promote?
I think I'm in Chairman Worcester's category of it's a popular activity, and we've learned to accept it. There are things that we've learned to accept, and I do think that it's one of the uses that people come to the region for, and the Katahdin region as a whole provides this diversity of recreational opportunities.
We can do that. If nobody is opposed, we'd like to take the break from 12 to 1 and reconvene at 1, okay? With no objections, thank you, people.
I assume we're reconvening with panel 2.
Chill is not the word I use. Kathy will tell you I'm very chill out.
So I have a spam from 30 emails that are all from you. Because I delete all the other ones, that were, But it was good because then they were all together, so whenever I went to think about this, I could just go to my spam and there were all your emails.
You are here for the leftovers.
in Santa Monica, California. Their innovation completely revolutionized the home security industry, already providing huge savings to delighted homeowners, totaling thousands of dollars. So, major doorbell camera companies are doing their best to resist the change. After years of working as technicians for a doorbell camera company,
Check, check, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, is this
Okay.
Josh?
Yes, this is Josh. We just have this slide up right now. I
Okay.
will cut you through a couple cameras just to make sure that you can see them okay.
Okay.
So that'll be the in-room camera.
Okay. Got it.
And then this will be
Yeah.
the slideshows or the presentation, if there is any.
Oh, I hear some overlapping discussion of. Is that from the recording maybe, or?
Oh, say that again?
I'm hearing the conversation that we had right before this. Is that from the recording, or?
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, I definitely hear it though on my end. Huh.
So you're hearing a delay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing what we said right before this. Are you hearing that, Josh?
No, nope.
Should I try to? I'm hearing what we said before. Yeah, I guess it's a delay. Should I try to start all over again here?
Say that again?
Should I try to hook in all over again?
You can try.
I'm not sure what else to do here. All right, I'm going to leave and try it again.
Hang on just a second, if you don't mind.
Okay.
This is the same way we tested it last time, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
What's the input? Is the input,
So I think she's hearing a delay. Is it still happening on your system
Yes.
right now? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, try adjusting your audio settings possibly.
How do I do that? Let me. Oh boy. I don't know how to adjust my audio settings. I'm going to leave and come back in, okay?
Sounds good. What would that feedback loop be going from? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, we're back on.
Okay, I had the other link open for the live stream, and I think that might have been it.
That's probably what it
that
was.
out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that is everything okay now?
So far, yes.
Okay,
Sounds
I think that's
okay.
probably what it was. The live stream audio, there is a significant delay just with the latency for that. So, Yep.
Okay. Good. I can't see you. I see this slide that says we will return at 1 p.m.
Here I can. Yep. So I'm behind the camera here. We just are routing basically we're everything through a switcher in the room.
Okay.
So
All right.
what was up for we will return at 1 p.m. That will be any presentations that come up in the room. You'll be able to see that. And then I'll be able to route you to the camera that's in the room as well through here. So as they're asking questions, that camera will be zoomed in and focused on the attorney.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm very much relieved that I'm not hearing the echo,
Yeah.
which is bad.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So
And can you see me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, everything looks great on our end.
Okay.
Yep. So I think we'll probably, if you're okay on your end still, I think we'll just kind of have you on the background here, just ready to go.
Yep.
Yep, so if you just want to hang out here on the Zoom portion, I think when we get ready to go in about 9 minutes, it looks like, you'll be ready to go here for the room.
Okay, sounds good. I'll
Okay.
just hang out here. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're not high tech like you. We're not going to be throwing up pages. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have an phone? Never mind. You don't have to. We'll let you borrow our stapler if you give us 2 copies. I'll trade you a stapler for an extra copy.
Okay. I was wondering why you didn't leave a message.
You can use the stapler regardless. Oh, yeah, no, it's not going to be big enough, I don't think. Give it a try.
Oh, were you watching? You missed the boat. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, you do.
on the TV. There's nowhere, there's no place you can put it. Oh, we could. You want to just check what of the, maybe we should have to share it. I'll share it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a break.
So we have one more.
To submit, yeah.
Okay. So
Stu? No, for you.
once she's there.
Yeah, I think I might want this.
Okay, so we're gonna do the
Oh, we can do it at the end, I guess.
Okay.
Just those 3 slides. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just.
We have one made if you need it.
For
Just in case we need
the Stu.
Well, we need one for
We won't need for Brian. We can do Brian. Ask them if they want us, but that'll be after a break anyways.
Why don't you move up to the adult table? The comfy seats.
the comfy seat.
Aaron, do you have a preference about where I sit? Do you want me at
I
the
have no
table? Do you
preference.
want me in the seats?
You should sit wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine there. Am I good here? Just making sure everything's enough room to do things to do.
Dr. Mace, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I need to swear you in before we start, so.
Okay.
Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. My name's Everett Worcester. I'm the hearing officer for this afternoon.
Okay, nice to meet you.
I think with that, we're ready to start the afternoon. Where'd we leave off?
Afternoon session.
Okay. Intervenor two's testimony and evidence.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mace, or good morning to you where you are.
Good afternoon, Aaron.
So we'll be doing this in a sort of a question and answer style, but also Dr. Mace has a slide presentation that we'll be going through. Dr. Mace, would you please briefly describe your relevant professional and educational background?
Yes, could I have the next slide, please? And first of all, I'd like to thank the commission for allowing me to testify remotely. I know it's not ideal, but it's very helpful because my husband had knee replacement surgery a week ago, and he's hobbling around and not able to do most things himself. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, I have an undergraduate degree in geology from Boston University. My senior thesis was on the Androscoggin Lake Pluton in Maine, which is about 20 miles west of Augusta as the crow flies. And pretty much all of our field trips when I was an undergrad were to Maine. I have a PhD from Princeton in geochemistry and water resources, and then worked first as a postdoctoral fellow and then as a project chief at the U.S. Geological Survey, where I was a researcher for 6 years. That was my first encounter with mine water, and I built a laboratory for water analysis for mine water and other, just natural groundwaters and surface waters. I worked at Environmental Defense Fund for about 1.5 years, but missed research and became a consultant in Boulder, Colorado, where I lived at the time. I'm now in southwestern Colorado. And my clients were state and federal agencies, tribes, nonprofits, and foreign governments. I was elected to a number of study committees at the National Academy of Sciences, and also to a committee called the Committee on Earth Resources, and then eventually, after serving 2 terms on that, an overarching board called BESR, the Board on Earth Sciences and Resources. And I was an invited speaker on mining issues at the United Nations.
Now, you were involved in a well-known case involving Chevron in Ecuador more than a decade ago, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you signed a sworn declaration regarding your involvement in that matter as a part of a settlement of a lawsuit brought against you and others by Chevron, is that correct?
Yes.
And can we just pull that up on the screen? We're going to just quickly pull that up. So do you see that? That appeared to be your declaration?
I believe so. I think it's
page
16
1 of it.
pages. That looks like it, yes.
Yes, okay. And we've submitted this as one of the hearing exhibits, hearing exhibit 55 on our list, and we've submitted that. Now, you can go back to the slide presentation. That declaration describes some pretty troubling things that occurred in that matter, some of which involved you. Is there anything you'd like to tell the commission?
Yes, as Aaron mentioned, I was involved in a lawsuit in Ecuador against Chevron. I initially went into it thinking that I'd be able to help the local people and that my work would lead to remediation of the extensive crude oil pollution that I saw in the jungle. I started working on the project in late 2005, so 18 years ago, with a small nonprofit that I work with called eTech International. The first year was mostly okay. I wrote a couple of preliminary reports on soil pollution. But after that point, our little nonprofit wasn't big enough to handle the multidisciplinary work. And I suggested to the US attorney, whose name is Stephen Donziger, that he talk to Stratus Consulting in Boulder, where I work part-time. So in a nutshell, this attorney, Stephen Donziger, who was leading the lawsuit, set up a fraudulent scheme to get a so-called independent expert appointed by the Ecuadorian court, and then to have the plaintiffs, which was his side and our side, write the majority of that report as if it was the expert's report. So there was a large report, comments on the report, and then responses to the comments, and I very much regret to say that I got caught up in this scheme and I participated in it. We won a large judgment in Ecuador, but at the same time, Chevron sued Stratus Consulting, me, Doug Beltman, who managed the project at Stratus, and many others. And the details are provided in my declaration and other court documents. I want everyone to know there that I am extremely sorry that this ever happened and for my involvement in it. As Aaron mentioned, the case against me, Doug Beltman, and Stratus was settled 10 years ago in 2013. I signed a declaration, which has been submitted, and in that declaration, I disavow everything I had written on the whole project because of the fraud. I have never had to do that before or after in my 40-year career. It's not who I am. I would never do it again. I wish very much I had left the project early on, and this whole thing has been a really very painful lesson for me. I've worked hard to continue in my career, and it has gone on despite this horrible taint on my record. And I feel that I've done some good work that I'm proud of. I did consider getting into some other line of work, but I really love my work. And I feel that I have a lot of experience in understanding the potential environmental effects of metal mining and how to best minimize and prevent them. And that's why I decided to get involved in this project. And I hope that my expert report and the remaining testimony that I give today will be helpful to the LUPC.
And so what work have you done since your involvement in the Chevron matter and since that settlement?
If we could go ahead 2 slides, I believe. Okay. So the lawsuit, as I mentioned, was settled 10 years ago in 2013. I was, after that time, reelected to the National Academy of Sciences Board on Earth Sciences and Resources and served out my second 3-year term. I'm an associate editor for the International Mine Water Association's journal, Mine Water and the Environment. I continued working for the same kinds of clients, governmental communities, nonprofits, tribes, and First Nations in Canada on mining issues and also monitoring issues around the world. This next one is the one that I'm most interested in right now, and that is working with the mining industry, nonprofits, and others to create and implement a mine certification standard for mining companies that are leaders in their field. I also helped create an auditable sustainability standard for the diamond sector. I've also tried to keep up with research. I've published peer-reviewed papers on mine waste geochemistry, and I've just completed a manuscript on the use of mine waste as a source of renewable energy metals, and which is known as remining.
Now, thank you, Dr. Maist. Now, I think we're going to move on to a topic that probably has been covered a bit by others, so maybe we can move quickly through it, but what is acid mine drainage?
You're right, we heard a lot about this yesterday. I tuned into most, but not all of yesterday. Acid mine drainage, if we could go to the next slide, please. You know, one of the things about it is that it is a long-lasting water quality problem and one that is certainly associated with sulfide deposits like we have at the Pickett Mountain deposit. The photo on the right shows an acid mine drainage stream coming in called Cement Creek and mixing with a cleaner stream, the Animas River, in my home state of Colorado. And as Mr. Dudek mentioned yesterday, you don't need very much iron to really color a rock. That is true. You could, less than 1% of iron in a rock can turn that rock reddish. But in this case, with acid mine drainage, you have a lot of iron precipitating on the stream bed, and that can kind of smother the habitat for aquatic insects, which fish feed on. So acid drainage, in addition to the acidity and the metals, has a substantial adverse effect on habitat for aquatic life as well. In the next slide, I'm just going to go through this reaction kind of step by step, but not dwell on it too much because we've heard everyone there is going to be an expert in acid drainage. So the main mineral associated with the formation of acid mine drainage is pyrite. I'll just say click, and you could move to the next. So it's a brassy mineral that is an iron sulfide mineral. And when this mineral is dug up from the ground in a mining process and mixed with oxygen, click, and water, click, it forms acid and acid mine drainage. And the thing that really makes this reaction go forward rapidly is microbes. There are certain microbes that make a living off of oxidizing the iron and sulfide and pyrite. And that can speed up this reaction by up to 1 million times. So this reaction only goes forward in this direction, and it forms sulfuric acid and sulfate. Click. The acid, the thing about the acid is that it dissolves metals in other minerals, in sulfide minerals, but also other minerals. And the ones we have here are lead, zinc, and copper minerals. And sulfate, if the sulfate concentrations are increasing, it can be an indicator of the formation of acid mine drainage. And then the last one, iron precipitate, is from the oxidation of iron in the pyrite, and you get this characteristic reddish orangish coating on streams if there's a lot of it. Next slide. So the thing about acid mine drainage is that it's very difficult to stop it once it's started. And I put forth in my pre-filed testimonies and two examples, one from Bolivia and one from Spain and Portugal. And these mines were started 500 and 5,000 years ago, respectively. Not to say that these are the same at all as the Pickett Mountain deposit, but just to show that once this starts, if you aren't mitigating it and trying to prevent it in the first place, which is certainly best, this can go on for, the acid mine drainage can go on for a very long time. And its perpetual treatment is often required if acid mine drainage develops and is not properly mitigated. Next slide.
So based on the information you presented in the application and other information you've reviewed, what is your opinion about the potential for the Pickett Mountain deposit to generate acid mine drainage?
I feel that it's nearly certain that acid mine drainage will develop, and I think this was also stated by Dr. Finley yesterday. I don't think we're here debating whether these are potentially acid-generating materials. So, yes, I think it will form. And the question is, can it be prevented and mitigated?
Okay. So do you want to skip through this slide or just summarize it, or are we good?
Okay, there we go. So, unfortunately, the sulfides that are of interest to Wolfden, which are the zinc, lead, and copper sulfides, are overlain and in sharp contact with this massive pyrite, which is what the ore body is in. So they're kind of intimately interlayered with the pyrite, which is the main cause of acid mine drainage. And this means that the ore, of course, but also the mine walls, the waste rock associated with the ore, and the tailings will all have high acid generation potential. And all of those mined materials are going to be exposed to oxygen and water, which create the conditions for acid mine drainage. And that's why I say that it's nearly certain that it will develop.
Thank you. And did you review Wolfden's discussion of acid mine drainage in the rezoning application?
Yes, I did.
And does that application acknowledge all of the potential sources of acid mine drainage that the project would cause?
It doesn't. Next slide, please. In fact, it says that the sources are limited to mineralized rock from the underground being temporarily stored on the surface. But we did hear from Dr. Finley yesterday that mine walls are another potential source of acid mine drainage. And these walls will be exposed to oxygen and water throughout the development and operation and closure process. And so the pyrite will remain on the walls of the underground workings and be in the waste rock ores and tailings, as I mentioned.
And did you review the pre-filed testimony of Dr. Finley?
Yes, I did.
And
next slide.
And he says on page 6 of his testimony, should there be acid rock drainage metal leaching production in the mine walls due to the mineralogy of rock exposed, there could be a flush of acid rock drainage metal leaching materials during refilling of the underground by groundwater at the end of mining. Again, characterizing the mine wall rock and developing a plan to address potential first flush conditions, i.e. acidity, sulfate, and metals, would be part of an acid rock drainage metal leaching management plan. What's your response to that statement?
Well, I was very glad to see that Dr. Finley mentioned the mine walls because that is another potential source that will need to be considered. And I have seen this kind of flush of sulfate and acidity and metals that he's talking about as the water levels return to their pre-mining condition. But the mine walls will also leach metals and potentially cause acid mine drainage during operations and throughout the life of the mine. Even after the mine is filled with water, after all the operations stop, you will have seasonally fluctuating water levels and exposure to water and oxygen even after closure. And we saw in Mr. Dudek's presentation yesterday that these ore bodies go close to the surface, they go up to the surface. So the fluctuation of those, the groundwater table after mining, and I think one of the commissioners brought this up, there could be droughts. We've seen a lot of variability in climatic conditions as a result of climate change. So that fluctuating water level will affect, will expose, the walls to oxygen and water, alternating conditions, which is the perfect setup for acid mine drainage formation. And there is no plan right now that I'm aware of for preventing or minimizing acid drainage and metal leaching from the walls of the underground workings.
Now let's discuss Wolfden's geochemical testing for acid rock drainage and metal leaching potential. What's your opinion regarding whether Wolfden's geochemical testing was adequate?
If we can have the next slide, please. I think we've heard a fair bit about this yesterday, and we heard that only 7 samples were tested. There's a lot more variety in the geology and the alteration chemistry of these rocks. So we can't say that these 7 samples are representative of really very much of anything. There's no information in the application about the location of these samples or the rock types or how they've been altered. But we did find out later in Mr. Dudek's pre-filed testimony that 5 samples are in the footwall and 2 are in the hanging wall. So in other words, these 7 samples are not representative at all of the ore body itself. And there are lots of samples that were available from this effort, even at this point during exploration. We learned from the application that 2,550 samples were used to create the block model for the economic part. And so some of those samples certainly could have been used to create, even at this stage, a representative analysis of the potential for acid mine drainage and to get some kind of a sense of the type of water quality that would be forming from development of this ore body. Next slide. So here's a cross-section of the Pickett Mountain deposit, and it shows, the different rock types are shown in different colors. So there's 5 different colors. And this is from the report. It's called the NI 43-101 that was released in 2019. So there are at least 5 different geologic units. And even within one unit, there can be a lot of different alteration from the hydrothermal fluids that went through this deposit when it was formed. So it's not enough to just say all of this rock on the right side, this kind of beigeish, can be characterized by a single sample or even 10 samples, because you need to understand the different, how these hot fluids that went through it, the deposit when it was formed, could have brought in sulfide minerals, even away from these red lenses, which are the 2 ore bodies, the west and the east zone ore bodies. So a lot more sampling is needed to understand the kind of water quality that could develop from operation of this mine. Next slide. And I know we've gone through this before, but there are 2 elements to acid mine drainage or acid rock drainage. One is this acid base accounting. And we heard a little bit about this yesterday, and that is, what is the balance between the acid generating and the acid neutralizing parts of these rocks and altered rocks? And this is a little bit in the weeds, but these 7 samples had really equivocal results. And that is that, you measure these separately, the acid generation potential and the acid neutralizing potential. And the thing about this is they were both low acid production potential and low acid neutralizing potential. And we now know that these were not in the ore body, as I mentioned. They were out kind of on the limbs of this deposit away from the ore bodies. So when you have these low amounts of acid neutralizing and acid generating amounts, you need to do more testing. You need to do mineralogy and determine what is causing the acid neutralizing potential that we see in these rocks, and to start long-term leach tests. And these could have been started now. RPC is the consultant that did this report, and they realized that they were out of their ken here, and they recommended that a special consultant would be needed to really understand and interpret the results of these tests. And again, we know that these 7 samples are not from the ore body, and we don't know if these samples would eventually generate acid. So the other part of acid mine drainage has to do with metal and other contaminant leaching. And what we have so far from these 7 samples is the total concentrations of a bunch of different metals. And what is typically done with these is comparing those concentrations to average crustal abundances of rocks around the world. And we saw that the total concentrations of many elements, including antimony, arsenic, cadmium, cobalt, mercury, lead, thallium, and zinc, were higher than average crustal abundances, and some of them were a whole lot higher, like cadmium, lead, and zinc. And this is an indication of the potential for metal leaching, but we don't really know what would happen without doing more extensive testing. And so all of these rocks were not even in the ore body. These are in the ones that Wolfden is proposing to drill as access tunnels through. So we have a situation with these 7 samples that we don't know if they would generate acid or not eventually, and we see that there is potential for leaching of these metals, some of which are toxic to humans in drinking water and others which are toxic to aquatic life at low concentrations. So the best thing would have been to start long-term leach tests already, and that could have been done.
Now let's turn to Wolfden's water treatment scoping study. Have you reviewed Exhibit 10D to the application, which is titled Wolfden Resources Pickett Mountain Project Mine Water Treatment Scoping Study?
Yes, I have.
And does that study give you confidence that Wolfden will be able to treat mine water to natural background levels?
If we could have the next slide, please. This study has a lot of shortcomings. And one of them is they selected the half-mile mine in New Brunswick as representative of the Pickett Mountain deposit. I have to say, after hearing the testimony yesterday by Mr. Dudek, that I am somewhat more convinced that these deposits are similar, but none of that information was presented in the application. But the modeling here was really poor. We have supposedly samples from the half-mile mine, but we don't know where these samples came from. We don't know when they were collected. We don't know even how long this mine operated. There was some talk yesterday about a pilot project and some operation, but we don't know where they came from. And importantly, a lot of the key parameters are missing. This is a sulfide deposit, the half-mile mine, yet there are no measurements of sulfate that went into this model, and also no measurements of nitrate and ammonia, which are the result of blasting. And that would be really important to put in this model to see how reverse osmosis would fare in terms of treating this. There's also no information on alkalinity, mercury, chloride, fluoride. Lots of parameters were missing. So based on that model, we can't really say very much of anything. The other thing that wasn't so great about this study was that the target water quality values were not defined. They appear to be from surface water, and I'm pretty sure we saw a map yesterday showing 10 locations. Yet the treated water from the RO system would be discharged to groundwater, not surface water. And this study said that the results from the target water quality values are in an appendix, but then when you look, there was no such appendix. So quite a few shortcomings.
So now I'd like to talk to you about a related topic. The water treatment plan will create a concentrated wastewater stream called brine. What is your opinion regarding Wolfden's plan to use brine to make cemented rockfill that will be used to backfill the mine?
Could I have the next slide, please? The brine is almost certainly going to have elevated concentrations of metals and sulfate because that's what's rejected by when you put the mine-influenced water through this reverse osmosis and ultrafiltration process, you get really clean water on the other side. But the brine is going to have a lot of the metal and sulfate concentrations. It's possible that after hearing Mr. Danilou's presentation yesterday, that some of the information about the brine chemistry is in the application. And if that is correct, and this is what went through the model, okay? So it's modeled, it's not real world. It's got high concentrations of arsenic and very high concentrations of a bunch of metals, cadmium, copper, cobalt, lead, manganese. So we need to, look at that again, but it seems that the brine is going to have high metal concentrations. And the plan is eventually to mix this brine in with the cement and the waste rock and place that in the underground mine. That will remain in the underground mine in perpetuity. So we need leach tests on these cemented rock fill made with the brine. And there's certainly a risk of leaching of this brine cemented rock fill to downgrading groundwaters, especially in locations that are near the surface where you have this fluctuating groundwater table that I mentioned earlier. Next slide. So I wanted to show the Buckhorn mine is a small underground gold mine that stopped operating in 2017, and I've been involved with this mine for over 20 years. They do a very similar thing, but they don't have the brine mixed in with the cement. And so these are these long-term leach tests that we've been talking about for a while. It's a little hard to see what's going on here, but the top graph shows these long-term leach tests, and on the bottom axis here, it's number of weeks. So we've got 0, 10, or 20, 40, et cetera, up to, this is 100 here. So these tests went on for more than 100 weeks, okay? And so you take the cemented rock fill, break it up into pieces, put it in a column, expose it to humidified air and then water, and then see what comes out the bottom. So in the beginning of this testing, the alkalinity, which is a measure of the neutralizing potential, was really high. But then in about 10 weeks, the alkalinity or neutralizing potential dropped very much, okay, to 20 or 30 milligrams per liter is calcium carbonate. The other thing that happened, if you look at the bottom graph, is that over time, the arsenic concentrations increased, indicating that there was arsenic leaching out of the waste rock and going into solution. If these tests had been cut off at 20 weeks or 40 weeks or even a year, you might not have seen that these arsenic increases were happening. So this is the sort of thing that could happen over time with the backfill in the Pickett Mountain project. But we have the added impact of brine, which will have high metal concentrations.
So thank you, Dr. Mace. Now, have you done any research into the question, I'm sorry, I was skipping one. In your opinion, is it likely that Wolfden will be able to capture and treat all of the water that will be affected by mining?
Next slide, please. This is something that I worry about a lot because I've seen it at a lot of mine sites. It's really, really difficult to capture all the mine-influenced water. You have pumps, you have some dewatering, but if you have faults or fractures, you can have mine-influenced water escaping the underground mine. And of course, you can only treat what you can capture. So water that some mines call this bypass flow that is not captured, and it's very unlikely that dewatering of the underground mine will capture all mine-influenced water. There's a study that was released in 2019 showing that nearly all operating copper mines, and these are large mines, failed to capture and control mine wastewater, and did adversely impact water quality down gradient. And this happens at smaller mines as well, and modern mines. So next slide, please. So the problem with uncaptured mine water is that it can contaminate down gradient water resources, and a plan should be submitted to capture all the mine influence water as much as possible at the mine site.
Thank you. Now, have you done any research into the question of whether hard rock mines typically live up to their water quality predictions?
Yes. Next slide, please. This was a large study that Jib Kuipers and I did. It was released in 2006. And it was focused on large mines. We wanted to get a sense of the large U.S. mines and how their predictions and environmental impact statements compared with actual water quality once the mines were operating, and some of them were in closure. So we reviewed 145 environmental impact statements for 71 mines, and we selected 25 to be representative of those 71 mines. It took a really long time to get all the information. We were directed to boxes with microfiche and paper and all of that. What we found was that 76% of these case study mines had mine-related exceedances of water quality standards. And I think the even more important finding was that if the mine had these inherent characteristics, and when I say inherent characteristics, these are things that you can't really change about the mine. Does it have elevated acid drainage potential? Is it close to water resources? We found that mines with those characteristics had a lot more exceedances of water quality standards than even the 76%. And at that time, most of these predicted that there would be no exceedances. So the concern with the Pickett Mountain deposit is that it does have these factors. It has known acid mine drainage potential and is close to water resources.
And just before you talk about the last bullet, when you say exceedances, you mean not exceedances as in doing better, but as doing worse, right?
Right. Were the concentrations that we found higher, in other words, worse than water quality standards? We also were very careful to make sure that these were mine-related exceedances of water quality standards.
Did you want to talk about the last bullet?
Yeah,
about
and just, one of the reasons, why were there all these failures? And one of actually the primary reason was that mitigation measures failed in over 50%, 64% of the mines. So even though the mitigation measures, and this could be liners and caps and, mixing of, non-acid generating and acid generating waste rock, that there was a lot of failures of those, even though they were implemented. And next slide, please. And, the commissioners were asking several times yesterday, okay, there are lots of examples of bad mines. Do you have examples of good mines? And what I've seen, thus far is that modern mines have water quality problems as well. And these are mines, I just wanted to talk about two of them. The Buckhorn Mine in Washington State. It is similar to the plan for the Pickett Mountain project in that all ore is processed off-site. So they haul the ore off-site in large trucks. But there are many, many permit exceedances on the mine site, even though that's taken off-site from blasting. And so that is nitrate and ammonia concentrations are, exceed standards and permit limits. And also there's very high chloride concentrations from previous water treatment. It was an ion exchange system. Those concentrations overall are decreasing over time because the mine closed in 2017, but we're seeing elevated sulfate concentrations from sulfide mineral oxidation, and those are ongoing and seem to be, if anything, increasing over time. The other one is the Eagle Mine in Michigan, and this was mentioned yesterday. This is a relatively small underground base metal mine, somewhat like the Pickett Mountain project, in that all ore is processed off-site. It's got base metals in it. And this is operated by a very conscientious mining company, Lundin. And they're actually funding a community monitoring program at $300,000 a year And all the reports from that monitoring are available online. And what you can see is that sulfate concentrations in groundwater have been increasing and are much higher than predicted. And so this is a mine that could be a good example, but unfortunately we've seen exceedances of benchmark values that had to be reported to the agencies.
And you mentioned that sulfate was a potential indicator of acid mine drainage?
Yes, so some of the pH values are a little depressed at the Eagle mine, but we don't see acid mine drainage being generated now. But when you see increasing sulfate concentrations, it's kind of you want to pay special attention because it easily could be an indication of the formation of acid mine drainage.
Now, if mining the Pickett Mountain deposit were to lead to water contamination, how would that affect the nearby waters?
Next slide, I believe. Yeah, the fate and transport is kind of a area that I have focused a lot of my work on. And simply put, you look at the sources. In this case, we were talking about the mine-related sources, the underground walls, the ore, the waste rock, et cetera, how those potential contaminants can move through pathways and reach receptors. And for the Pickett Mountain area, we have a lot of ponds and lakes and streams running into them that are nearby, quite nearby. So some of the pathways could be, for getting mine-influenced water out of the underground mine would be faults or fissures that would lead to downgrading groundwater. And the thing about the Pickett Mountain receptors are that they are very clean. It's quite impressive. They have very little buffering capacity, which means that if acid mine drainage does form and gets to them, they have very low ability to counteract that acidic input. They also have low hardness, which is a measure of the calcium and magnesium content. And hardness protects aquatic life, but it's very low there. There's also really low sulfate, close to analytical detection limits. So these waters are really clean, which means that you have to be extremely careful in terms of what could come out of the mine. And it's my understanding that there's ongoing exploration that could bring the mine-influenced waters even closer to some of these receptors. And I think if we look at the next slide, yeah, we saw these 10 locations that were from the so-called groundwater study, but they appear to all be in surface water. So these are the waters. We have like a summary of them. I think it was average or maximum concentrations. And that's what I'm basing this information on, that the alkalinity, the hardness, and the sulfate are very, very low. These are super clean waters. Next slide. So this is from the 2020 preliminary economic assessment, and it shows these future targets. And these colors are from zinc, lead, and copper soil maps. And here's the Pickett Mountain Pond, kind of on the lower right. And you can see some other ponds over here. Above that, these are the west and the east lenses. But you can see that there's some plan to expand these areas potentially, and that would expand the potential mined area and bring these sources closer to other receptors.
And obviously, we can't see what you're pointing to on your screen. But I think for the areas circled in red, are those the ones you're referring to as the expanded areas?
Yes, the ones that are circled in red are so-called target zones. They're labeled A, B, C, and D. And those are ones with, according to this key here, moderate conductivity area. So those are ones that have the potential, at least, to have maybe more ore.
Okay, and those you say are even closer to some of the water bodies we were talking about, like Pleasant Lake, et cetera.
Yes, and you see another lake kind of up on the upper right of that diagram, and of course Pickett Mountain Pond.
Could be Grass Pond there.
I think that's Grass, yeah, I think that's Grass Pond.
Okay, and have you developed any opinion regarding the application's discussion of water balance?
Yeah, I just want to talk about this super briefly because we're running out of time here. But water balance is something that is, if we could have the next slide. notoriously inaccurate, especially at this stage of development. It generally tends to get better over time, but the estimate is there's only going to be 30 gallons per minute coming into the underground mine, and that's the dewatering amount that would go to the treatment plant. But there's no basis presented in the application for this, and importantly, no site-specific information, and climate change was not considered. So, you know, this is especially at this stage, very inaccurate estimate of the water balance.
And finally, can you briefly summarize your overall opinion regarding the Pickett Mountain project's potential impacts to water resources?
Yes, the next slide has the summary. Pickett Mountain, I think we all agree, has inherently high acid generation and contaminant leaching potential and is close to groundwater and surface water, and this leads to a higher potential for water quality impacts. Unfortunately, we can't surgically remove the ore, and there will be some remaining, and we also have this altered rock that will also have acid generation potential. More work, in my opinion, should have been done already to understand the water quality that could have been generated, including the walls of the underground workings, and as one of the commissioners mentioned yesterday, the crushing of the ore in the underground. That's another potential source of acid mine drainage. The water treatment study, you know, I should say that reverse osmosis is generally a really good technique, but the water treatment study has so many shortcomings that it doesn't give me confidence and has not demonstrated its ability to meet the strict discharge requirements that are required in the state of Maine. The water balance doesn't have a great basis for the dewatering rate, which seems quite low, and doesn't consider uncaptured mine water or, and very importantly, climate change, which we know has been affecting, having lots of precipitation this last summer, could have very low precipitation in the future. And the ore and the future targets are close to these high-quality lakes and ponds and streams that are important fisheries and water resources that have very little capability or capacity to counteract the effects of acid mine drainage because the water there is so pure. So,
thank you. Yeah. I think that's it. That's it. 1 minute to spare.
Okay.
So we have the applicant's cross-examination.
Good morning / afternoon, Dr. Mace. I'm Juliet Brown, counsel for the applicant, and I will be conducting cross. I appreciate your opening comment on Chevron, and I appreciate how difficult a topic that is. And I guess my only comment is request is that you remember that certainly I, and I think probably most of the commission, don't have the expertise that you have in this subject area, and that you try to be as straightforward in providing information that's helpful to the commission as opposed to overstating the evidence and sort of advocating, or if you're advocating for an outcome, that you just clarify that. I am certainly not an expert, and I think some of my questioning, what I'm trying to do is sort of, you know, get it down to some really basic information, and if I mischaracterize things in the process of doing so, please correct me. Okay. So, as I understand, and can you hear and see okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And you've got your pre-file testimony available if we need it?
I do.
Okay, great. So, as I understand it, you do believe, and you have written on and studied, that there are measures that can be effective measures that can be implemented to avoid and mitigate acid mine drainage.
Yes, that's true.
And just so we're all on the same page, what are those measures?
As I mentioned in my presentation today, prevention measures are a lot better than measures that would be implemented after acid mine drainage forms. So if you know that acid drainage has the potential to form, and we certainly know that at the Pickett Mountain deposit, the first really important thing is to do a very thorough characterization of the acid drainage and metal and contaminant leaching potential of all the potential sources that would be exposed to oxygen and water as part of the mining process. So, and there are geochemical methods that have been used and have improved somewhat over time. And some of these are the long-term leach tests that Dr. Finley discussed and I've discussed as well. So if you don't have that initial characterization, you don't really know how to mitigate, do your best job of mitigating.
So it'd be accurate to state that you can do a state-of-the-art geochemical characterization of the site, correct?
Yes.
A topic that you've got considerable expertise on.
Yes, I do.
And do a state-of-the-art predictive modeling to evaluate potential impacts and to evaluate things like water balance?
You can, but I feel the need to say that modeling is always an estimate. And as we've seen in a lot of, the study that Jim Kuipers and I did, and also even for the Eagle Mine in Michigan, a lot of those, and Dr. Finley mentioned this yesterday, the predictions are, often inaccurate.
And so in that instance, it's important to continue to test as you go along. So in other words, you don't just characterize the site at the beginning, which is typically what happened with older mines, and then go mine on your merry way without doing testing and evaluation throughout the life of a project, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So that's a way to validate and update your early predictions, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that you would ever really be able to validate them, but you do need to continue to do your geochemical characterization and try to do as many prevention measures as you can, but it's not always possible to prevent the formation of acid mine drainage, as we've seen.
So isn't actually the best, I think you said the prevention is the best step one, so don't you first need to identify whether rock is PAG, potential acid generating, or non-PAG?
Yes, and the 7 samples that we've seen so far are, so-called static tests were done, and that is just acid-basic counting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just talking generically. So, so the first step is to identify whether the rock is potentially acid generating.
And that's right, and metal or contaminant leaching.
And did you, and if you can avoid exposing acid generating rock, then you're going to prevent acid mine drainage, correct?
I wouldn't say that's absolutely correct. That's a good approach, preventing, but even if you
isn't that the best
minimize
approach?
your exposure to oxygen and water, the reaction can happen pretty quickly.
Okay, so that's my second, you're ahead of me, which is going to happen throughout this. But the first step is let's avoid placing infrastructure in, or let's avoid exposing potential acid-generating rock to oxygen or water, correct? That's
right.
like step one. So
yes.
I think you were here for Dr. Finley, or you listened to Dr. Finley's testimony and Mr. Dudek's, but I wonder, May, if you could pull up the halo slide from Dr. Finley's testimony. Now, are you able to see that, Dr. Maist?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and this is a schematic, which is about all I can understand anyway, and in the lower right-hand corner, it shows the ore body and something that Dr. Finley referred to as a halo. And then to the right of the ore body are some zigzags which represent the tunnels, the ramps down into the ground. Can you see that?
Yes, what I can't see, I know it's there because I saw it yesterday, is this halo that Dr. Finley was talking about.
It's a lighter shade, so it may not
Okay.
be showing up on your screen.
I know it's there.
But did you hear Mr. Dudek's testimony that the plan, and based on his assessment of these 2,000-plus core samples he believes is possible, the plan is to at least put the ramps that go down into the mine in non-acid generating rock?
You hope that's true.
Right.
We don't know now if that's true or not.
Yep, I totally, I don't think anybody disputes we need a lot more information before we can make any definitive statements. But you would agree, step one is let's put the infrastructure in rock that's determined to be non-PAG, correct?
If you can do it, yes.
Yes. So
But
that would,
it might not be the case here.
Yeah.
We don't know yet.
Yep, I know, I'm just bear with me. I'm just thinking simple terms. So that's step one. Now, the other, as I understand it, other factor that influences the potential for acid mine drainage is the time that if you do have to disturb PAG or potentially acid generating rock, that the time of exposure is relevant, correct? How long it's exposed.
That's right.
And what's just sort of the order, what's the time frame in which leaching might occur? Are we talking months, years, decades?
That you can't really say. Some leaching can start right away. You might not produce acid right away. It depends on how much neutralizing material is there and what kind of contact it's, if it's next to the acid producing material. So you often see sulfate concentrations being released very quickly.
And when you say very quickly, are we talking days, months?
I could throw out some time, but it's really site specific.
Right, but just generally, I mean, I don't know if we're talking decades or minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you look at some of these long-term leach tests that I showed an example of, you can see elevated sulfate concentrations and metal concentrations increasing within a couple of weeks. Those are accelerated tests. So, in theory, it won't go as quickly in the real world. But you do see, when you break things up into small pieces, and Dr. Finley talked about this yesterday, you really accelerate the leaching rate. And so that's what we're concerned with a lot, is the ore that's crushed, left underground, put on the pads, and also the waste rock. So it can happen, the leaching can happen pretty quickly. The formation of acid might take longer.
Okay. But you would agree that's another mitigation measure is to limit the time of exposure of the rock to oxygen and water?
Yeah, and we see that a lot. There are a lot of modern mines that are attempting to do that.
And what measures are they using?
You mean to limit the time that it's exposed?
So for example, I don't know, are you aware that the ore rock, which is brought to the surface, will generally not be there for more than a week?
Yeah, I am not aware of that, actually.
But you would agree that is a preventative measure that helps reduce the risks of at least that material generating acid mine?
It does. However, we know that the ore is going to be crushed and sorted underground for an extended period of time. So that's another potential source. And there will be air and oxygen in the underground mine.
Okay.
So,
but just to keep it, simple. So one measure, and the best measure, is to limit the amount of PAG rock that's disturbed.
That's one measure, yes.
And the second is to limit the time of exposure to air and water, correct?
Yes. Limiting the amount of PAG rock that is exposed is difficult, though. I mean, obviously they want to get the ore body out of here if this project goes forward. So all of that will be disturbed. And as I mentioned, you can't surgically remove it. So a lot will remain on the walls.
And you understand that that's going to be backfilled in relatively short order?
Some of it will be, from what I understand, yes. It's going to be backfilled with a mix of cemented rock, which will be made with this high concentrate brine, And some will be uncemented waste rock, which could be acid generating.
And you understand that before they can, that there will, are you familiar with Chapter 200?
I've read through it. I can't say I'm, super familiar with it. I'm familiar with some of the, most important elements of it, but that's about it.
Well, so let me just back up for a minute. I think you've published, Dr. Finley referred to some guidance that you published in 2005. He's also referred to the GARD, I think it's GARD guidance, and then some guidance from Nevada that sort of puts forth best practice. Oh, sorry. I'm getting called to the principal's office. That puts forth what I would call best practices for mining. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that, at least to the extent you've reviewed it, that Maine's Chapter 200 reflects those types of best practices and probably more?
My understanding, yes, is that Chapter 200, for example, does not allow wet tailings impoundments. Okay.
And you'd agree that that's the wet tailings impoundments historically have been a significant source of contamination with mines.
Yes, and lots of very extensive problems. But, one of the issues is because a wet tailings impoundment is not allowed under Chapter 200, most mines that I'm familiar with, and this includes modern mines, will take the brine from the water treatment plant and put it on the wet tailings impoundment. That can't be done in Maine. So that's why the brine has to be mixed with the cement and put in the underground mine. So, but yeah, Chapter 200 has some really good requirements.
And you'd agree that either explicitly as part of the surveys that are required, baseline surveys that are required, or implicitly to demonstrate that you're going to meet, that a project would not adversely impact water quality, a project is going to have to do the types of comprehensive geochemical testing and analysis that both you and Dr. Finley have described.
That is my understanding, yes. And when you say baseline, what are you referring to?
So Chapter 200 has sort of baseline studies that have to be done on the site, water quality, hydrogeological monitoring. There's a public process for the public to review and comment on the protocols for those studies. And that's before you even file an application. And then when you file the application, there are a number of standards. You need to identify a waste, have a waste characterization plan, waste handling plan, et cetera.
Okay, yeah.
So you would agree that before a project could get a permit under Chapter 200, they're going to have to do exactly the types of things that you and Dr. Finley have described about long-term leaching tests, humidity tests, tests that I've forgotten and can't think about, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
You also talked about, well, let me just back up for a minute. I think in your testimony you said that Wolfden doesn't have a plan for capturing mine-impacted water. You're aware that during operation of the mine, they're planning to pump water out of the mine, and all of that water will be collected, treated, before it's reintroduced into the environment.
Yes, I think what I said in my pre-filed testimony is that they don't have a plan to capture all potentially mine-influenced water. And as I mentioned, it's just really hard to do that. A lot of mines have dewatering wells on the outside of the ore body. I don't know if that's the plan here or not. If it is needed, that's going to create a lot more water. And I've certainly seen mine water capture be less than hoped for, let's say.
So, and as I understand it, you may have to correct me on this, but a dewatering well is a well outside of the mine, and the risk is that the level of that well drops below the level of the mine, and then mine water can leave the mine into the surrounding groundwater. Did I totally butcher it?
No,
Okay.
Actually, kind of, but the dewatering well, the purpose of the dewatering wells is to bring down the groundwater table so that you can mine, okay? Because you can't mine very well in a flooded underground tunnel. So, you know, that, most mines that I've seen, that's what they do. They have these dewatering wells, and that really increases. And, you know, the blasting,
so let me just,
residue, and the other, you know, mine contaminants end up in those dewatering wells.
yeah. So,
But
and they
what
are,
I'm,
and they're
Oh, go
more
ahead.
typical of a larger mine, open pit mines or a larger underground mine, correct?
no.
Okay. Well,
no,
you're aware,
that's not true.
and you mentioned dewatering wells 3 times in your testimony and the concerns about that being bypassed. Are you aware that this project does not include any dewatering wells?
I haven't seen anything about dewatering wells, that's correct.
So that would eliminate one of your concerns about bypass, right?
No.
So you
No.
weren't concerned about dewatering wells as a source of bypass?
No, it's actually kind of the opposite. If your dewatering wells work really well, maybe you won't have very much bypass. But the thing that really can make a difference is the presence of faults and other features, geologic features, that the mine water can escape out of this kind of zone of protection that you have around the mine, whether it's from sumps that you're pumping out or dewatering wells.
So you don't view dewatering wells as a potential risk of bypass?
No.
Because I think
not
you
at all.
mentioned them 3 times in your pre-file testimony.
Yes, but not in the context of that if you have I think what you're saying is if you have dewatering wells, then the potential for bypass increases. That is not true at all, and that's not what I was.
No, I was referring to the potential impact to the dewatering well from the mine water. Because the dewatering well is not captured and treated.
Oh, no, it is, actually. So these dewatering wells are around the periphery of the mine site, and they're pumped, and that water is pumped to the water treatment
Okay,
plant.
well, just, since we don't have any dewatering wells, I'm going to move on, because just so you know,
Okay.
there are no
Why don't we-
dewatering wells here.
Right, yeah. But what I'm concerned about is escaping capture, okay? So even though you're pumping and you're taking stuff out of the underground mine and the sumps, it's likely that you're not going to be able to capture 100% of the mine influenced water.
And you're suggesting that the water in the mine is going to flow out of the mine, and that's a
It
risk?
potentially can, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
You also talked about the water treatment study, and I just want to be clear that I understand your testimony on that. And I think you said this today, you agree that the ultrafiltration reverse osmosis technology works. So there's no real question about the ability of this technology to treat the water, whatever its constituents, and to treat it to background water quality, whatever those levels are, correct?
That's generally true. I think in mines like this, or deposits like this where the sulfite content is super high, you're going to have to replace those membranes maybe a lot more frequently than you would like. And so we really don't have a sense. I mean, I do want to say that reverse osmosis is a good technique. And what comes out of the membranes on the clean side, what Mr. Danny Liu referred to as permeate yesterday, is usually good stuff. It's almost like distilled water. It's almost too good. But
so I'm
what
sorry,
we have here,
I'm getting the clock that I have 5 minutes, so I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to just
go ahead.
beg your accommodation on that one. And you understood, did you hear Mr. Danielu testify that the primary purpose of the modeling is really to help determine the number of membranes, passes that you're going to have to go through and establish costs and O&M costs for mine planning?
I didn't actually hear him say that,
But the model is not necessary to conclude that the technology works, because the technology is in effect around the world in multiple applications, correct?
It is, but I don't understand why there's so many shortcomings in that model. Or, if it wasn't necessary, why did they do it? And why did they have so many missing parameters?
And you understand that as part of the Chapter 200 process, the applicant will have to gather detailed background water, groundwater, surface water information, and that will be the data upon which the discharge limits are set, correct?
I don't know that last part about that's how the discharge limits will be set, but yes, they'll have to do background water quality sampling.
And also for the input water quality or characteristics, that will be based on site-specific information as well, correct?
The input water quality, what do you mean by that?
The water that's being treated by the plant.
That's going into the treatment
Yeah.
plant?
So half mile was used as a analog, but nobody's suggesting that we're not going to get the actual water quality from the mine, and that's going to be used, and that will be the basis for designing the final water treatment system.
Maybe. I've certainly seen a lot of mines that don't do that in advance, and I'm not sure what's required here.
You haven't seen a mine
I mean,
that's
you
had
need to
meet
have the
Chapter
whole thing set
200.
up before, yeah. You need to have that whole system set up before you really know the kind of mine water that's going to be produced. And I think, the concern is really the brine and mixing it with the cement.
Okay, and you understand that there will be a plan in place to test that material before it's backfilled, right? That as part of Chapter 200, there has to be a plan for evaluating the suitability of the backfill before it's used as backfill.
Okay, that's good.
And I think one of your other concerns was the assumption that the water treatment plan was going to be cost prohibitive, and an assumption that you would have 20 to 30% brine as a result of the process. That was in your pre-filed testimony, correct?
Yeah, I did mention that just briefly, yeah.
And you heard Mr. Danilou explain that in fact it's just over 2% because of the lime reactor process that's added onto this plan.
Yeah, I think the final output was like 5 gallons per minute of brine.
Right,
from
so
what he
just
said.
over 2% as opposed to 25%.
Yeah.
You also talked about the risk of acid mine drainage occurring post-closure because of the seasonal water table fluctuations. That can be avoided as long as you're not disturbing, you're not mining ore close to the surface. In other words, if you are mining further down, that's going to be less of a risk, correct?
It will be less of a risk, but the ore bodies go right up to the surface, and the blasting underneath can cause fissures in that overlying material as well.
But is it your assumption that Wolfden is planning to mine up to the surface of the ore body?
I don't know.
Okay. What do I have? Oh, 22 seconds.
Okay.
Where do I go from here? Have you designed, do you have any sense of the cost of designing the type of comprehensive hydrogeologic and geochemistry analysis that would be done, required? Could I have a minute? 30 seconds? To do the type of analysis that you think is necessary to identify with some level of definitiveness the risks of acid rock drainage from this particular project and from the particular mining plan that's being proposed?
And I'm
How
sorry,
much
the
would it
question
cost
is,
to do that type of work?
How much? I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Millions of dollars, probably, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, if you factor in the consultants that are needed and all that.
And if we do it up to the standards that you and Dr. Finley have talked about?
Yeah, we're very picky.
Thank you. I only got to 2 out of my 6 pages of outline.
Okay.
Time management, that's...
I'm a lawyer, I get paid by the hour. Oops.
Intervenor one's cross.
Good afternoon. My name is
Good afternoon.
Dean Bopayne. I'm the attorney for one of the interveners.
Nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, I need to ask you some questions about this Chevron thing. What year did you say that started?
You mean my involvement?
Yes. No, the fraud. We can just focus on the fraud.
not exactly sure. I guess it would be 2007-ish.
And you had been working on the project how long before you came to the conclusion that this was a fraudulent conspiracy?
About a year.
And when did the fraudulent conspiracy end?
I'm not really sure. I mean, my understanding, and I didn't have any knowledge of this at the time, is that the judgment in Ecuador, Stephen Donziger paid for that to be written by an Ecuadorian attorney. So, up until the judgment was, put into the record, at least up until then, which I think was 2000. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the date.
Well, was your primary involvement preparing the report for the so-called expert?
All the detail is in my declaration. I can tell you that I didn't actually write any of the report itself, but the company that I worked part-time for, Stratus, wrote about, 3/4 of that report. I was involved in some of the appendices that had to do with data, evaluation of data quality.
And did those appendices have accurate information or inaccurate information?
Accurate.
So was there...
Accurate information, but the problem was that we received all the data from Donziger and his team.
And you knew that information was false?
No.
Well, why was he changing it then?
I don't think he did change it. He had no interest in the data.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the data were the data. The whole question is, given the whole, the fraud and everything, I did not feel that I could vouch for anything, and that's why I disavowed everything.
And did you tell Mr. Donziger that?
Tell him
That
what?
You weren't comfortable with what was going on?
I didn't see him very much. I certainly told him that we didn't have enough groundwater data to say that groundwater had been affected away from the pits.
And is that what the final report of the expert said?
As I understand it, that the groundwater, the expanded groundwater contamination was not included in the expert report.
Did you ever meet with the expert?
Yes, I did.
And did you raise any concerns with him?
I did not. I'm not sure I even ever spoke to him, and he didn't speak English, and my Spanish was very bad at that point, so no.
Did you at any time bring the fraud to Chevron's attention?
No.
Did you bring it to your employer's attention?
You mean Stratus Consulting?
Yes.
Where I work part-time? I don't know how much, they knew everything that I knew, and possibly more. So I don't recall right now talking to them about it.
And you didn't testify in the Ecuadorian court?
No, I was not a designated expert in that matter.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
So, any of the commissioners have a comment, a question?
Simple question. Do you think that this is a good location for this mine? With just thinking about Maine and all the water that we have in Maine, is it possible to build a mine using all the latest technology that has a high potential for not polluting.
And so the question is, do I think this is a good location for the mine?
Yes.
Okay, you know, mines are where they are. You can't like move them to some other location, right? But the thing that concerns me the most about this mine development is that we know that these materials that are going to be extracted or planned to be extracted are acid generating, metal leaching, contaminant leaching. And the other thing that is pretty amazing is that the waters that are very close to where this planned operation would occur are really clean. So from what I understand about Chapter 200, you would hardly be able to have any uncaptured mine water because they're so close to the streams, groundwater, ponds and lakes that are very clean that it would be exceedingly difficult to not cause an adverse effect to the water quality.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
So I'm no expert on this 200 regulation. Have you ever seen a regulation tighter than this?
Oh, as I mentioned, I'm not as familiar with it as I could be, but I think that it's, you know, it's touted as the most restrictive in the country, and I don't have any reason to think that that isn't true. So, you know, just the fact that you aren't allowed to have wet tailings impoundments, and, you know, you have to do a lot of baseline sampling and, you know, all of that. There are a lot of jurisdictions that don't have those requirements. So I think it's, from what I understand of it, it seems like a very good set of regulations, protective.
Well, it seems to me that there aren't many places in the state of Maine that might have ore that would satisfy a lot of people in terms of water quality. It's like this is the bedrock for the opposition. It's all about water quality. I get the feeling that you can't, if you're held to these high standards, but you never get to them because this commission never moves on to give it to the DEP to run through the process to see what might happen. It's kind of like a catch-22. Mm-hmm. Now, that's not a question, that's just
okay.
an observation. But do you see what I'm coming at?
I do see what you're saying, and I think, you know, we have to acknowledge that mining will cause pollution. And from my understanding from Chapter 200 is that you're allowed to pollute within 100 feet of the mine. I'm not exactly sure where that would end up, or, you know, but then beyond that, you're not allowed to pollute. So most jurisdictions have regulations and requirements that allow a certain amount of pollution, up to a standard, up to a permit limit, et cetera. So, you know, we have to admit that there will be some pollution if we want these metals. I'm not sure that's what you were getting at, but.
Tracy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I love these. Yeah, I just have one. You testified that you aren't aware of a plan that can address acid mine drainage from the first flush of a mine wall. Dr. Finley testified, in his testify, he suggested using lime in the water as the mine fills back up, or pumping and treating that water as it refills. Could you comment on that, those two suggestions?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good approach, and I think Dr. Finley was just talking about after mining is done and water levels are rising back to, you know, the groundwater levels they were before. You could add lime, and he gave an example of the Sleeper mine. It was an open pit mine in Nevada where they added lime and everything's wonderful. You know, they've got fish swimming around in that pit. But, you know, the release from the mine walls will happen during operations as well. And if not all the mine water is captured, then some of that is going to bypass the treatment system, and it could pollute, downgrading groundwater.
Thank you, Dr. Musk.
Thank you.
I believe we're at our mandatory break. Life is always interesting. We had an issue at break with a breach of the ex parte rule that we follow, which essentially means we don't talk to any of you outside of the hearing, and you don't talk to us. So in full disclosure, Leo is going to explain what happened.
Yes. During the previous discussion that took place, I was thinking about the acid walls, the floors, the whole process. And unbeknownst to me, I started thinking about we have solutions for all kinds of things out there. And I thought that there might be an industry solution, so I actually asked Dr. Finley. And I asked Dr. Finley, and he actually asked me, he said, is this something that we should be concerned about? And I said, well, I thought I was asking you an industry standard. And I asked him about, is there some substance that is put on walls that might reduce the acid content as well as the leaching? And it was based upon the previous testimony of how there's certain bacteria that seem to complicate this matter and expedite it. That being said, apparently it can be done, and that's what I found out. I apologize to anyone who I certainly didn't think that I was breaking any rules, but that's that.
Intervener two's testimony and evidence.
I think first we were going to give, under our rules, after there's been an ex parte disclosure, the parties have a brief opportunity to respond. I don't know if intervener two wants to.
Thank you for letting us know that. I appreciate that.
Are we good to go? Okay. Intervener two's testimony. And the way this schedule is changed, you have 45 minutes in this segment. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Levitt. Would you please introduce yourself and then describe your professional and educational background?
Sure, thank you. My name is Stu Levitt. I'm based out of Missoula, Montana. A little weird with the glasses, sorry. Based out of Missoula, Montana. I'm a staff scientist with the Center for Science in Public Participation, and I've been doing that for about 20 years. Actually more, but it's been a little off and on it a couple times. And I provide research, analysis, technical review, particularly of mining and mine reclamation, and provide specific reporting and advice. My primary focus has been on mining and on water, other natural resources, as well as mine reclamation, rehabilitation in particular, and cleanup. In the past, I worked for the Montana Department of State Lands. Now it's part of the Natural Resources Department, NRD, in the state. Doing abandoned mine reclamation as a land reclamation specialist also. And there the focus is on water quality and planning and designing reclamation and cleanup type plans to deal with mine wastes, mine problems. I started, I guess, my mining career, if you will, as a master's degree from Montana State University in land reclamation, or land rehabilitation it was called at the time, I think.
And so let's start with water treatment. The Wolfden states in the rezoning application that the project's water treatment approach is designed to treat mine process and stormwater to remove chemicals to meet background levels prior to its return to the natural environment. To your knowledge, has Wolfden presented the LUPC with an example of a comparable mine that has accomplished this?
No, I don't believe it has.
And in your 20-plus years of experience, are you aware of such a mine?
No, I'm not.
And in your opinion, what is the significance of the lack of such an example?
It might not be possible to do that. It also might be technologically or economically unpracticable. That may be also a case.
And what is your opinion as to whether Wolfden has demonstrated in the rezoning application that treating Pickett Mountain mine water to background levels would be financially feasible?
It has proposed ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis, which are actually good technologies. They're quite good technologies, especially together they could be, but they can be very expensive to operate. In my opinion, the mineral data is not sufficient to, at this time, estimate the actual costs for that in a reliable way. And I guess my concern might be that it's easy for a company to promise to do something, and it's another to actually design or plan something to deliver it, and demonstrate that it is possible, specifically at a particular site. There's also the point that I believe Dr. Mace made, that reverse osmosis can be expensive in generating also a brine, which can be 20 to 30% of the treated volume, and that too can be a problem. And I believe that was pointed out by Lincoln Engineering, which was an LUPC consultant for the 2020 application. And it actually had stated, RO reject, i.e. brine, disposal can be a severe problem, and Wolfden's plan for such disposal should be better defined, or excuse me, should be defined better, if I'm reading a quote. And Wolfden has stated as part of its scoping that it would store the brine and use that as feed water to make cement for underground, but it hasn't demonstrated that is actually technologically going to work in this situation, or what it's allowed under applicable regulations. So it's a good idea, but I feel like there should be more, or could be more, to really identify whether or not that will work at this site as promised. And I think that should probably be, that would be to me a necessary component.
Now, when we've talked, let's switch to the topic of water balance. We've heard a bit about this mine seepage flow rate, the 30 gallons per minute. I'm going to skip questions about defining what exactly a mine seepage flow rate is, because for time, and just say, what is your opinion regarding whether the 30 gallons per minute mine seepage flow rate that we've been hearing about, whether that's supported by information in Wolfden's rezoning application?
It's actually not clearly supported in the application, in my opinion. The application states, quote, although engineering / hydrologic studies have not been conducted to quantify flow rates required to keep the working area of the mine in a dewatered state, it is currently estimated based on similar site experience and the likelihood of low transmissivity bedrock at depth that these quote-unquote seepage flows are likely to be on the order of 30 gallons per minute long-term. The application doesn't explain what similar site experience is, or the likelihood of low transmissivity bedrock at depth, or describe how these two ambiguous factors combine to actually be 30. I will note that yesterday in her testimony, and I apologize if I'm butchering someone's name, but I believe it was Dr. Turner, had said that she had talked to a number of people about this, if I'm recalling correctly, and that's good, but I've not seen in the application anything to support really where that number comes from. In the 2020 review, Lincoln Engineering concurred with the conclusion that the flow rate is too speculative for a water management plan or water balance. Lincoln specifically stated there is no real basis for estimate, and that might be my typo, of mine dewatering flow rate. The water management needs to have flexibility in case flows are higher.
Now, and when you're referring to the Lincoln Engineering report, that's a report that was submitted to the LUPC in response to the first application.
Yes,
correct. And that's already been added to the record by the LUPC at the outset. Now, why would a significant deviation from an estimated seepage rate matter?
Well, if it's higher, you're going to need to treat and discharge more water, which could change expense. If it's significantly so, it could change the planning. It may not work in the plan without adjustment. Likewise, or similarly, I guess, if it's lower than predicted, you may need to consume additional water, both of which have impact or potential impact to the overall water balance that is proposed at the site. Big concern with the lack of, I guess, more concrete data or reliable data is you can't really estimate the time that it's going to take for the wastes to inundate the mine area once the mine workings, once the area is proposed back for flooding when they close the mine. The problem with that is you can have a fluctuating water table that does wet and dry things that can create acid mine drainage as a result of the wetting, drying being adding and removing air, water, and of course the minerals are the constant. So that could have an impact on contaminant creation and or release. In my opinion, the groundwater studies could have been done, or more detailed information could have been created, and that would help answer this. I use, I guess, as an example, the Pogo mine in Alaska as just an example of the notion that it had originally predicted an average of 139 gallons per minute would be created. That was later revised to 205, I believe, and by some odd years later, it was at 400 gallons per minute. I'm not suggesting those numbers are necessarily applicable here, but the concept, I think, really is, and that type of thing is a concern, and that's why, I guess that's why I think it's important to consider.
Thank you. So I'd like to now move to the topic of acid mine drainage. I think we've heard enough about we've heard from a number of people how acid mine drainage, what it is and how it's created. So we can skip that and we can just, let's talk about what's your opinion as to whether mining at Pickett Mountain is likely to generate acid mine drainage?
I would concur. I think many people have suggested. I totally think it will happen here, or is likely to happen here, highly likely. I believe the estimate was that 40 to 60% pyrite-containing minerals involved. So mining and processing activities are going to create the very high chance for acid mine drainage.
And, I think...
Oh, sure. Yes, of course.
And does Wolfden's application acknowledge all of the mine's potential sources of acid mine drainage?
No, as Dr. Maist identified, also the mine walls are significant potential. The mine workings underground. You take out the materials and there's going to still be pyrite, sulfide-containing materials in the walls, and that has the potential for creating acid mine drainage, whether it's from, well, air is obviously going to be in front of it, but water coming through it from the groundwater or water entering through the workings. So there is a very high probability.
And in addition, what about ore and tailings? Would those be?
The same thing on the surface. Once the materials are on the surface, the waste rock itself can produce acid mine drainage. There are things that can be done. I believe the mine has proposed them to minimize duration, but you still have, in particular, waste rock stored for long periods of time. I'll note that the notion, and it's been sort of bantered around a little bit, that, well, there's going to be liner, and we'll have a double liner, and those are very good things. I'm not trying to say they're not. However, there's a reason that liner, what do you call it, warranties aren't forever. Part of it, obviously, is a business reality, but liners leak. They leak from human error, someone driving a truck over it in an improper way, improper installation, weight causing things to rip, and they do leak. It happens in the real world. And the notion that it is really going to be absolute is not something that I think can be relied on. There are things that can be done to try and mitigate when there's a leak. However, you can't untoll the bell once you've started a leak. you can stop it or potentially try and stop it, but if you have a liner underneath a huge quantity of material that is going to be uneconomic or difficult to remove for one reason or another, you're going to have to pump back or do other treatment methods that are really following the problem rather than preventing it. So I think there has been discussion about the importance of preventing, but I think there should be more about what happens once there's a problem and having a real plan for that.
And you were talking now about storage of waste rock on the surface. Now, what's your opinion about whether Wolfden has demonstrated that it would be able to prevent acid mine drainage impacts that might arise from backfilling the waste rock back into the mine workings as they're planning to do?
I think it actually largely omits that potential. It acknowledges it might be real in the hearing today, but in the application, I don't think it's adequately covered. The probability of acid mine drainage is high. Once again, Lincoln Engineering in its 2020 review had said it is an inevitable condition that either needs a mitigation plan to prevent it from happening or a water treatment plant capable of treating the additional loading or both. The problem is real, and it has a real threat.
Now, you noted in your pre-file testimony that Wolfden plans to transport 55 truckloads of ore per day to an off-site ore processing facility. What's your opinion as to whether Wolfden has demonstrated that it will prevent acid mine drainage impacts to water arising from ore transportation?
I think it's been largely discounted or not adequately, in my opinion, planned for. If you have trucks leaving, there's many different types of trucks, and there's different things you can do, such as covering them. However, there are many types of transport, train, truck, loader, conveyor belts, that will have dust, fugitive dust, and or leaks that you're not going to stop all of them. I don't think it's practicable to stay. You won't be able to stop everything. And those can create what is effectively a corridor-long contaminant source that itself could be creating acid mine drainage. There are things that can be done to mitigate them, and there are also monitoring that can be done to try and detect it. I just don't think it's a good idea to sort of say, well, we'll deal with that later. I think that's a problem.
And speaking more broadly about acid mine drainage, in your opinion, has Wolfden presented an adequate plan to detect acid mine drainage if it occurs?
No, it is. In my opinion, it is not. Really, most monitoring is being left for a later planning period, that it'll be sort of, we'll plan for it and we'll deal with it later. I think the importance of a robust plan early as possible in a decision process, for instance, this one, in fact, is necessary. If you're going to try and say, well, we're dealing with all of these things, then show how it's going to be dealt with and allow for an actual review. There's plenty of examples where monitoring can miss something. And some of that is not unreasonable. You can't monitor constant everywhere, but a minimal plan would be appropriate, in my opinion.
And in your opinion, has Wolfden presented an adequate plan to manage acid mine drainage if it occurs?
No, I don't think it has. Once you detect acid mine drainage, you're going to have to do something with it. You've got a plan for it, whether you're going to try and contain it, reverse course. I'll note that, for instance, using what you were talking about, bactericides that you mentioned, are all methods that may be considered. Some of them can work, some of them will not. It really is very site-specific, what treatments or methodologies are really going to work. However, that needs to be planned for in advance and should be done not only as a matter of, well, it makes sense to know it, but you can't really assess the economic viability of a mine or the economic impacts of acid mine drainage and all the other things that can happen without doing some of those things in advance, or most of them, I would argue. So no, I don't think it has planned for it sufficiently.
And this is sort of moving on to a related topic. You're aware that there, under Maine law, a mining company is going to have to set aside a financial trust amount to cover a worst-case mining disaster. In your opinion, has Wolfden demonstrated that the proposed $13.7 million that I think is included in its preliminary economic assessment for that trust fund, do you think that would be adequate to cover a worst-case mining disaster at Pickett Mountain?
I have not seen any mine that could possibly do much of anything with $13.7 million for a worst-case scenario. Worst-case scenario really is things have just fallen down, and something happened that is dramatic. And no, I don't think that would be adequate. As you say, the preliminary economic assessment, the PEA, does identify it, but it's not clear really where it comes from, at least not to me. I couldn't understand where that number was derived from. I use an example that comes from my state, Montana, though I acknowledge I moved there in the mid-'80s. I actually grew up in New Jersey. But at Zortman-Landusky Mine, which is a name you've probably heard before, or maybe you've heard before, that the company said we will not have acid mine drainage, and if we do, we're going to deal with it. And we have a plan to deal with it, and once acid mine drainage happened, they weren't able to really deal with it. They got behind the ball. And the company ultimately went bankrupt, and the taxpayers in Montana have been paying for decades now, and it's likely to go on into perpetuity. It's over $100 million, or near $100 million now, of state money, taxpayer money, has gone to dealing with that problem. I'd note also that the lead of the company that had done that, Pegasus Gold was the name of the company, its president is now part of a completely different set of mines being proposed, or mine being proposed, that he's saying, well, we're not going to do that again. We're going to do better. And when it comes to financial surety, my real feeling is you need to have a little better, you have to be really secure for the state to protect state resources in financial surety.
And I think at Zortman-Landusky, as I recall in your pre-file testimony, you said there was a certain amount per year that was being spent just for pumping and treating the water. Was that?
It was like $20 million a year.
I think
$2 million.
I think you said two. I think it was $2 million.
$2 million. Excuse me. Thank you.
But going on for many years.
Yes, and that's the problem with acid mine drainage. Once it starts, you're going to have a heck of a time completely stopping it. There are things you can do to mitigate it, to manage it, but they cost money.
And now I want to move on to discussing the ore processing and tailings facility, also sometimes called a concentrator and a tailings disposal facility. In your opinion, can the economic viability of this mining project be adequately assessed without considering Wolfden's specific plans for ore processing and tailings disposal in a nearby town?
No, I don't think it can. The pieces of a mine, in my opinion, are all necessarily intertwined and interconnected, no matter what you do. You have a place where you're getting the materials, you have a place where you're putting waste, and you have a place where you're going to just process the ore and deal with the waste from the ore, as well as, of course, administrative and lots of other things. But those are the main components that, to remove one of them and say, well, that's not a part of this anymore, is, as a matter of financial reality, completely unsupportable, in my opinion. As a matter of logistics, if it's going to be anywhere nearby, there is a reasonable potential that the disposal site for the tailings and, of course, the treatment plant itself, the processing plant, itself, are going to be nearby, and you don't know, unless identified and reviewed, whether that's going to have any impact on the mine's own watershed, be hydrologically connected with the same resources, or just have regional impacts that should be considered. I think that kind of chopping pieces apart is, personally, I think it's unreasonable from the review point of view, because you can't just say, well, we're not going to process our ore. That's where the money comes from. It is inextricably intertwined with the economics of the company.
And so just stepping back to talk about the ore processing, what does that process entail? What does ore processing entail? How does that work?
Ore is the stuff that had value at the mine site itself. You take it out of the ground in this case, and through underground workings, you bring it up. And about 90% of it is, or more, depends, or less, call it 90% just for explanatory purposes, of that is useless. The 10% that is valuable minerals is going to be treated, the whole thing is ground up. I should back up, I apologize. You take your ore, you grind it up generally into a fine powder, and you use a variety of processes and chemicals to essentially float is the easiest way to describe it if you think about it graphically. You're floating away the valuable minerals, and those are done often in tanks. That is then the valuable stuff. It's taken away. 90% of it's going to fall down. Think about it again, just graphically, conceptually. 90% of it is going to be waste. That's going to become your tailings. You also have with both of those a variety of chemicals, many of them toxic, many of them not, of course, that have to be dealt with. From the ore that had the valuable minerals and now the minerals are separate, you're going to wash it and send it off for further processing. That's the money. That's the paycheck. The wastes also have all of the chemicals in it, and many places will dispose of it by putting it into what's called a tailings pond or tailings impoundment. Big dam, hold all the stuff. That's not allowed in Maine, is my understanding. Therefore, the mine is proposed to further process it to make what is a very low or lower moisture cake, or dry stack it's called. It's not technically really dry, and dispose of it that way. There are costs associated with any disposal method, but the costs of all of those things are part of the company's bottom line. And just as the ore becoming concentrated minerals going off-site that forms the paycheck is part of the process, so too is the waste that's dropping down and has to be dealt with as dry stack tailings, for instance. And to separate it I find it almost implausible as a regulatory matter or as a financial matter.
And what environmental risks can ore processing pose for a project like this one?
They can be big, of course. You've got any sorts, the chemicals themselves, both coming to the site can be a risk if there's a leak or a spill. Storage on the site, of course, of the chemicals can be a problem. Generally speaking, the workings of the processing facilities themselves are fairly closely monitored because that's your money. That liquid, that waste material, even if they're combined, is still very valuable to the company. That's where the money comes from. But there are leaks that have happened. I've heard of mines leaking their process solution, which is not something you'd want to do. But that is then taken off. You've got the waste materials that have to be treated to remove the toxic materials, in this case if they're using a dry stack tail, and then dispose of the chemicals or the wastes either by reusing it, which is actually a preferred method, I would suggest, or at some point treating it or disposing of it on or off site to remove it or contain it from environmental risk. Like everything else, though, there can be spills, and they occur. They can be from human error, maybe machine problems. There's a variety of things that can happen, and they do. Is that likely? Not necessarily, but they happen, and therefore they need to be considered as real and planned for as real.
And so now I want to switch topics a bit to talk about the company's and the project's financial viability. With respect to Wolfden, has Wolfden demonstrated that it has the financial capacity to complete this proposed project, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it hasn't. I think it was on yesterday, I was going to say the first day, but that's not that long ago. There was discussion about the sort of junior mining company is sometimes how it's described, and the economics that they run and the normalcy of being a low capital company. But that doesn't, the normalcy perhaps of it doesn't remove the potential risk of it. It is still a company that is not, in my opinion, financially resourced to do this. The idea that it will or could come up with finances is not invaluable, but at this time, this company does not have the ability to do what it is proposing to do.
And In your opinion, has Wolfden demonstrated that the value of the Pickett Mountain deposit is sufficient to make this a financially viable project?
No, it has not. The ore body itself is characterized as being, and actually I'm blanking entirely now, the words for it, indicated versus inferred. Thank you, I'm sorry for that. The notion of both of those are less than proven. We don't know what is actually there. There are good indices that can be relied on for a variety of business purposes, but to really say that, yes, this is a viable project, I don't find supportable personally, or professionally, more important. The basis for that is in the numbers, and Wolfden has not done the review and the data necessary, and you saw I believe it was Mr. Finley put up, and I could be wrong with the name again, I apologize, all the drill holes and the cores, and there was, I think, 4 cores examples here, that in all of those data, there could be much more data available. The problem with that, as I think, is the costs of doing that can be high, and therefore, we're not going to get there yet. Well, in my opinion, you don't get your permit until you can prove it. And you don't get, similarly, a land use change, in my opinion, requires knowing that this is a viable ore body and a viable company. I won't bother reading the quotes unless you want me to, I guess.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, in the PEA, there's a variety of statements about the company's viability and the risks, and the meaning of inferred and indicated resources, but there is still no demonstration of viable corporation or proven resources.
Well, why don't you explain to us how much of the, what percentage is an inferred resource and what does an how much of the mineral resource is inferred and what does an inferred resource mean?
The preliminary economic assessment, which was completed in 2020, states in this quote, a diluted mineral resource, end quote, that is, quote, comprised of 50% indicated resources and 50% inferred resources. The PA acknowledges that, quote, inferred mineral resources are considered too speculative geologically to have economic considerations applied to them that would enable them to be categorized as mineral reserves. Therefore, there is no guarantee that the economic projections contained in this PEA would be realistic. Further, indicated resources cannot be considered a proven reserve either. And that's, I will note, that's, I think, standard language in a PEA, because that is, the whole point of a PEA is creating something to prevent a company or prevent an individual from saying, this is gold worth a fortune for you. Well, I've got to do certain mineralogic analysis to show that this has value. And that's the whole point of a PEA, and therefore the caveats in there are standard. But that means, though, that this ore body has not advanced to a point that demonstrates that it is more than indicated or inferred, that it is actually a proven resource. We've got whatever we say we have. And that's, I guess, the basis of my concern.
And now let's move on to discussion briefly of jobs. In your opinion, based on your review of the application, has Wolfden demonstrated that the jobs associated with this mine will be filled primarily from the local workforce?
No, I don't think that it has. In the application, it states, quote, it is Wolfden's objective that the primary workforce be employed locally from residents, end quote, but it doesn't specify how this is actually going to be achieved. Yesterday there was testimony about the sort of talking with different colleges or different planning, and I believe even in the budget there was money proposed for or included inherently in things to educate a workforce and create a workforce. But that's sort of a promise to promise, in my opinion, as opposed to an actual plan or anything that is reliable. The idea of having 7-day on, 7-day off schedule at many places is conducive to a fly in, fly out, it's called. And that's not necessarily flying in, literally flying, but people coming in, working for a period, and then going back home wherever it may be, because they're working for a week and they can go home for a week. In this case here, with the mines just over the Canadian border, it might be that people could be coming from there. I don't know that that is what would happen, but I don't see a clear plan from Wolfden nor commitments of what would happen. I will note also, even if there were commitments, full disclosure, I would be saying to you, well, even if there was commitments, it's not clear that they would be binding on if, for instance, a major company taking over the junior company, a major company takes it over, there's nothing to say that the larger company would say, well, we don't care. That was Wolfden. We're not Wolfden. Without a binding commitment or some clear standard for local jobs and actual numbers, you don't have any, in my opinion, you don't have anything except a promise or a promise to promise something. In my opinion, there should be a requirement to identify the specific jobs that will be created. And the reason I say that is because oftentimes when jobs are created, they're not created. You know what the mine needs. The skilled jobs often can go to people who already have the skills, and the lesser jobs go to the people who don't have the skills. Training and other things may get them there, but without clear commitments to these are the positions and here's what we're going to do with them, it's a promise. And that's not necessarily without some merit, but I don't believe that it's something upon which I could rely and say, yes, that is likely. There also should be a requirement to describe how it will ensure that the training and other stuff is done. To say you're in talks with the local communities, et cetera, is good, but I don't think that is adequate. And making it clear that this is binding on whatever the future may be of the mine, as opposed to the company that is looking as a minor company to be taken over or sell it. Lastly, I think there should be a requirement to analyze how all of those plans change if those commitments are not met. If you're looking to the financial analysis of, well, this is going to be the impacts to, in this case, the communities, well, what's the impact if that doesn't happen? What are the financial benefits going to be if those jobs are not filled locally? And what happens then? And I think those things are all missing, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I'm done with the direct.
I don't know what time we started, but that was fast. Thank you.
So it's the applicant's cross-examination time.
Good afternoon. May Emline, counsel for the applicant. Mr. Levitt, you have covered a great deal in your testimony, and as a preliminary question, I wanted to ask you about your curriculum vitae, which was submitted this past week. You state that you've worked on a series of framework projects, including Framework for Responsible Mining. Is that correct? And this refers to a report that was published in 2005, right?
I couldn't tell you the date, but I'll trust you, yes.
Okay. And you provided feedback and comments on this report to the authors, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in the executive summary of this report, it states that, quote, nearly all negative social and environmental impacts are avoidable, if companies would operate according to the best possible standards. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't actually recall the statement, but you're reading, so I'm trusting.
Okay, but you don't deny that that's what the report says?
No, I do not.
Okay. Drawing your attention specifically to both your testimony here today and your pre-filed testimony, you have a great deal of discussion about the reverse osmosis technology. And you agree that the reverse osmosis technology is technologically possible, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it is an effective tool to clean water?
Yes. Yes.
So you agree with Mr. Danilou and Dr. Thone that the proposed water treatment is a viable method of achieving the treatment standards required under Maine law?
Would you repeat that?
You would agree with them that the proposed water treatment is a viable method of achieving the treatment standards?
Yes.
Okay. So your concern is not that the technology is ineffective. It's that it's, in your words, it's expensive and cost prohibitive.
Yes.
Okay. On page 4 of your pre-filed testimony, you specifically cite the Bald Mountain report to support your conclusion that this technology is expensive and complex. And this report is from 1990, correct?
I'm looking for it. I'm not sure I have the same pagination as you, but I'll believe yes.
Okay. But you cited to the Bald Mountain report. You
Yes.
submitted that in your testimony. Okay. So if it's from 1990, it's more than 30 years old, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that this report is specific to Bald Mountain and the unique hydrological characteristics and economic conditions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you state specifically in your pre-filed testimony that the reverse osmosis technology has not changed substantially since 1990, correct?
Yeah, well, the answer, if I said that, then yes, I said that. Yes.
And you were present yesterday and heard Mr. Danilou and Dr. Thone testify?
I was, but if you want something specific, I can't remember who's who for sure. But,
That's okay, but
okay.
you were present in the room to listen?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so you heard them testify that this technology has become more common and therefore more affordable?
Yes.
Okay. And you are also aware that Mr. Danilou testified that there are many mines globally and other industries that are using this RO technology?
Yes.
Okay. And you also heard Mr. Danilou testify that brine is going to be significantly less here because of the concentrate recovery system, correct?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. So based on this testimony, on Mr. Danilou's testimony, you're aware that the proposed water treatment system produces significantly less than the 20 to 30% that Dr. Mace assumed in her testimony?
Then 20 to 30%, 20 to 30% less than, would you repeat that?
That Dr. Mace mentioned in her
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the who. Sorry, thank you. Yes, I'm aware of that, but I'm not clear, I guess, every mine is unique, as I think you're sort of beginning to try and point out, and this one is too. I have not seen the data here to demonstrate the actual costs at this site based on the mineralogies, flows, et cetera.
But you would agree that Mr. Danilou testified that there is technology that has been put in place in the proposed mine that reduces the amount of brine that would come out of the reverse osmosis system?
Yes, I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. And you have never designed a mine water treatment system, correct?
No, I have not.
And you've never operated a mine water treatment system?
No, I have not.
Okay. And you heard that Mr. Danilou and Dr. Thone have collectively designed hundreds of such RO treatment systems,
Yes.
correct? So it's accurate to say that you've never been responsible for developing cost estimates or designing and operating a mine water treatment system?
Correct.
During your testimony here today and at several points in your pre-filed testimony, you reference Lincoln Engineering's report, both in reference to the water balance and acid mine drainage. And on page 8 of your testimony, you specifically say that Lincoln concurred with the conclusion that Wolfden's flow rate is too speculative for a water management plan or water balance. Are you aware that Lincoln also stated in its summary opinion that Wolfden's documents were, quote, fairly well detailed for the expected level of project development, end quote, and that there were, quote, no major category gaps?
I can't say I recall or don't recall that specific statement, but my quoting of Lincoln is, I think, based on my personal opinion and not Lincoln's opinion necessarily of the amount of information that is necessary and appropriate for making a determination about the ecological or technological and financial viability of a project.
But you would agree that you did not include Lincoln's ultimate conclusion in their analysis in your pre-filed testimony.
I don't agree with the characterization that it is an ultimate conclusion, but I do agree I did not include that statement in my testimony.
Okay. And are you aware that Lincoln's analysis was part of a larger report that SWCA Environmental Consultants prepared for the Land Use Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay. And SWCA, in its report, of which the Lincoln report was an attachment, concluded, quote, given the level of effort for this state of development and compared with similar deposits, the proposed development is technically feasible with the understanding that significant detail is still required for the design of individual mine components in accordance with the state of Maine rules and regulations for development of this project. And your testimony does not reference SWCA's environmental consultant's conclusion, correct?
Correct, it does not.
In your pre-filed testimony and today, you have described Wolfden's proposed financial assurance as inadequate. And one of the things that you point specifically to is acid mine drainage as a reason for this inadequacy, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it more accurate to state that the amount of financial assurance may need to be adjusted based on the results of additional hydrological and geochemical characterization?
It is, but the reason I have my statement as it was is because the financial viability of the whole project needs to include, among other things, the financial surety cost, because that is an actual cost for a mine. And to try and say, well, it needs to be adjusted, all of these things I acknowledge need to be adjusted. However, to make a determination that the project is viable, in my opinion, requires more than is present currently.
And are you familiar with the Chapter 200 standards from the DEP?
Very, very little, quite honestly.
Are you aware that as part of the Chapter 200 requirements, a third-party reviewer who has to be approved by the DEP is hired to provide estimated costs associated with mine closure, reclamation, and a catastrophic event?
I'm not, but I would assume it's there only because most state regulations require something along those lines. The reason, quite honestly, I'm not familiar with it is I didn't really spend much time in it. In my understanding is that is a later permit review to be done, and my comments were designed to help inform or respond to the LUPC Commission, which has its own standards, its own rules, and its own requirements. And I had no idea that the LUPC would be relying on a future permit review for its decision here. So I actually have very little I could probably add for you on Chapter 200.
So your statements in your testimony referring to, inadequate monitoring, more soil sampling, more soil characterization, all of which will be done in Chapter 200. None of your statements in your testimony account for that additional characterization that will come at the next phase of this project?
I would say no, because I don't think they're relevant to my understanding of the permit being given today. The LUPC Commission's rules and obligations, I thought were the LUPC's determinations, not the LUCP's determinations based on some future regulatory process.
And Mr. Levitt, just to clarify, you're aware that this is a rezoning process rather than a permitting process, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you aware that during the LUPC Commission's Chapter 12 rulemaking process, stakeholders argued that additional level of detail on things like soils, surface, groundwater should be included in the rezoning phase?
I don't think I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Would you repeat that?
Yes, I mean,
I'm sorry.
So during the Chapter 12 rulemaking process, stakeholders were able to comment, and
What does the Chapter 12 process specifically apply to?
So-
The names and numbers I'm not familiar with, I'm sorry.
yes, so Chapter 12 is relevant here, related to rezoning of the mining operation.
So that's the LUPC's governance. Thank you.
Correct.
I didn't know the name. Thank you.
So during that stakeholder process, several stakeholders argued that additional level of detail was required on soils, surface, and groundwater samplings. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
And are you aware that the commission declined to add those additional requirements because these detailed studies are part of the Chapter 200 permitting process?
I'm not aware of it, but I'm also not sure how you, I'm not sure from the hearing or from your question, I guess, where the delineation is between we have to have a conceptual plan, we have to have a conceptual plan plus 20%, 50%, 90% of what would be the Chapter 200 processes. That is to say, I guess I don't know where that delineation would be. My comments are based on the conceptual need for the basis of a financial valuation to say, yes, this is practicable or possible, or no, it is not.
So you don't have specifically any knowledge as to what's required in the rezoning phase of the project versus the permitting phase?
No, I could not compare them.
Returning to the topic of the statement that the financial assurance is inadequate, you specifically cited both here today and in your pre-filed testimony the Zortman and Landusky mines that Pegasus owns. And you cite these two mines as evidence that the financial assurance is inadequate. On the screen.
Could I actually, I don't actually say that it is, if I said that is evidence of the inadequacy at Wolfden, that is, I did not intend to imply that.
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
Let me rephrase. So you cite these two particular mines as an example of the high costs associated with mine operation.
I cited it with the intent of an example of the high cost where there is a failure.
Okay.
Not as an example of comparison or suggesting that would be here. It's a very different mine.
Okay.
As I see your picture now.
Yes. And this is an open pit mine, correct?
Correct, it is.
And it has wet tailings?
Yes.
Okay. And this is over 1,200 acres, about. You would agree with that?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And the proposed Pickett Mountain project is, they're proposing rezoning of 374 acres, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and the Zortman and Landusky mines operated from about 1970 to 1990s, there and abouts.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not.
So you would agree that this mine operated contemporary mining standards, pre-current characterization standards?
Not entirely. I guess I'm not going to compare Montana's standards to Maine's because I don't know them well enough. Montana has advanced quite a bit in response, in many cases, to the Zortman mine. My comments are not based on, I think, the comparability of that mine in its current state with this mine, nor on the regulatory rubric of that mine versus the Wolfden mine. It's based on the conceptual, there are huge risks. I don't think that the footprint of a mine is necessarily going to correlate with the footprint or the impacts that it will yield, financial or chemical or technical. A small mine, I think I will not agree with the idea that a small mine is only going to have small impacts, whether it's geographic or otherwise. So I'm not sure is the question.
But you would agree that an upfront financial assurance should be based on the specific conditions of a particular mine?
Yes.
So in your testimony, when you pointed to Zortman and Landusky as having $100,000, $100 million in cleanup costs, it sounds like you would agree that you're not saying that is the amount that would necessarily be required in this particular circumstance, and that additional information would be needed.
Yes, it would. I think the amount has to be calculated based on specifics for the site, and I have not seen sufficient information nor any calculation made other than what's in the PEA, and I didn't find the support in the PEA to I guess, really understand where that number comes from, to say that is a reasonable number. Based on even minor costs that can occur from acid mine drainage and treatment into perpetuity, 13.7 seems to me low. Am I saying it's 100 million? No, not even, I have no idea. But it could be an order of magnitude difference from 13.7. And that's where that's I guess the purpose of citing to Zortman. I don't intend to say that I have the number. I don't see the number or see a basis for the number.
Okay, but you would agree that additional information would be required, and you would agree that that would occur at the Chapter 200?
I agree more information is required. I think that is necessary for any financial assessment of the mine because that cost can be significant. So I won't specify or limit to just, that's something for Chapter 200. I think any financial evaluation of the mine requires some reasonable number upon which it can make that determination.
And you do not have a background as an economist, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And have you ever invested in a mine?
No, I have not.
Okay. Or have you ever developed, owned, or operated a mine?
No, I have not.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have an opinion as to, a rate of return that would be required for a mine to be an attractive investment or to be an attractive investment for those who generally invest, own, and operate mines?
No, I do not.
And you referenced the PEA earlier in your testimony, and you are not a qualified person under the N43-101 standard, which governs the PEA, correct?
Correct, I am not.
Okay. So based on your experience, you don't have an expert opinion as to the economic value or financial viability of this particular project?
I'm just thinking about your question. Would you read it again? I'm sorry.
Based on your experience, you don't have an expert opinion as to the economic value or the financial viability of this particular mine?
No, I do not. My statements were based on my reading of the PEA and in fact relying on it and its language, knowing the difference between inferred, for instance, and proven, or other standards that are used for PEAs, and that's the basis.
Just checking. Oh, 4 minutes. Okay. You referenced in your testimony the tailings and the concentrator. You are aware, or are you aware, that Chapter 200 will evaluate the entire project as a whole?
Yes, I am. Oh, excuse me, actually, I guess no, I'm not, but I've heard that a number of times through the proceedings today and here, or yesterday and today here. The reason I said what I did is because the financial viability, in my opinion, requires those included in the analysis, because those are significant financial pieces of a mine, and therefore I thought that they should be included.
And as you testified previously, you know that this is a rezoning proceeding, and you understand that the commission cannot determine zoning outside of the jurisdiction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are also aware that the PEA considered all costs, correct?
Yes.
In your pre-filed testimony, you noted that the application did not take into account evaporative losses in the water distribution system. You are aware that Wolfden did in fact account for that, correct?
Yes. I read, when my reading the application, I did not, and I'm not sure if I missed it or did not download it at the time, it was a response, I believe, to a question, or I think it was a Wolfden response to LUPC questions, and I had not seen them at the time that I wrote the testimony.
And you are aware that under the Chapter 200 process, there's going to be additional baseline site characterization for soils, hydrology, flow paths, velocity, gradients, additional groundwater surface interactions, runoff, infiltration, correct?
I wouldn't say I'm aware of it, but I know that it's there. I've heard it's there. The reason I put it what I put is because of what I think is the need to have that as part of the consideration for something like this, as compared to all of it being included sometime in the future, prospectively.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
Thank you.
I have no questions for this witness.
Your lucky day. This day is getting better all the time. Do the commissioners have any questions?
I do. I'm curious, at one point you talked about monitoring.
Yes.
Is that monitoring daily, weekly, monthly? Can you expand
Sure.
on that a little bit for me?
I'll back up a couple steps. The concept of and I'm speaking to environmental monitoring. This is sort of seeing what's at the site and what's happening. And I'll be try and be quick here because it's actually a fun rabbit hole to go down, but I doubt you want to. But the idea of monitoring is fairly straightforward, that you want to be able to assess what is happening at the site, and more importantly, what you don't know is happening that could be a problem. So for instance, there's monitoring of effluent. You're going to discharge something in a pipe, in this case proposed, for instance, to be spray irrigated. You need to make sure that water is of a certain quality to be discharged. There's also monitoring, though, that is looking for leaks or to detect something that may not be so, that is not planned, or that may be anticipated, to detect what's happening there. So for instance, underground, if you have if this is the mine workings, you may also have and it's not to scale, you would also have possibly a drill well that you are intercepting some of the groundwater going into and or out of the site, as well as, of course, they're going to monitor the pump, the seepage that they're collecting from the mine, to get an idea of what's happening in the environment. Where are things going? How are they interacting? The reality of groundwater and the interaction with a mine is very complex, or can be very complex, and you need to be able to see, well, what's happening over there? If we think we're capturing all of the water and it's all clean, it's possible you're not. There may be some seepage that's going through a natural fissure or one that was created by blasting when the mine was put in, that there's a little bit of water seeping out from the side. Or you may have surface activities over here, surface operations, whatever it may be, that these are leaking. These may go this way towards the mine, it'll be captured by this well or in the seepage, but they may also be going that way. So you need another thing over here. And you're going to have a series of wells. You're also going to test, so you're going to test at different levels in the well if it's possible, or just the aggregate from the well, and detect, well, gee, we have a problem over here. Or be able to point and say we don't, and the mine knows that we're not responsible for something that may be happening elsewhere. You're going to do the same thing with the surface flows. If you've got on the surface above all of these different things, water, you're going to monitor, you're going to test it. So really all monitoring refers to is a rubric and a plan, or both, to try and identify the problems that may occur at the mine and hopefully not find them. I mean, the ideal monitoring well is one that always comes up clean. They don't always come up clean. And you need to be able to detect it to identify where there's a failure, where there's a problem. Once that's identified, if there's a problem, then you can deal with it. You being the company's going to have to deal with it with, of course, the regulatory agencies, et cetera. The reason I include it now, and the reason I think it's important now, is because the costs of that can be significant, and it also helps to identify, both conceptually and financially, what liabilities may come ahead. And I guess that may go to the question, I apologize over it, I don't recall your name, the attorney for the proponent, or the applicant. The bond, the planning, the financials, all of that stuff kind of comes in to whether it's being calculated numerically or a gut feel of they've got a handle on this, or that they don't. And to me, monitoring is significant because it helps speak to the risks that can come later. And that was, I guess, a little bit of the underpinning of my feeling that or conclusion that a small mine doesn't necessarily have small impacts or a small footprint. There can be plenty of problems without. The monitoring plan will help identify where these may occur. If you have an extremely fractured geology, you may have to have a little bigger monitoring plan, or it's going to go a little further. Is that going to be a massive cost? No, probably not, at least not at the start, or unless there's problems detected, but it is something to consider. Does that answer your question? Okay. Hopefully not too far down a rabbit hole.
Yes, you mentioned about the financial trust amount, and the number that was bantered around was 13.7 million, and I believe you said that's not enough. My question is there a particular metric within the industry, 25% of the gross, 30% of the gross, that is considered a standard for mining operations?
I'll be honest, if there is one, I have not heard of it. I have not heard of a reliable one, but I would also caution that every mine is unique. It's going to have unique geology, it's going to have unique everything. And therefore, I don't know that I would, at an outset, I don't know that I would want to rely on it. If you're looking for a true back of the envelope something, I have not heard of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I would also say that and this is, I think, related to that question, my saying that, in my opinion, 13.7 million is not adequate is not an absolute statement that it is not adequate. It is based on my experience. I have never seen a mine, certainly not a hard rock mine, that would have been, or what I would consider that a sufficient bond. I've actually worked on gravel mines, which generally have very little or no environmental risks to water quality, that have a $13 million bond or more. So that's sort of the basis of me saying that's not adequate. I cannot say what the number is, though, at this project.
The other point that I'd like to just briefly ask you is, you had also made mention of a series of plans, we'll say, that are not in place, if you will. And I'm going to call them risk mitigation plans, if nothing else. Is it possible to, that this mine could go and become feasible based upon better documentation, better risk management plans, mitigation plans going forward?
Yes, it is. Really the question, I guess to me that raises is, when does all that stuff be completed? And the notion that the Chapter 200, and I continue to acknowledge my infamiliarity with the requirements of that law specifically, however, any state's regulatory requirements for a mine tend to be pretty expansive. And I understand that is more than what is required here, but there is no impossibility. It's very possible that the mine could have completed everything for Chapter 200 now, before the LUPC's decision is made. The reason I think reasonably, and I won't put any words into the mine's mouth or the mine's proponents, is that would be economically significant. The costs of doing that are great. But there is nothing to say that those things can't be done or more can be done. I don't know from any set of regulations that say you can only do this up to now. You can't do this, the much bigger one. And if there is the need for the information, I think that it should be included. So I think the reason I think that sort of relates to your question is there is no limit to what can be done to provide information to the LUPC except those made by the applicant for business or other reasons. But to say that, well, it's all going to be done in the future is the point that I make, that I don't think that is necessarily reasonable.
Thank you.
I have it seems to me that with any project, including this project, you start out conceptualizing it, you put some money into it to see if you're headed in the right direction, then you put a little more money into it, and it always seems to come up to the person who's developing, in this case, this mine. They think they've provided enough information so that we can make a decision. The other side says, no, we need a lot more information. How does an applicant, or for that matter, the opposition, draw that line?
I don't have a great answer for you, but I do have an opinion on the matter. And I think it's actually a really great question, because it begs the question, when is enough enough? Which I think is sort of what you were getting to. And it really applies to probably everything in life, but I'm going to try not to get too philosophical here. Ultimately, I look to it as who has a burden of doing something. If I want something, I have the burden of showing that it's possible and reasonable and doable. And therefore, I tend to think that the applicant for something bears the burden, obviously, of coming up with it. And if there is to be any question of when is enough enough, that answer should be based on more, not less. Because it is the applicant that is making the financial risk at the beginning, but it is ultimately the public trust that is being, risked in the long term, so to speak. The mining company goes bankrupt, and the public is the one who's left dealing with it. And I started my career, quite honestly, in Superfund work, cleaning up of Superfund sites where things just all went kittywampus. Many of those are old sites. I acknowledge it, especially in mining, but not all of them. And current companies go bankrupt, leaving the public with, literally, holding the bag, so to speak, or taking money out of the public bag to try and amend the failures of the corporate bag. And the reason I feel that is to me personally and professionally, or it's professionally supported in my opinion, the way to answer is because the company is seeking to make the profit. The public can get jobs and other things. However, this is the company's proposal. This isn't the public's proposal. And where the public is risking what is left behind, I err on the side of more should be provided. The public should not be left risking failure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and your interest. Have a good day.
Unless somebody is going to object, the technical sessions of this hearing will be continued at 8:30 tomorrow morning, here at Stearns. This evening, we meet at 6:30, where the public will comment. See you all in the morning or this evening.
should get something.
I'm gonna do something.
The late my husband, he must eat at 9:30 every night. I'm too old for that. Like, I'm too old to eat at 9:30 at night. Are we Spanish?
7 is good, so.
Yes.
I eat like right.
7 is good. I'd like to be fully done by 8. Yeah. That's my preference, but anyway. Yes. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure they're more extensive than mine are. Yeah. They're okay. You've got other things. It's okay. You're okay. Yeah. No. It's just like,
Jess, how are they doing on finding a replacement?
They should be posting this week. Yeah. Same. Yeah, they'll be the same. It took a long time because they were trying to figure out if they were going to do something different.
College judge.
Yes. But I'm just relieved that they made a decision. Our properties director quit a week or two before I left. So they were like, and they've decided to mirror the same process as opposed to go through. We'll see. But I'd like to not be doing 2 jobs. Soon.
Good evening. I now call to order this session of the public hearing of the Land Use Planning Commission on zoning petition ZP779A, Wolfden Mt LLC's proposed rezoning to allow for the Pickett Mountain Mine. My name is Everett Worcester. I represent Piscataquis County on the commission. I'm the current chairman of the commission, and I'll be the hearing officer tonight. And now I'd like to introduce the rest of the people up here at the table. Betsy.
Betsy Fitzgerald, Washington County.
Caleb Elwell, Assistant Attorney General and Counsel for the Commission.
Stacy Byer, Executive Director for the Land Use Planning Commission.
Gwen Hilton, Somerset County.
Peter Prey, Penobscot County.
Leo Trudell, Aroostook County.
And I believe we might have 1 or 2 commissioners absent, and they may be listening, but they can't communicate under this system we're working with tonight. This hearing is being held pursuant to the provisions of Title 12, Section 684, and Chapter 12 of the Commission's Rules, Mining and Level C Mineral Exploration Activities. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with Chapter 5 of the Commission's Rules for the Conduct of Public Hearings and the state's Administrative Procedures Act. The purpose of this session is to receive public testimony on the proposed rezoning of Pickett Mountain Mine. This session is being recorded and live streamed. And the applicant is now going to make a short presentation.
Good evening, Chair Worcester, Commissioners.
members of the public. My name is Jeremy Willett. I'm the Vice President of Project Development for Wolfden Resources. I'll try and keep it a little bit shorter tonight, but I want to introduce the Pickett project. So the Pickett project is a proposed small state-of-the-art footprint mining proposal with focus on zinc, lead, copper, a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold. The map shown on the screen here is the green box is Wolfden's property boundary, and there's a little outline in the middle of that green box that represents the rezoned area. We're about 9 miles north of Patton along Route 11, and then about 4.4 miles off Route 11 into the woods, which is represented by that red line shown on the screen. Again, just a zoomed in version. Green outline is the Wolfden ownership, around 7,100 acres. And then there's a little yellow outline inside the box, 374 acres. So this is a zoomed in image of that 374 acres. For reference, the dark black outline is what I was trying to point out in the earlier slides by the yellow. You'll notice that it's broken down into 3 areas primarily. And I guess first I'm going to point towards the background image. It's worth noting that this is currently a forestry managed and bisected plot of land. The rezone area external boundary has a 400-foot buffer, and then inside of that 400-foot buffer is where these 3 not active but proposed phases or areas will go. There's the blue on the right. That is the area where a majority of the infrastructure would take place. It's kind of hard to see them, but in that area there's a mine portal, which is the access to underground I'll talk about in the next slide. There's several rock storage pads.
Jeremy, can you slow down a little
Oh,
bit,
sure.
please?
There are several rock storage pads in that area as well. One for holding ore material, which is the mineralized material. One for waste rock, which is the inert material that will be tunneling through to access the ore. And then a low-grade ore area, which is primarily for blending different grade materials. There's also a snow storage area, things like maintenance garage and warehousing, offices. There's a security location with a gate, and then a large portion of that area is our water management area. The water management area includes a pre-treatment water storage pond that's rated for a 500-year, 24-hour storm event. And then water that's collected would then up going through a ultrafiltration reverse osmosis treatment plant where it achieves the Class A standard that's required by Chapter 200 in this specific area. After it's treated, it goes into a post-treatment water storage pond where then it's tested to ensure that criteria has been met, and then it's discharged. You'll see some hatched areas in that blue spot as well as in the green and in the orange. Those are water distribution areas, and what we're proposing is spray irrigation. So we take that water that's been proven clean, we spray irrigate it, essentially to mimic natural precipitation environments around the site. In the orange area, that's phase 2. It's about 3-4 years into operations when that would be developed. That's for another access to underground, which is a smaller yet and vertical excavation to the deeper portion of the mine. In addition to that, there's a secondary, waste rock storage pad and ore storage pad. All of the storage pads of which are lined and double lined. The green bit to the top of the page is a proposed solar facility. All of those areas included are 129 acres of the 374 acre rezone area. And that, for scale, the solar facility that's shown on the map represents just under 50 acres. One other thing that I'd like to point out on this map is the kind of cyan or the brighter blue spots. We hired a wetland scientist to come in and delineate all of the wetlands. And it's worth pointing out that all of the infrastructure proposed for the site is at least a 75-foot offset from any wetland boundaries or other water resources. So this is an image of the mine, or not an image of the mine, but a schematic of how mining would look. Before I get into that, on the bottom left is an image of what I mentioned earlier, a mine portal. So it's about 64 feet wide by 100 feet long, and for scale, that white vehicle in the image is about the size of a half-ton truck, and it's approaching a tunnel. So if you look to the right, that's a schematic of what the deposit and the tunnels might look like. So at the top, there's this portal, which I just described, and then there's a series of tunnels that are driven at a decline and a helical or switchback type orientation, and those are developed specifically in inert rock or essentially aggregate. Once we get to desired elevations, we drive horizontal drifts or horizontal tunnels that access the deposit itself, and all of the cross sections of those tunnels are roughly 16 feet by 16 feet. As we develop 2 horizontal tunnels into the deposit, then we can then drill them. We can then drill from one sublevel to the next and fragment that rock with explosives, and then we use a small underground front-end loader to pull it out, load it into a truck, and the truck drives it to surface and stores it onto one of its respective pads. As one of those excavations is withdrawn from the ore body, it's then backfilled with the aggregate material that we excavated from the tunnels to access the deposit. So I mentioned earlier the types of metals that we're after in this mine. So zinc, lead, copper, and some silver and gold. And the point of this slide is that these are types of minerals that we all use on a daily basis, especially when we're transitioning from reliance on fossil fuels and moving into renewable resources energy grid. So why would the public be interested in a project like this? So I guess what we're proposing is a state-of-the-art project that is protective of the natural resources, specifically water resources around the project site. And what I feel we bring to the table is the socioeconomics associated with the project, as well as the driver to that, which is ultimately the employment. We're proposing 270 plus jobs, 233 of which are based at the mine property that I just pointed out. Very high wages relative to the economic region. And in order to fill those roles, we're proposing a training program, 12-week training program that we have a bit of time to operate through. In terms of summarizing the socioeconomics in the economic region, there was a socioeconomic report done on the project, which reported that over the duration of the project life, the total economic output would be in the ballpark of $700 million. So in terms of the specifics of the employment, this is just a table that I know it's a bit hard to see, but this is a table that summarizes the type of employment that we would have at the mining site. And one thing I wanted to note is that the type of employment that would be working here are skill sets that exist in the state already in terms of construction and civil works, earthworks, electrical, mechanical, welding, etc., as well as equipment operating, drilling, and then obviously manual labor as well. And then moving into skill sets like accounting and human resources and engineering and other technical groups. And I mentioned the training program earlier. The training program would be focused on the skill sets that exist here in the state, but really training those skill sets to work in an environment that's new to the folks involved. So essentially training folks that have the skill set to work in an underground environment and understand hazards that are associated with it and how to properly manage those. This is a schedule that we've proposed. So we're kind of in the first yellow column of items, and pending favorable decisions, then we march into a baseline study and feasibility study analysis, which is first approved. That analysis is approved by members of the public and DEP first. So once that's approved, then we have 2 to 3 years worth of environmental and different discipline studies at the site. and then we can bring that back in parallel with feasibility studies and update our plan and proposal in a mine permit application to the DEP. If that's successful, over roughly a year process, then we can initiate construction. And then construction's a 2-year period. Operation is around 10 to 15 years. We're proposing 10 right now. And then 2 to 3 years worth of reclamation, and then monitoring into perpetuity to make sure that nothing goes wrong. That is my shorter, hopefully, introduction to Pickett. Yeah, thank you.
Audie, you want to guesstimate how many people we have speaking?
It looks like we have 16.
Okay, thank you. If you want to speak this evening and have not yet signed up to do so, please see one of the LUPC staff. Each speaker will have 5 minutes. At this time, I would ask all persons planning to testify this evening to stand and raise their right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. LUPC staff will now begin calling people to speak. When your name is called, you should come to the microphone, which is located here. Please clearly identify yourself by name and place of residence, and whether you represent another individual, firm, or legal entity before beginning your testimony. Speak clearly so that an accurate account of this proceeding may be recorded and to ensure your comments can be considered. We have a court reporter here this evening, and if you speak too quickly, she has trouble keeping up. So if you're one of those people who speaks quickly, try to slow down just a little bit. If you have written testimony or other materials to submit, make sure that we get those materials before you leave, and you can give them to the people over, or Audie, either way. You all set to go?
Okay, I'm going to call people, the person to come up, and then the person that's on deck so they can come up so we can keep it moving. The first person to come up will be Jason Mitchell, and if if Bill Brigio can come to the front, that'd be great.
I'm here to urge the LUPC to deny Pickett Mountain application for the rezoning. I'm a citizen of the Penobscot Nation. I've worked for my tribe's water resources program for the last 29 years. I'm here to speak on my own behalf. I've seen firsthand how industry can poison the waters and all organisms that live in them. My wife and I chose to move to Patton, where we're currently building a new house. We also have a camp on Grand Lake, Matagamon. We fish, hunt, snowmobile, and ATV throughout the North Maine woods, year-round. I adamantly oppose the proposed mining operation on Pickett Mountain. I fail to see any benefits to the North Maine woods. We have everything to lose and nothing to gain. Water is life. Without clean water, there is no life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Bill Brigio, followed by David Marshall.
Chairman Worcester, members of the commission, my name is Bill Brigio. I live in Augusta, and I represent District 60, the east side of Augusta, in the Maine House. I retired 2 years ago after a 43-year career in city management, the last 24 in Augusta. I appreciate, perhaps more than many, the often thankless and certainly difficult job of a municipal or state planning commission member, and I thank you for your service to the people of Maine. I was born in Holton and raised in Caribou into high school when my parents rudely moved me and my 5 younger brothers to Massachusetts, exiting the county like so many families in those days in search of expanded economic opportunity. I got back to Maine as quickly as I could, as they say, in 1979 to accept my first city manager's job in Calais, where I met my wonderful wife for the past 39 years and we began our family. In 1998, after a stint managing a community in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York, we returned to Maine, and I began my service in Augusta. That year, my son was 12 and a promising hockey player. A fellow hockey dad and I became friends, and one afternoon, he asked me if I liked to fish. Eric is another county boy from Holton, the Holton area, who owns an old log cabin originally built by loggers many years ago. When I expressed enthusiasm, he invited me to join he and his longtime hunting and fishing companions on their annual spring trout fishing trip to Mud Lake. That excursion, so akin to the ones I enjoyed as a boy, growing up with a love of the outdoors and easy proximity to the woods and waters of the Aroostook, the St. John, and the Allagash, was soul restoring, and I've returned to Mud Lake at least annually ever since. I can attest to you from firsthand experience that the cursory, minimizing reference that Wolfden makes in the 3rd paragraph of page 297 of its voluminous rezoning application to the nature of the trout and landlocked salmon fishery centered at Mud Lake as part of the Pleasant Lake and Mud Lake flowage into the headwaters of the West Branch of the Mattawamkeag River is a gross understatement of the reality of the natural treasure I know exists there. I will leave it to others with far more expertise than me to explain the risks to surface and groundwater that a mining enterprise as proposed here presents. My purpose tonight is to be sure you hear the truth about the special, pristine, and increasingly scarce in the Northeast resource that sits just below the proposed project. Some years ago, as a veteran of the monumental project to remove the Edwards Dam on the Kennebec River in Augusta, I participated in a symposium and panel discussions in Missoula, Montana, on the challenges posed in trying to clean up the Clark Fork River after years of nearby heavy metal mining had poisoned it. It was a vivid education for me on the incongruity of heavy metal extraction and resource protection. A mine, if zoned for by you all and permitted by DEP, will come and then eventually it will go. Its economic benefits to the area may or may not materialize as promised. Environmental damage, unintentional as it may be, will be irreversible, at least to the extent that a fragile fishery has been impacted. With your copy of this testimony, I've appended a few photographs of some of my trips to Mud Lake, and I want to assure any wardens in the room that all of the catches conform to IF&W daily bag limits. In one, taken from the old camp, you can see where Pickett Mountain Stream flows into Mud Lake. In the second, taken from a newer campsite that my friend Eric acquired for his 2 sons, who've been coming to the lake since they were babies, and their young ones, you can appreciate the proximity of Pickett Mountain to the water. As the pictures illustrate, what exists on Mud Lake is a primitive, backwoods vestige of Maine's ageless fishing and hunting traditions. It has survived and cohabitated with generations of logging and traditional sporting activities. It needs protection going forward. Thank you for listening to me. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, we're just letting the timers figure it out. Okay, up next is David Marshall, and then if Rebecca Phillips can come up to be on deck, please.
Greetings, Chairman Worcester, especially members of the commission. Special nod to Commissioner Peter Prey, who I've known for decades now, although good to see you again, Peter. And to the staff, thank you, staff, for your contributions here today. My name's David Marshall. I'm Penobscot County Commissioner for the 3rd District, which up north, which is northern Penobscot County. That includes everything from Orono, the University of Maine, Old Town, Vesey, all the way north to the Aroostook County border. It's a big area. I'm here to support the rezoning petition of Wolfden. It would allow the application simply to go forward in a process that would take years of study and critical review should that process continue to its culmination. It will allow Wolfden the time to conduct further viability studies for an economic investment perspective, which they have a responsibility to their people. If Wolfden then decides to pursue the project, then they would be subject to critical scrutiny by both federal and state agencies, regulatory agencies, to ensure that the project meets all of the safety guidelines enumerated in our state code. If Wolfden can meet all the requirements, and they think they can, then the economic opportunity to northern Penobscot and southern Aroostook counties would be profound. So I'm here to simply support the process to just move forward at this point, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Rebecca Phillips, and if Frank Cox can move to the front. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rebecca Phillips. I'm a CPA with a master's degree in business and healthcare finance. I've worked as a CPA in audit, taxation, and governmental for many years. I have worked in many industries. I have audited industries such as towns and cities. I was an auditor, a Medicare auditor, a compliance officer, finance director, grant manager, grant writer, and a part-time town manager for a small town. I am a resident of Patton. I love this area. I have lived in Portland, Patton, Augusta, Bangor, and Lubec. This is a great state. I have a few statistics from the Census Bureau. 2021, population for Patton was 888. We are a declining population due to lack of jobs. The median income in 2021 was $37,292. The median age was 56 years old, and 24% of Patton's population is living in poverty. I worked for one of the companies that is opposing this mining project, and I simply would like to remind the LUPC that some of the opponents are heavily subsidized by grants and federal funding from the federal government, and I'm happy for them, but what I would like to state is most of the people living in the Patton region, they are not receiving any subsidies, and it is extremely difficult. We desperately need this project. And I would like to mention also that the monument stated that they will not stand in the way of other community development, which is great. Also, the monument continues to develop infrastructure within the monument area. I am disappointed that people are trying to stop this Wolfden project before they have an opportunity to do their due diligence with research and development and many, many, many other compliance requirements. They need the opportunity to do this. And why are the opponents afraid to trust the people who wrote the toughest mining law in the country? I ask you, they wrote the law. Let's give it a chance. Let's test it. There will be many opportunities to discuss this at a later date. And I would like to say this, that this is a great state, and all the parties in this state need to work together to ensure that we can live quality lives, overcome poverty and oppression. I urge the LUPC to approve the Wolfden Resources Pickett Mountain rezoning, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, up next is Frank Cox, and if Ken Gross can come to the front.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Frank Cox. I'm from Sherman, Maine. I'm a strawberry farmer up there. I've farmed all my life up there. My farm overlooks Mount Chase, which is just in front of this Pickett Mountain region, about 10 miles away. I sit up on a ridge and I look at it. For 70 years, I've looked at it every day. So this area means a lot to me. But I feel with the state of Maine, with the toughest mining laws in the country, along with Wolfden, if we give them a chance to, let's get the information before we say no, because, you know, maybe this isn't the fight to pull all the fur, you know what I mean? That's later down the road. But I feel that they should have a chance to come up with the rest of the information. And I think instead of walking in front of them and trying to trip them up and walk behind them to hold them back, we're better off to walk beside them and put our minds all together and move this project forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, up next is Ken Gross, and if Steve Gould can come forward, thanks.
Good evening, commissioners, staff of the Land Use Planning Commission, and everybody else in my community. My name is Ken Gross. I live here in Millinocket, and I'm a registered Maine guide in this area. But more importantly, I also represent I'm on the board of the Maine Wilderness Guides Organization, and it's in their behalf that I speak to you today. Our organization is strongly opposed to this mine proposal, and we ask you that you deny any rezoning changes. The mission of the Maine Wilderness Guides Organization is to provide a unified voice for the profession of wilderness guiding while maintaining the highest professional standards, educational standards, and stewardship standards for the conservation of remote woods and waters. We are dedicated to the protection of habitat and natural resources in the areas that we guide for our livelihoods. So in other words, we're not just doing this because we want to take people out and have a good time. This is something that is putting food on our tables as well. Our clients come to this area with the hopes of fishing, hunting, trapping, etc. And we believe that this mine will impact negatively our ability to do our jobs. Keep in mind that guiding is probably one of the more traditional professions in this state, and excuse me, the proposed mine would degrade water quality and scenic beauty of the area. It would negatively impact native brook trout and Atlantic salmon. Any pollution from the mine could degrade water quality throughout the area and undo years of progress in restoring fish habitat and other aquatic species. There's also a risk of light pollution from such an operation as well. And as I think we all know, Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument has been declared a dark sky sanctuary, along with parts of the Appalachian Trail's 100-mile wilderness. Maine cannot afford another mining disaster such as the one that happened at Callahan in Brooksville, and we don't want to see this kind of situation repeated here in our community. The Upper and Lower Shin Pond, Baxter Park, and Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument would all be impacted by this project in a negative fashion. Wolfden has not demonstrated that it has the financial resources or the technical know-how to safely construct and operate this proposed mine. The proposed mine is not well planned. I just heard something earlier tonight about how they are planning for a 500-year event, such as a tremendous rainstorm. And the thing I have to question is that based on historic data or projected data, for instance? We haven't been told where the ore processing facility will go, and we haven't been told what the company's plan is for storing toxic waste safely over the long term. As we know, toxic chemicals such as cyanide are often a component of mining. Leachets are used to separate the ore that they are seeking from the actual rock itself. So on behalf of the Maine Wilderness Guides Organization, please deny this rezoning request. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Steve Gould, and if Candace McKellar can come up front, please.
Hi, I'm Steve Gould. I grew up in a town a little bit north of here, Sherman. I moved away for a few decades because that's what you do if you want to make a living up this neck of the woods. I currently serve on the UVEC board, which is the Upper Valley Economic Committee, and I can say that, as generally speaking, we're in favor of Pickett Mountain. I look at the plan that they have for mining the thing, and I don't personally see a lot of concern. But during my career, I had moved away, and I said I worked in manufacturing, and some of that was setting up a couple factories in China. So anything that brings industry back to the U.S., in particular this area, because we definitely need it, I am interested in. And again, I looked at this for a while, looked at the plan, and it doesn't look risky to me at all. So I would say I'd be in favor of it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Candace McKellar, and if Greg Smallwood could come forward, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for being here. I'm Candy McKellar. I moved to the Island Falls, Sherman area 59 years ago, and I'm concerned about the flora of Maine. When J.M. Huber gave the Nature Conservancy the 1,000-acre bog, I started volunteering there. They've changed the name now to Crystal Bog, and we rediscovered the white fringed prairie orchid there. It's the easternmost location of it in the United States, and we've been monitoring it for 45 years, 46 years, something like that. There are also other carnivorous plants, like 4 different species of sundew that could be affected by a mine problem. I've also been also belong to the Joslin Botanical Society, and we were able to see the giant St. John's wort, which grows like 6 feet high on the banks of the west branch of the Mattawamkeag River down in Molunkus Township. Okay, so I would want to show you how pristine the west branch of the Mattawamkeag River is. So north of Island Falls, it's very pristine. It's a small little river there. And then as it moves down towards Island Falls, it picks up more water from Fish Stream and Cold Brook. It goes past the Island Falls Historical Society. It goes under the Route 2 and past the bulwark left from a power plant when they had a tannery in the early 1900s. From there, it flows into the upper and lower Mattawamkeag River, lakes, and there's a thoroughfare in between. And then from this picture, you can see that it flows down to the east branch of the Mattawamkeag River and then joins it and goes into the Penobscot and into the sea. And I would ask for you, please don't let a Pickett mine disaster poison our waters and our woods and our flowers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Greg Smallwood, and if Kent Smallwood can come forward, please.
Evening, everybody. My name is Greg Smallwood. I've lived in Patton 59 years of today, and I am in favor of this. One of the reasons, in the future, we need people in our town to run our fire departments, our ambulances. We're having a hard time to cover them right now, which is every town is. The population in the schools in our area are going down. We need some more kids to bring that population up a little bit. Most of the negative talk against these mines are from years ago, when they could put a mine in with very little rules to follow. That's most of the talk that I've heard about. I haven't heard of any newer mine failing at all. We've been to many meetings, and as you know, Nick Bennett said he spent 6 years writing the mining rules or laws. He said in a couple of the meetings that he would be okay with them mining if they could follow these rules. Another thing with a lot of these meetings we've gone to, it's always people from the south that are against this mining. Well, what about us up north that need good paying jobs? We get a lot of people move in there from Massachusetts against this. They made their money, now they're moving up here. Well, let us make a living up here too, a decent living. And I'll assure you, there'll be many people watching over them to make sure that it's done and done right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Kent Smallwood, and followed by Mary Alice Mowry.
I'll try to keep this short. My name's Kent Smallwood. I lived in Patton for 69 years, worked in the paper industry for 45 years. As you all know, there's been a big decline in the paper industry, manufacturing jobs. It's really affected this area a lot. And I think with this, a lot of this stuff's already been said, but I think they've made these laws so strict in Maine, and it was said at one of our meetings in Patton about this, that they made them so strict that nobody'd ever be able to mine in Maine. Now, you got somebody here that's willing to meet those standards. I think we ought to give them a chance. Otherwise, we're going to be dependent on other nations for our raw materials. And you've heard about the jobs. We definitely need jobs. Our schools are suffering. We can barely afford them. The tax burden on retired people in Patton and Sherman, Stacyville, Mount Chase it's real stiff. It's so stiff that people really can't afford to stay in their places at times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Mary Alice Mowry, followed by Donald Ardell.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the committee, and Director Breyer. My name is Mary Alice Mowry, and I live in Patten, Maine. I don't usually read from my written words, but I wanted to try to be clear in expressing my thoughts tonight. I think of myself as a new local, and I thank you for your service and commitment to the mission of the LUPC. Since early 2022, I have witnessed the campaign that Wolfden Resources has waged on the northern communities of the Katahdin region, and have come to believe that this is the latest outside company to come in and promise the world, only to leave the people in the region even more empty-handed and disillusioned by unfulfilled promises to bring back the good old days. Not every local I know who is opposed to the mine could come to speak. They are out there, and some feel that it is risky for them to be public in their opposition. Many people in our state have close ties to this region. Close to 80% of Mount Chase taxpayers do not live here full-time. The people who are opposed to Wolfden are not all those people from Portland. This mining project is important to the entire state. Other communities have stood up against Wolfden, like Pembroke in Down East. And yet it is here that the Wolfden mining project has reopened old wounds regarding the land that is now Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument. Wounds that were beginning to heal have been ripped open. It is a false equivalency to assert that if Roxanne Quimby can buy land and give it to the National Park Service, then Wolfden should be able to build a mine. I have watched the divisions grow and deepen in our region over this time and over this mine. There has been little willingness to engage in true public debate about this project. Instead, Wolfden approached elected officials promising future resources and creating an atmosphere that was like a bidding war for who would be the first municipality to say yes to a mining facility in their town. Wolfden asked people to decide to vote before any action with regulators had taken place. They seldom mentioned that their first application for rezoning was withdrawn after the LUPC staff informed them that the staff recommendations would be to deny the application. So now Wolfden has in their back pocket a number of municipalities who have voted on an unenforceable resolution that supports them. That's good for attracting more investors and bolstering their unequivocal claim of local support. The local support is not unequivocal. It has been hard to be opposed. I have strived to be respectful about our differences. I want economic prosperity. I value the vibrancy of young people. I dream of a thriving community of both generations who settled here and those who are saying yes to a new beginning by moving to this beautiful region. I don't believe that this project helps to fulfill that vision. The state legislature entrusted the LUPC to facilitate a robust and necessary planning, zoning, and development process to the unorganized and deorganized areas of the state. The legislature did not want to check off the box process, but envisioned a deeply interactive process that protects natural resources and the people of this state.
Excuse me, your time has expired. Can you just summarize?
Yes. And I used your thing of 2 pages double-spaced. In closing, I'd like to say that that we are committed to the future of this region and that there is not enough evidence to support the LUPC going forward with a decision to move this project plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And your remarks will appear on our website in full.
Up next is Donald Ardell, and followed by Brian Noyes.
Good evening. My name is Donnie Ardell, and I reside in Monticello, Maine. And I represent Maine House District 6 in the Maine State Legislature. District 6 encompasses a series of towns from Castle Hill and Mapleton in the north, and Merrill, Oxbow, and Morrow Plantation in the south, nearly adjacent to the proposed mine. I'm here in support of Wolfden's proposal. I've been briefed on the extraction plan and robust ecological protections built into the plan, and personally I'm impressed. Even the most brief presentation of the Wolfden project makes it clear that this is not open pit mining or mining from yesterday's century. While the scale of the proposal is relatively modest, the techniques used to extract the minerals are fully modern and respectful of the environment, while providing a significant economic boost to the local economy. I think it's fair to say opposition to this project is based on a misunderstanding of the ecological protections built into the plan. My understanding is water testing will be conducted at a rate that far exceeds the minimum. This plan may be the most modern subterranean extraction operation in the Western Hemisphere, and maybe even the world. And I'd like for you to give it consideration with an open mind. I'd like to see young people, like my own 4 children, have sufficient employment opportunities to remain in the area and be able to rejuvenate our communities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Brian Noyes, followed by Becky Noyes.
Hello there, my name is Brian Noyes. I'm representing myself. I live in Patten, Maine. Hello to the commission, everyone here, people watching at home. As I said, I live in Patten with my wife, 3 fluffy dogs that are waiting at home and really want to be fed right now. I'd like to say I'm not an expert in any of the information that's here, but people used to call me smart back in high school 16 years ago, so maybe that counts for something. Not sure. And as everyone's time is short, I'm going to try to make this quick. I've read nearly everything that's been publicly available on this project. I've listened to the public comment sessions. I've listened to the live streams from the past 2 days. I listen a lot. I don't talk very often. But I believe that this issue can be boiled down to 3 basic needs. First, our area needs jobs. That's easy to see to anyone who's lived in, driven through, looked online, at a picture of the area. It's easy to see. Wolfden promises these jobs, lots of them that pay well. Should be an easy answer. I don't think so. These jobs have a time limit, 10 to 15 years at the max, and the set of skills with mining is not exactly something that's currently used in the area and may not be available afterwards. So all of these young people, perhaps like myself, who would get some of these jobs, they'd only be in the area for a short time before they would have to leave. That doesn't sound like a long-term bonus to me. Second, and connected to that, money. Everybody needs money. Money, 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 money. We want money coming into the area, economic opportunity for everyone. Could a mine make that happen? Personally, I don't see how a business that's modeled around taking riches out of the ground and transporting them elsewhere to be processed and sold can really add ongoing, long-lasting benefit to any of our towns. I mean, I suppose that our restaurants, construction companies, and gas stations would be having plenty of business for the next 10 to 15 years, but last time I checked, we don't all own restaurants, construction companies, and gas stations. So that brings us to a third need, our land and our wildlife. I'm sure we've heard from plenty of people over this time, we all want to see our land and our wildlife undisturbed. Nobody wants a toxic backyard. There's probably about 500,000 people coming through this area every year or two. who would very much like to not see it disturbed and devastated. And if all goes well, maybe this mine would not cause any issue. But what if it doesn't go well? There's so many questions that have gone unanswered, and much is based on small data sets or best case scenarios. And if we're talking about something as toxic as mine waste, one little oops could poison the region for generations. And that's not an oops that I can just cross my fingers and hope it doesn't happen. So that's 3 needs and 3 strikes. Pretty obviously not much for sports, but even I know 3 strikes, you're out in baseball. I love this area with all my heart. I've lived here my entire life. My family's been here forever. My grandfather worked all of these woods. He's probably set foot on every square foot from here to Patton and beyond. And I'd love to be here until the day I die. But if this mine is approved, well, the safety I feel in my home, my well, my town, the roads I use to travel to work every day, it'd be gone in an instant. And if I don't feel safe, then I'm not going to sit around waiting and hoping that I'm wrong. And I just end up another number in the statistic of young people leaving these rural areas. And I don't really want to be a number. I'd rather be a letter or a punctuation mark, honestly. So, in conclusion, I do not support this mine, and I really hope it doesn't happen. Thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Up next is Becky Noyes, followed by Peter Leifert.
All right. Hello, my name is Becky Noyes, and I live in Patton, following up my husband. He's a hard act. My parents came here in the 80s searching for a life of living off the land like the Nearings. I was born here. I grew up here, went to college, came back home. I've been a veterinary technician for 14 years. I've always loved the forest, the mountains, the creatures that inhabit it, and Wolfden kind of threatens everything I hold dear. My husband and I own a home with a well in Patton. There are no mines in the world that have not had a huge impact environmentally, especially in the surrounding waterways. If they want to prove me wrong, be my guest, but do it somewhere else. Maine is not the place to be experimenting. Outside the obvious massive water concerns, I'm concerned about the endless traffic. Where I live is close to Route 11. You know, we're gonna have trucks rumbling up and down. I'm not gonna feel comfortable walking. You know, Route 11's already a little as it is. We don't really wanna make it worse. And then they're also wearing down our roads. The log trucks already do a number on that as it is. The other question too is, do the benefits outweigh the risk? The US already has one of the world's largest zinc mines. Do we really need to, you know, ruin what we have for something that we already have an abundance of? Outside of environmental concerns, the jobs are already here. Pretty much every field, every store, everything, everybody's looking for help. If anyone's tried to have anything get done, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, all these mechanics, medical personnel, everybody's looking for help. So if we're promising jobs, I feel like these jobs are much better paying, offer you a chance to even own your own business if you want, you know. Just kind of in short, you know, our greatest asset is our untouched wilderness, okay? People come from all over the world to experience it. Many people live here, including myself, just because of it. Don't throw it all away. Don't open the door for mining, you know, to come and take, you know, what they can get and then leave, you know. A couple years of a boom is not worth an eternity of a mess. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Peter Leifert, followed by Susan Adams.
Good evening, Chairman Worcester and Councilor Elwell, and distinguished members of the Land Use Planning Commission. My name is Peter Leifert. I live in Eddington, and I represent approximately 35,000 Mainers in Penobscot and Hancock County in the Maine State Senate. I'm also very familiar with this project area, as I'm the chairman of the Land Management Committee for the Katahdin Charities Incorporated Boy Scouts of America. We own land at Grand Lake Matagamon, not too far from this proposed site.
we bring in troops from all over the United States and Canada. We outfit them for 5 days and send them off on a trail for looking over the state of Maine and that area. I've sat with representatives of Wolfden Resources multiple times, and I am interested in seeing this project move forward on the next phase. I was in the Maine State House of Representatives when LD 820 passed with strong support from the environmental advocate groups, and believe that Chapter 200 includes more than adequate protection for our natural resources. LD 820, that committee, it came out of committee at a 12-to-1 vote, and it was some very high-profile folks on that committee, Tom Seviello, retired Judge Ralph Tucker, and Bob Duchesne. As an elected official, I can appreciate this committee's feelings as a responsibility not to punt this issue to the DEP. However, as a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Environmental and Natural Resources, I've worked closely with Commissioner Loisum and her team on a range of issues, including mining, and confident that your approval of rezoning is simply the start of a long, rigorous process for the applicant. I'm interested in to see, learn if a Maine mining market is possible under the Chapter 200, and hope that you're willing to allow Wolfden Resources to be the first to test these stringent rules under 200. We've allowed children laborers in China and other developing nations to mine rare earth materials necessary for our modern electronics far too long, with very little protection for human rights or the environment. Our state motto is Durago, which, as you certainly know, is I lead. I feel strongly at this time Maine to lead the way for responsible mining projects, and therefore respectfully ask your consideration on approving this petition for rezoning. In the first half of the 131st legislature, in my Committee of Environmental and Natural Resources, we passed in a 12-to-1 vote LD 1363. That allowed mining in Newry of the big lithium deposit that was discovered. So I think that with responsible mining, this rezoning could take place. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Up next is Susan Adams, followed by Molly Hanson.
Good evening, Commissioners. Welcome to the Katahdin region. Except for Peter, welcome home. My name is Susan Adams, and I live up in Patton. I'm also the current president of Maine Lakes, a nonprofit, statewide organization that's a voice for the protection of our most precious freshwater resources and wildlife habitat. I'd first like to start out by saying for millennia, the Wabanaki people have been a part of this land I currently reside on. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As a member of the Katahdin region community, I acknowledge this legacy. I support and promote the continuation of this balance and harmony. I find great inspiration from this land, the land of the Wabanaki. I'm here tonight in opposition to Wolfden's Resources proposed mine, and I respectfully ask that you reject their rezoning request. I grew up by the lower Penobscot River at a time when the industrial pollution was at its peak, and our clam flats were closed, and the fear that we would lose the beauty and appeal of our place was real. Industry often won out over common sense and protection of our natural resources way back then. I attended Bangor High School, and I hold a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Maine in Environmental Studies. My career is centered on outdoor recreation management, primarily within the incredible natural resources.
Ma'am, can you just slow down a little?
Oh, sorry. I'm nervous. My career is centered on outdoor recreation management, primarily within the incredible natural resources of this Katahdin region. For 30 years, I co-owned and operated a whitewater photography business focused on the West Branch of the Penobscot River. I'm currently involved in a variety of local organizations and advisory boards, including the areas of academics and tourism. I made it a personal quest to get the dark sky designation for the Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument lands. In the last 10 years, I've seen a huge growth in outdoor recreation and a resurgence in ecotourism in this region. The recent Katahdin Woods and Waters National Scenic Byway designation was based on the primary intrinsic value of outdoor recreation, encouraging new locals seeking a healthier place to live and raise their families to move here for these opportunities and the vibrant natural resources that go hand in hand. On a side note, my son and future daughter-in-law are two of those who have migrated away from overcrowded out west back to the rural Northwoods region because of their love of Maine's natural resources and the outdoor recreational opportunities afforded here. You can gather that I'm devoted to my home state of Maine, and I highly value the land, water, dark skies, and wildlife we're fortunate to have here. I'm heavily invested in the Katahdin region and the long-term well-being.
Ma'am, I want to caution you, you're going to run out of time way before you get to the end.
I was trying to talk really fast, but you told me to slow down.
Can you just
Okay, good.
skip
I'll
forward
get to
and
it.
summarize?
I've been to Mud Lake. I've been up to Pleasant Lake. I paddled them. If you haven't been there, you need to go there before you make, everyone should, before they make these decisions. They're pristine. Wolfden's proposal is a threat to our clean water, aquatic habitat, dark skies, and the outdoor economy, as well as our way of life here in the region. I live less than 5 miles from where you're talking about. And that makes a big difference to me. I do not support building a mine that would benefit only a handful of people while jeopardizing the very elements that make Maine special, especially not in the Katahdin region, so close to the Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument and our beloved Baxter State Park. Not only am I concerned about the environmental and recreational impacts of the proposed mine, Wolfden has not provided a preponderance of evidence that they can safely operate a mine. They have not provided information about the location of their processing facility or adequately demonstrated that their water filtration systems will protect the Penobscot
Way too
River.
fast. I'm sorry. You're not going to have
Please.
time to read it all anyway. You can submit it and
I'm
it'll
done.
go on our website.
Thank you.
You have a minute left if you want to summarize and end.
I just want to say that I want you to please I've never been interrupted so much. Please reject Wolfden's rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but.
Yeah, that was harder, because you told me to go slow then.
Up next is Molly Hanson, and then I have a couple people who signed up but did not check speak here that you wanted to speak. If you accidentally did that, come up and I'll put you on the list to speak.
I give my thanks to everyone here and to the commissioners. My name is Molly Hanson. I'm a resident of Millinocket, and my husband, who is from Maine, brought me here, and I am in love with Maine, and I see the natural beauty and the tremendous wildlife as very much a part of this state, what this state is about. I'm very concerned about the mine. I feel what I'm hearing and what I'm reading is a lot of ifs. If they follow the rules, if they stay safe. And I feel that this area, which the state of Maine has done a very good job in bringing back the fisheries, protecting wildlife, and we have this area where, especially in northern Penobscot, outdoor visitation for the beauty of this area, for the hunting, for the fishing, for outdoor recreation, has become one of the dominant industries in this area and brings a tremendous amount of visitors. So with the loss of the mills, what we've been seeing since I've been a part of this community is a growth in the tourism and in the recreation activities, and I think that's part of the new economy here. And I really can, I really feel for the communities that are struggling, that have lost their old industries, and I know that it's very difficult, and so when a company comes in, a mining company, and promises jobs, it's very, we want to believe, but I've seen, since, I'm 62 years old, and I've seen a lot of problems from mines. And I think that, the talk is good, but what's left behind when the mine is gone is usually left for the people that live there and taxpayers to deal with. And so I am very concerned about that, because I really don't think that there's enough evidence to prove that the Wolfden can actually do what they say they can do. They don't have a track record. They really aren't showing enough of what people need to hear as far as enough information. They're talking a good talk. And so people want to believe this, but I don't think that the Penobscot area, the Katahdin area, is where this should be tested. I appreciate Maine and the stringent mining rules, but I don't think that an area that's right by in the Katahdin region and that has the potential of affecting the Penobscot River and the Mattawamkeag River, I just think it's not the place to test it. This is a very pristine area in a lot of ways, and I think ultimately it's bad for the economy, something where it's a short term, 10, 15 years, but after that, then what? So I urge you to please reject the zoning requirements. Please reject this as a... Sorry, I'm nervous, but yes, I don't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. We understand what you said.
And next we have Len Warren.
Good evening. My name's Len Warren. I'm a resident of Millinocket, Maine. I'm retired from the Nature Conservancy. I was a project manager in Nevada, our largest mining state. I've done a lot of homework on mines and mining. First, I want to tell you a little bit about my background as a fisherman. I've been a fisherman in Maine since I was a little boy, and I still am, catching salmon, trout, smallmouth bass, enjoying the clean waters of the state. The improving economic situation that hasn't happened necessarily yet in the Patton area I believe is starting to happen in our Millinocket area now, and a lot of the prospects for Millinocket area are coming because it's a great, beautiful place to live. They're friendly people, and you can be in the woods by yourself in a few minutes, catching fish, hunting. I've studied birds for my whole life, for 15 years in the Death Valley region. I found the nest, count the eggs, count the babies, make the maps, record the breeding success ratio of multiple species, and hope to spend the rest of my life doing the same thing in northern Maine. I like to paint birds and spend a great deal of time in the outdoors. I'm not in favor of mining as an industry in pristine areas in Maine. Very concerned of the water quality issues. I've never seen good examples of mines that could produce good water quality results after the mining. I've had many discussions with miners that basically looked at things like, we have heavy equipment, we can build anything you need, so we can recreate this environment after we've destroyed it, no problem, because we have machines that can do these things. And it really doesn't work that way. I've worked very closely with endangered species throughout my life, and mining doesn't go well in pristine areas. And there's no track record that I know of clean water after mining activities. it's inherently destructive industry, and I think we're wrong if we support mining in wilderness areas in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that
I
it?
don't have anybody else on the list.
All right. I wish to remind everyone that the record will remain open for written comments until Thursday, November the 2nd, 2023, and for another additional week until Thursday, November 9th, 2023, for rebuttal testimony. Except for post-hearing briefs to be filed by the parties, no other evidence or testimony will be allowed into the record after that date. And I might say, if you haven't written it down or missed it or something, you can go on our website and find these dates fairly easily. This hearing will be continued with a technical session at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow here at Stearns Junior Senior High School. The next public comment will be at 6:30 p.m. on October 23, which is Monday night, 2023, at the Cross Insurance Center in Bangor. And I just want to remind everybody that individuals may only provide testimony at one public comment section. And in closing, thank you all. We appreciate your input. We really do. And this meeting is over.